Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 51. Chapter 51, 51. Chapter 51, Dark Evil Light, Demon Head. Lin Moya's thoughts were correct. In the history of the Divine Summer Empire's big exam, very few examines could pass the second stage. The fifth round Conquest Space test was also the final round. The Conquest Space had 5 stages in total. Currently, the highest record was passing the third stage. This record was set over 100 years ago. No one had broken this record since then. The examiners in Jiangning province were also speculating whether Lin Moya could break the record. I think there's a chance. Although I don't know exactly what this guy's skills are, from his previous results we can see his skills are abnormal. The examiners no longer wanted to use powerful to describe them, but directly called them abnormal. I suspect he awakened a talent. No matter how strong a career is, it has limits. It can't be this strong. If he really awakened a talent, that would be amazing news. That's right, if he could awaken a talent right after career transition, maybe he could awaken a new talent at the second transition. You're thinking too much. Career professionals with talents are already very rare, those with double talents are even rarer. Who knows? The examiner's chat drifted off topic, but everyone was watching the score changes. Lin Moya's score changes were the most dramatic, either not changing or skyrocketing. Lin Moya used his previous tactics, sending out skeleton warriors to attract the feline beastman's attention. His method of dealing with beastmen didn't need to be novel, just effective. The skeleton warriors attracted fire, pulled monsters together, created corpses, then used corpse explosion for area damage. Lin Moya was very familiar with this method, and its efficiency was astonishing. Soon, the scattered skeleton warriors had attracted all the visible feline beastmen. Then they began running circles around the feline beastmen archers. When the monsters were gathered enough, Lin Moya ordered the skeleton warriors to attack. With skills activated, the level 16 feline beastmen fighters were instantly killed. Then came a series of corpse explosions. In the blink of an eye, calm returned. His score instantly increased by 20,000, reaching 34,605 points. In the second stage, each monster gave Lin Moya 100 points. 200 monsters meant 20,000 points. The examiners were no longer surprised. This guy has entered the second stage. The monsters in the second stage only increased by 1 level, it doesn't affect him. This is just giving away points. If we had the authority, I'd really want to increase the difficulty. Yeah, send a few dozen bosses for him to kill, that would be interesting. Looking at Lin Moya's 30,000 plus points, then at the others, the gap was too big. So far, second place was Xia Shui. As an elemental mage, Xia Shui had good area attack skills. She was the second fastest at clearing monsters after Lin Moya. Her score had reached over 7,000 points. She had almost killed the first 100 monsters. After Xia Shui was surprisingly Feng Xiu. This holy swordsman had caught up from behind, also reaching 6,000 points. This showed that holy swordsman was also a good career for dealing with groups. Zuomei and Wang Zihao were a bit behind. Zuomei assassinated targets one by one, stable but not very efficient. Wang Zihao was more direct, clashing head-on with monsters. As for his berserk skill, it wasn't time to use it yet. Both their scores were increasing slowly, only just over 5,000 so far. But they were both confident in themselves. Completing the first stage and breaking 10,000 points wasn't a problem, as long as they could break 10,000 points, with level, career, and results all meeting requirements. Entering Summer Capital University would be certain. The Divine Summer Empire's big exam was nationwide, conducted by province. It was held on the same day and time, with similar progress across provinces. Now almost all provincial exams had begun the 5th round. Trial towers opened conquest spaces one after another. Anyone who could enter was undoubtedly a genius. These were the most talented examines in the entire Divine Summer Empire this year. In the eyes of the Empire's upper echelons, these examines were the future of the Divine Summer Empire. Every year, a batch of strong individuals emerged from them, injecting fresh blood into the empire. In the capital of the Divine Summer Empire, the famous Summer Capital City, a huge tower appeared floating in mid-air. Countless people in Summer Capital City looked up at the sky. The tower could be clearly seen from any corner. This tower usually didn't appear. Its appearance marked the day of the Divine Summer Empire's big exam. This was the main body of the trial tower. The trial towers conducting exams in various provincial cities were all its avatars. There were 3 divine towers in the Divine Summer Empire. The Trial Tower was one of them. Another was the Divine Summer Tower located in Summer Capital University. The third was called the Demon Slaying Tower, usually at the front lines and rarely seen by citizens. Suddenly the sky darkened and the temperature dropped sharply. Night fell in an instant, and a beam of dark evil light shot through the sky, rushing towards the Trial Tower at an incredible speed. "How dare you!" A thunderous voice echoed throughout the entire city. A virtual giant hand appeared in the sky, trying to block the dark evil light. "Tisk tisk, you can't stop it." A sinister laugh sounded from the dark light as it brightened. A huge demon head appeared in the darkness. The head had 2 horns and sharp teeth, looking exactly like the demons described in books. The horns emitted a piercing sound, shooting black light at the illusory giant hand. The black light collided with the giant hand, both vanishing without a sound. Then a giant eye appeared in the sky, shooting golden light towards the dark evil beam. The dark beam suddenly split in two, one part colliding with the golden light. The other part suddenly increased speed dozens of times, instantly rushing into the Trial Tower. "You're seeking death." Another giant hand appeared in the sky, firmly gripping the demon head. The demon head let out a sinister laugh. "This is just an avatar, kill it if you want. But those little ones in your Trial Tower, tisk tisk." With a bang, the demon head was crushed. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Abyss Power Invades, Believe in the White God. 3 figures appeared next to the main body of the Trial Tower. Their forms were imposing, standing in mid-air. Just standing there, they seemed to connect heaven and earth. I didn't expect those Abyss scum to launch a sneak attack. They're all creatures that can't stand the light. What do we do now? One of them made contact with the Trial Tower to probe the situation inside. The Abyss scum have snuck in. Their targets are the examines in the conquest space. The space inside the tower has been disrupted. Abyss power has contaminated the rules. The ground inside the tower was originally taken from Abyss soil, which is advantageous for them. I need time to set things right. How long? 1 hour. Meanwhile, inside the tower's conquest space, the students were struggling to kill monsters. Suddenly, all the monsters disappeared collectively. Then the world changed. The atmosphere instantly became more oppressive. Wisps of black gas rose from the ground. How did this happen? What's going on? Why did the monsters suddenly disappear? Lin Moyo immediately gathered his skeleton warriors to protect himself. When the situation was unclear, protecting oneself was the first choice. "Lin dummy." A familiar voice. Lin Moyo saw Xia Shui. Seeing others in the conquest space was surprising to Lin Moyo. Not just him, Xia Shui was also surprised. The skeleton warriors opened a path to let Xia Shui in. Xia Shui asked, "Do you know what happened?" Lin Moyo shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Xia Shui said, "I was just killing monsters when they suddenly disappeared. I don't know what happened." Xia Shui was startled at first, but with Lin Moyo here, it didn't seem so scary anymore. Lin Moyo was too calm, and this calmness was transmitted to Xia Shui. Then, beams of light lit up in the dark conquest space. More and more examines appeared in the conquest space. There were over 100 people. Besides the 5 from Jiangning province, examines from other provinces had also arrived here. "Children." Suddenly a voice sounded. "I am Bai Yaiwan." Wow! Everyone in the conquest space widened their eyes in shock. "The White God, it's actually the White God. I can't believe I'm hearing the White God's voice." Bai Yaiwan was a top expert in the Divine Summer Empire, respectfully called the White God. His voice immediately caused a strong reaction in the conquest space. The White God's voice not only echoed in the conquest space, but also spread to every exam venue. Ning Xuanfeng's expression changed slightly. Why has the White God appeared? Has something happened? Bai Yaiwan's voice sounded again. "Demons from the Abyss world have invaded the conquest space. We are repairing the rules of the conquest space, which will take about an hour. The demons from the Abyss world are targeting you. So in the next hour, you need to protect yourselves. We don't know what methods the Abyss demons will use against you. I believe that as long as we unite as one, the invading Abyss forces will be helpless against you. We, the people of Divine Summer, fear no battle and are unafraid of death." His words carried strong persuasive power, evoking a strong resonance. Fear no battle, unafraid of death. Fear no battle, unafraid of death. Fear no battle, unafraid of death. The examines were all young people, full of vigor. Their emotions were stirred up, and they shouted loudly one after another. Xia Shui couldn't help wanting to shout too, but seeing the still silent Lin Moyo, she gave up with her hand half raised. Although Lin Moyo didn't join in the shouting, he was only 18 and also from Divine Summer. There was inevitably excitement in his eyes. He wouldn't shout, but when it came to killing Abyss demons, he wouldn't hold back. The examines began to gather. Their education from childhood had told them that the Abyss was a very frightening place. It was full of countless monsters, demons, dungeons, and equipment. They say the Abyss is terrifying. Even the weakest monsters there are level 70 and elite, Xia Shui said softly. She had heard about the terrors of the Abyss from Xia Donyang and was afraid. Lin Moyo had only seen the Abyss mentioned briefly in books. In other words, he knew nothing about the Abyss. "I believe in the White God," Lin Moyo said calmly. Since Bai Yaiwan said that if they united as one they could resist the invading Abyss forces, Lin Moyo grasped the key point in Bai Yaiwan's words. What they needed to resist was not the Abyss itself, but the invading forces from the Abyss. This force probably wouldn't be too strong, they should be able to resist it. Otherwise, if a real Abyss monster came in, a level 70 elite monster could instantly kill everyone here. Xia Shui also. In the outside world, Ning Xuanfeng's gaze sank. To think such a thing would happen. He was much calmer than the examiners, who were somewhat panicked. How could this happen? I didn't expect this to happen. The Abyss deliberately targeted the big exam. No, they're targeting those geniuses participating in the 5th round of tests. If this isn't handled well, they'll come every year in the future. This is cutting off the roots of our Divine Summer Empire. Those who could enter the conquest space were all geniuses, the future of the Divine Summer Empire. This move by the Abyss was indeed vicious. All of you shut up. Ning Xianfeng suddenly spoke, silencing the examiners. Ning Xuanfeng's gaze swept over them like a sword. Tell the people outside not to panic, believe in the White God. You too, believe in the White God. The examiners respectfully said one after another, believe in the White God. The White God's status was lofty, no one in Divine Summer would doubt his words. Soon, the outside world calmed down. Everyone chose to believe in the White God. They also prayed for the examines in the conquest space. The atmosphere in the conquest space became increasingly heavy. A blood-red moon appeared in the sky at some point. It's the Abyss Blood Moon. Someone exclaimed. The Abyss forces have begun to move. Everyone get ready. Chapter 53. Chapter 53, 53. Chapter 53. Finally someone comes to die. Moonlight fell like snow on the ground. The smell of blood in the air became even stronger. In the few minutes after the White God finished speaking, all examines had prepared for battle. There were no support careers here, only combat careers. The examines formed a battle formation. Knights at the front, with mages and archers behind. The knights followed their faith. To kill their teammates, one would have to step over their corpses first. Tisk tisk tisk, not bad. Too bad you'll all die. 1 hour is enough to kill all of you. It's a pity I can't take your corpses back. Young human flesh is the most delicious. Ha ha ha. The cold voice along with the bloody moonlight made people shiver. Lin Moya's expression flashed with disgust. These sneaky bastards were the most despicable. Xia Shui was scared pale, moving closer to Lin Moya. Lin Moya seemed to give her a sense of security. Not just Xia Shui, many were scared, their faces not looking good. They're coming. Someone shouted. A huge figure appeared in the moonlight. Detection spells immediately flew over, stirring up breezes. Feline Beastman Warrior, Abyss Contaminated. Level 19. Someone suddenly cried out, I remember now, the conquest space has a level limit, the highest is level 19. His shout reminded others of this fact. That's right, how could I forget, the conquest space maxes out at level 19. I was startled earlier, it really is only level 19. Then what's there to be afraid of, there are so many of us. Before he could finish, he suddenly fell silent, unable to continue. Behind that huge figure, more and more figures appeared, endless in number, at least 100. All level 19 monsters, all contaminated by the Abyss. Each monster was over 3 meters tall, emanating a terrifying aura. They collectively walked towards the examines, shaking the ground with each step. In the moonlight, the monsters looked extremely ferocious. Their tails were covered in dense barbs. After being contaminated by Abyss power, the feline beastman warrior's appearance had greatly changed, becoming even more terrifying. A powerful pressure descended from all directions. The examines were only 18 after all, having never experienced a real battlefield. When had they ever seen so many terrifying monsters? Their legs went weak with fear. Much of their earlier courage was lost. Xia Shui's face was also pale, unconsciously grabbing Lin Moya's clothes. What do we do? Lin Moya's gaze was solemn, judging by their size, these aren't ordinary monsters. At least enhanced elite monsters. Very troublesome, but still manageable. He rarely spoke so much, seemingly trying to reassure Xia Shui, but his words didn't reassure Xia Shui at all, instead making her more afraid. If they're all enhanced elite monsters, aren't they like nightmare dungeon monsters? Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on Lin Moya's lips. Contaminated by Abyss power, mutated, does that mean there will be experience? Lin Moya thought of a possibility. If it was as he thought, could these monsters level him up? The huge monsters were approaching, not running, but slowly advancing, as if toying with everyone, not in a hurry to kill them all. The cold voice of the Abyss demon sounded again. Are you scared? Are you terrified? These monsters have been strengthened by my power, each equivalent to an enhanced elite monster. Not too many, just 100 of them. The White God said if you unite you can win. Now look, can you really? Oh, there are over 100 of you too, just right for one-on-one. Should we duel or have a group fight? How about we have a tournament like your exams? 100 matches, winners live, losers die. Ha ha ha. The demonic voice struck another blow to everyone's morale. As the monsters approached, the examines retreated. The formation immediately split into 2 layers. Wang Zihao's face was pale, his legs shaking as he retreated. The holy swordsman Fengxiu gripped his sword, his face grim but not retreating a step. Zhuo Mei was the same, holding her dagger, prepared to fight to the death. There were quite a few examines like Fengxiu and Zhuo Mei, ready for battle. Lin Moya glanced at them, then he moved. Crack! Crunch! The skeleton warriors charged to the front, with Lin Moya following behind. Xia Shui looked anxious. What are you doing? Come back. What are you going to do? Always like this, never saying anything. Xia Shui stomped her foot, then followed. At this moment Lin Moya suddenly said in a low voice, go back. Xia Shui paused, I don't want to. Suit yourself. Lin Moya didn't say anything more. If she wanted to follow, so be it. It wouldn't affect anything anyway. Lin Moya's sudden movement attracted many people's attention. What's he doing? He actually charged forward. So many skeletons, are those his summons? Is he a summoner? Does anyone know him? Detection spells fell on Lin Moya one after another. Lin Moya, level 16, Necromancer. Necromancer, what career is that? Never heard of it. Don't know, never heard of this career before. Could it be some new career? What should we do? Should we charge together? Only about a dozen people followed Lin Moya's charge. Feng Xiu and Zhuomei were among them, prepared to die. Even if they were to die in battle, they would die as warriors. The people of Divine Summer fear no battle and are unafraid of death. The Abyss Demon sneered, "Oh, finally someone comes to die. Not bad courage, worthy of praise. Such admirable bravery, I almost don't want to kill you. How about becoming this Demon King's servant in the Abyss?" Chapter 54. Chapter 54, 54. Chapter 54, such a career cannot possibly exist. Lin Moya ignored the Abyss Demon's words. He suddenly stopped when he was about 50 meters away from the monsters. Have you come to your senses? The gates of the Abyss are always open for you. The Abyss Demon's voice sounded again. Lin Moya's eyes now held a faint smile. The maximum range of corpse explosion was 100 meters, 50 meters was the middle distance. It was both safe and sufficient. Xiaoshui came to Lin Moya's side. She knew Lin Moya must have his own thoughts, so she didn't ask much. Why did you stop? Why aren't you advancing? Feng Xiu, Zhuomei and others also rushed over, looking puzzled. This is far enough. Lin Moya said softly, pointing forward. Whoosh! All the skeleton warriors appeared simultaneously. A full 100 skeleton warriors, like an army. So many. He actually has so many summons. This career looks so powerful. After the skeleton warriors appeared, they charged towards the feline beastman warriors like lightning. Such fast speed. Zhuomei's eyes suddenly narrowed. As an infiltrator, she excelled in agility attributes, with very fast burst speed, but now she found her speed was far inferior to the skeleton warriors. Oh, so many summons. And they're undead summons. Those bones can be fed to watchdogs when taken back. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton warriors had reached the feline beastman. Skill. At Lin Moya's mental command, the skeleton warriors' blades simultaneously emitted dazzling red light. Over a dozen skeleton warriors used skills on a single feline beastman at the same time. Streaks of red light fell, and the feline beastman was immediately heavily wounded. The skeleton warriors' attack power was unexpectedly strong. The feline beastman, contaminated by abyss power, had become extremely powerful. Yet they still didn't die under these attacks. Their huge battle blades fell on the skeleton warriors. Lin Moya could sense the skeleton warriors were all injured, but the injuries weren't severe. From the damage the skeleton warriors took, he roughly judged the opponent's attributes. Strength should be around 3,000. Constitution should exceed 3,500. The higher the constitution, the better. After using their skills, the skeleton warriors continued attacking the feline beastman without pause. Over a dozen skeleton warriors ignored attacks, focusing all their efforts on one feline beastman. A few seconds later, that feline beastman fell with a miserable cry. Killed level 19 feline beastman warrior, experience plus 8,000. There was indeed experience. Lin Moya found his judgment was correct. The experience was a bit low, but some was better than none. Light glowed in his palm. Boom! The sudden explosion startled them. Then they saw an unbelievable sight. The seemingly powerful feline beastman warriors were falling like wheat. Boom! Boom! Explosions came one after another, each taking out over a dozen feline beastmen. After more than 10 earth-shattering explosions, all the feline beastmen were dead. Lin Moya checked his experience. He was just a bit short of leveling up. They're all dead. No way, was it that simple? What skill is this? The power is too great. The damage caused by corpse explosion was calculated based on the corpse's life force. The stronger the corpse's life force, the more powerful the explosion. So for Lin Moya, as long as he could create the first corpse, enemies of the same type were doomed. Everyone was stunned. They trembled with excitement. We're saved, we're saved. This brother is too strong, Necromancer, this career is too powerful. I dare say this brother will become a god-level talent in the future. Wang Zihao muttered, how can it be so powerful? How is it possible to be so powerful? His career is too strong. Why didn't I awaken this career? It's unfair. No one paid attention to his words. Everyone was still in shock, unable to come to their senses for a moment. This scene was too fantastical, hard to believe. What happened exceeded everyone's understanding. Not only did the examines not believe it, even the Abyss Demon didn't believe it. The Abyss Demon's voice sounded again, impossible, this is impossible. You've angered this Demon King, this Demon King will kill you, will eat your flesh. With a scream, the blood-red moonlight suddenly burst into brilliant radiance. Another batch of monsters appeared from all directions. This time, the monsters were spread out, charging towards the various career professionals as soon as they appeared. Their targets were the career professionals. The career professionals immediately panicked and began to flee. Fortunately, the conquest space was large enough, giving them plenty of room to maneuver. Now, what will you do? You'll all die, all of you. The Abyss Demon's voice was much weaker than before. The abyss power that could enter the conquest space was limited, using some meant less remained. Lin Moyo looked up at the red moon. There was a black shadow on the red moon. So that's where you are. He calculated the distance, about 200 meters. Lin Moyo gave a mental command. Several skeletons suddenly lifted a feline beastman corpse and threw it forcefully towards the red moon. Then a skeleton hugged Lin Moyo, and another skeleton warrior threw them up. The feline beastman corpse flew towards the red moon like an arrow, with Lin Moya close behind. "You, what are you doing? You madman!" The abyss demon suddenly panicked, its voice starting to tremble. Lin Moya didn't speak, just stared coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. As the feline beastman corpse approached the black shadow on the red moon, Lin Moya detonated it. With a thunderous boom, the abyss demon let out a miserable scream. The black shadow was hit by the explosion but didn't die. "This king will kill you, kill you." The voice became extremely weak, screaming frantically. Still not dead. Lin Moya's palm glowed again. Soul fire. Ignoring defense, directly damaging the soul. A flame appeared above the black shadow, and it screamed again. "What skill is this? How can it burn the soul? What career are you? Such a career cannot possibly exist, it's impossible." Lin Moya didn't say a word. As he fell, he timely added another soul fire. Although the black shadow was still screaming, it had become extremely weak. Chapter 55. Chapter 55, 55. Chapter 55, Skill Upgrade. This king will remember you. Outside the Trial Tower's main body in Summer Capital City, Meng Yanwen, the master of the Trial Tower, was working hard to repair the rules of the conquest space. Several people looked at the Trial Tower with worried expressions. The longer it took, the more danger the examines inside the conquest space were in. Suddenly Meng Yanwen let out a soft exclamation. Bai Yaiwan asked solemnly, "What's wrong?" Meng Yanwen said, "The interference from the abyss power has greatly weakened." Bai Yaiwan's face instantly turned very ugly. Could all the examines inside be dead? Meng Yanwen carefully sensed for a moment. "No, I can feel many life auras inside, they're human auras. The abyss demon's consciousness aura has become very weak, it's injured." The abyss demon's consciousness entered the conquest space, using abyss power to disrupt the conquest space rules. This indirectly sealed off the conquest space. In that situation, who could hurt it? Those level 15, 16 examines? Bai Yaiwan didn't believe it at all. In his imagination, the conquest space was very large. If the examines could use it well, they might be able to hold out for an hour until rescue arrived. But to counterattack and kill the enemy was impossible. Even if it was just a consciousness, it was still impossible. In the conquest space, large numbers of feline beastmen abandoned their targets and began charging towards Lin Moyo. The black shadow on the blood moon roared. "I will kill you. I will eat your flesh and drink your blood." It now saw Lin Moyo as a thorn in its side. It even forgot its mission today, losing rationality, only wanting to kill Lin Moyo. Large numbers of abyss-contaminated feline beastmen charged towards Lin Moyo. The skeleton warriors quickly formed battle lines to block them. The skeleton warriors' attributes were extremely high, with all 4 attributes at 5,000, far exceeding those of the same level. Even contaminated by abyss power and reaching enhanced elite monster level, they were still far inferior to the skeleton warriors. Moreover, Lin Moya commanded the skeleton warriors to focus attacks. Over a dozen skeleton warriors surrounded and killed one target at a time. In just a few seconds, more feline beastman warriors were killed. Boom! The explosions started again. Corpse explosion was truly a godly skill, and Lin Moya used it again and again. Suddenly, Lin Moya noticed a change in the corpse explosion skill. Corpse explosion, level 2, detonate corpse, dealing 15% of corpse's life value as damage to enemies within 2-meter range. Corpse explosion, which hadn't changed since he acquired it, had now upgraded. The range increased from 1 meter to 2 meters, and damage increased from 10% to 15% of the corpse's life value. The change seemed small, but combined with the full enhancement talent, 40-meter range, 300% of corpse's life value as damage. With just one level increase, the skill had actually undergone a massive change. It seems repeatedly using skills and becoming proficient can increase skill levels. Apart from innate talent skills from career transition, do skills obtained later through skill scrolls also need to be upgraded this way? This is very similar to life skills and support skills. With continuous explosions and increased range, corpse explosion became even more useful. In the blink of an eye, there were no more standing feline beastmen around Lin Moyo. Even the black shadow on the blood moon fell silent. Lin Moya's lips curved into a smile. He was glowing. His whole body was enveloped in a faint white light. He had leveled up. Lin Moya's level up attracted many people's attention. They realized that killing these abyss-contaminated monsters gave experience. He's actually using these monsters to level up. That means he can solo nightmare difficulty dungeons. This guy is too amazing. Lin Moyo, which province's genius is he? Luckily we have him, or we'd be dead for sure. Many people spoke in low voices, with admiration in their eyes as they looked at Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo looked up, the blood moon and black shadow were still there. Looks like it can't leave. With a thought, this time 5 feline beastmen corpses were thrown up. Then, a skeleton warrior hugged Lin Moyo and leaped up again. The black shadow and the blood moon seemed to realize its doom was approaching. Surprisingly, it didn't shout or scream, but let out a cold laugh instead. "Your name is Lin Moyo. This king will remember you. When you come to the abyss, this king will give you a warm welcome." Lin Moya smiled faintly without speaking. The corpses flew towards the blood moon. Corpse explosion. With a violent explosion, the black shadow let out a final scream before being destroyed. The blood moon shattered like glass and dissipated in the air. The conquest space returned to normal. Outside the trial tower, Meng Yanwen showed surprise again. The abyss consciousness has been eliminated. The conquest space has returned to normal. The children are safe and sound, no casualties. Bai Yaiwan also showed an expression of disbelief. The development of events was completely different from what he had imagined. At his level, there were few things that could surprise him anymore. Can you review what happened? Bai Yaiwan wanted to know exactly what happened in the conquest space. Meng Yanwen said, yes, we can. Bai Yaiwan said solemnly, there's no rush. First send the children back, just in case. All right. In the conquest space, as the blood moon dissipated, the ground was returning to normal. Xia Shui asked softly, Lin Dummy, is it over? She was still shaken, her face slightly pale. What just happened was too frightening. If not for Lin Moyo, she probably would have died. Lin Moyo nodded, it's over. Though not words of comfort, this answer was enough to reassure Xia Shui. In the conquest space, the examines were still in shock. Earlier when the feline beastmen were chasing them, they had fled in panic, unable to fight back at all. Luckily there was Lin Moyo. The white god's voice sounded again. Examines, the abyss power has disappeared, and the conquest space has returned to normal. You will be sent back to your original exam venues, and the exam results will be announced shortly. Chapter 56. Chapter 56, 56. Chapter 56, No Suspense, Provincial Top Scholar. Lin Moyo appeared at the entrance of the trial tower. Xia Shui, Zhuimei, Wang Zihao, and Feng Xiu also appeared. The trial tower entrance was already closed. The combat class exam has ended. All examines please rest in place and wait for the final score evaluation. The examiner's voice echoed throughout the venue. No one left. The final results would be announced quickly after the exam ended, as was the case every year. The examines waited eagerly. For combat class professionals, the results consisted of 2 parts. 1. Points. 2. Evaluation. Some top higher education institutions had requirements not only for career, level, and points, but also for evaluation. The higher ranked the institution, the higher the requirements. For example, summer capital universities' requirements for combat classes were basically level 15 or above, over 10,000 points, and at least an excellent evaluation. Other institutions ranked in the top 20 might be slightly more lenient on level and points, but still required an excellent evaluation. For top institutions, the evaluation was very important. If aiming for ordinary higher education institutions, the evaluation wasn't as crucial. Meeting the points requirement was sufficient. For examines who didn't enter the conquest space, evaluations were given by provincial examiners. For those who entered the conquest space, evaluations were given by the Divine Summer Empire's upper echelons. For the Divine Summer Empire, examines who could enter the conquest space were all geniuses requiring further attention. In Summer Capital City, Meng Yanwen, Bai Yaiwan and other top experts of the Divine Summer Empire were reviewing what happened in the conquest space. They observed all the performances of Lin Moyo and other examines from the moment they entered the conquest space. This year was special. Due to the Abyss Power invasion, the conquest space experienced a major incident. They paid extra attention to this. In the review, Lin Moyo entered their vision. So it was he who turned the tide. Impressive. Necromancer, I've heard of this career before. It's a brand new career that appeared in Jiangning Province, West Sea City, First High School. That's right, I originally planned to pay special attention to him in this exam. Didn't expect him to be so strong. Not only is his career powerful, he must have awakened a talent, and a very powerful one at that. His career has completely surpassed others of the same level. This child's mentality is excellent. Calm, decisive in killing, strong career. This child already has the conditions to become a top expert. Praise after praise fell on Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo's performance was too eye-catching. When they were worried about casualties, it was Lin Moyo alone who turned the tide. He single-handedly destroyed the Abyss's plan. Compared to Lin Moyo, others paled in comparison. There were hardly any highlights to be found. Only a dozen or so people could be said to have shown commendable courage. It's a bit difficult to give evaluations this year. What's difficult about it? Those who ran away are all cowards. Such people would only be deserters on the battlefield in the future, can't be relied upon. We can't say that. After all, they're only teenagers. Lin Moyo is definitely excellent, let's discuss the others together. The top experts were deciding the futures of the examines. In previous years, all these examines would be considered outstanding talents. The top scholars of each province were rare geniuses. But this year, due to Lin Moyo's existence, the performance of these people seemed somewhat inadequate. Comparisons are odious. Lin Moyo was like a dazzling star, completely overshadowing the existence of others. After eager anticipation, the final results were finally announced. A huge light screen flickered in the air. 1. Lin Moyo, points, 34,605, evaluation, excellent. Lin Moyo's name was clearly ranked first. Wow! The whole venue was in an uproar. Principal Lu jumped up, his old face so excited he almost had a brain hemorrhage. First place, top scholar, top scholar. Principal Lu's fingers trembled with excitement. His student had won the provincial top scholar title of Jiangning Province. For Principal Lu, this was a great honor. Old Lu, congratulations. Old Lu has really made it big this time. A provincial top scholar is enough to brag about for 10 years. Not just 10, even 20 years is enough. First there was Su Qianxing, then Lin Mohan last year, and now a provincial top scholar this year. West Sea First High has truly made a name for itself now. Xia Shui smiled and congratulated Lin Moyo. Lin Dummy, you really got the provincial top scholar. At this moment, Xia Shui's eye showed no resentment, and for once she didn't try to compete with Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo smiled slightly, thank you. When the 5th round of tests began, Lin Moyo already knew the provincial top scholar title would be his. The result was indeed as expected. When the results were announced, he still felt a little excited in his heart. Xia Shui looked at Lin Moyu in surprise. You can actually smile. You look quite good when you smile, why don't you ever smile usually? She looked as if she had discovered a new continent. The second place results also came out. 2. Xia Shui, points, 7,600, evaluation, excellent. With Lin Moyu in first place, Xia Shui's results didn't cause much of a stir. Xia Shui was also evaluated as excellent. Principal Lu got excited again. The principals around him all cast envious glances. Not only was the top scholar Principal Lu's student, but the second place was also his. This was too enviable and jealousy-inducing. 3. Fengxiu, points, 6,700, evaluation, excellent. 4. Zhuomei, points, 6,325, evaluation, excellent. 5. Wang Zihao, points, 6,300, evaluation, poor. Wang Zihao's face changed drastically. His evaluation was actually poor. With this evaluation, he had no chance of entering Summer Capital University. Not just Summer Capital University, even the top 20 higher education institutions in the Divine Summer Empire wouldn't want him. Why? On what grounds did you give me poor? This is unfair, you're being unfair. Wang Zihao finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily. Suddenly a beam of light fell on Wang Zihao, and he instantly disappeared. Wang Zihao violated exam rules, expelled. Chapter 57. Chapter 57, 57. Chapter 57, Imperial Top Scholar, White God Visits. A poor evaluation in the trial cut off Wang Zihao's chances of entering a top higher education institution. Now being expelled, not even institutions ranked in the top 100 would accept him, let alone top ones. Even with family connections or the dynasty guild's influence, they couldn't contend with higher education institutions. Wang Zihao's future was predictable. The best outcome would be attending an ordinary higher education institution. Rankings were announced one by one. Apart from Lin Moyu and Xia Shui, West Sea City First High School's overall results were decent. Gaoyan ranked 61st, considered average. Others were slightly worse, but could still enter institutions. After results were announced, the examiner's voice sounded again. For combat careers, this year's Jiangning Province top scholar is Lin Moyu. The examiner solemnly announced Lin Moyu as the provincial top scholar, causing another commotion. Thunderous applause followed. Everyone congratulated Lin Moyu. Becoming a provincial top scholar was no easy feat. Moreover, Lin Moyu's score crushed others to take first place. Of the 5 who entered the conquest space, the other 4's scores combined didn't match his alone. The advantage was too obvious. Amidst the applause, the examiner spoke again. The Empire has issued an order. Lin Moyu is this year's national top scholar for the big exam. Wow! Principal Lu jumped up again, flames bursting from his head. He was too excited to the point of his head catching fire. National top scholar. Moyu is the national top scholar. Is this real? Did I hear wrong? For a moment he couldn't speak clearly, not believing his own ears. Old Lu, are you alright? Don't get too excited, take care of your health. It's true, Lin Moyu really is the national top scholar. You didn't hear wrong, now you can brag for a lifetime. Your first high can change its name to Top Scholar High School now. Producing a national top scholar, you really struck gold. They were both envious and jealous. The flames on Principal Lu's head wouldn't extinguish, like his excited, surging emotions. Outside the trial tower, applause exploded like thunder. A national top scholar. Our Jiangning province produced a national top scholar. Heavens, how many years has it been since our Jiangning province had a national top scholar? Lin Moyu is too amazing, actually becoming the national top scholar. Lin Moyu remained calm and composed. When he got provincial top scholar, he had realized national top scholar might fall to him too. Sure enough. Xia Shui asked curiously, you've become the national top scholar, aren't you happy? I am happy, Lin Moyu said calmly. Xia Shui pouted, you don't even know to smile when you're happy. Lin Moyu remained calm, I smiled, in my heart. A dummy is still a dummy. Xia Shui snorted, but still, congratulations, top scholar Lin. Zhuomei and Fengxiu came together. Lin Moyu, congratulations. Zhuomei was petite, her voice slightly cold. Her demeanor fit her career very well. Fengxiu extended his hand, thank you this time. If not for you, we'd have been in big trouble. Zhuomei also thanked him. Lin Moyu shook his hand, it was the right thing to do. Fengxiu asked, you're aiming for Summer Capital University, right? Lin Moyu nodded. Great, see you at Summer Capital University then. I'll treat you to a meal when we get there. Lin Moyu responded faintly. Lin Moyu was too cold, even colder than Zhuomei. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Xia Shui quickly smiled and said, this guy doesn't like talking. I've been his classmate for 3 years, and all our conversations combined don't exceed 10 sentences. Lin Moyu shook his head, 16 sentences. Pfft. Fengxiu and Zhuomei couldn't help laughing. This Lin Moyu guy seemed quite interesting, apart from not liking to talk. The big exam ended, and they teleported back to school. Principal Lu didn't return with them. The support class exam was still ongoing, he had to stay with them. Lin Moyu returned home to rest well. He could register tomorrow. His goal was Summer Capital University. As the national top scholar, he would certainly get in. If even he couldn't get in, no one else could hope to. He silently summoned 4 skeleton warriors, then recalled them to his summoning space. There were now 104 skeleton warriors in his summoning space. Earlier in the conquest space, the skeleton warriors were injured to varying degrees fighting the feline beastman warriors. In the summoning space, their injuries recovered rapidly. Knock knock knock. The knocking pulled Lin Moyo out of his meditation state. The flames on Principal Lu's head had finally extinguished, but the excitement on his face hadn't faded. This over 60-year-old man had never been as excited as today. Why have you come? It was already late at night. In the quiet of night, Principal Lu's sudden visit must mean something. Not just Principal Lu came, but also someone Lin Moyo didn't recognize. When Lin Moyo saw this person, his whole body's hair stood on end. The newcomer carried a terrifying aura, making it difficult for him to breathe. It seemed he might suffocate at any moment. Lin Moyo didn't sit idly by. Skeleton warriors instantly appeared in front of him, protecting him. Very good reaction. Lin Moyo couldn't see the other's face clearly, but he recognized the voice. His tense spirit immediately relaxed. Lin Moyo respectfully bowed to the visitor. Greetings, Lord White God. Bai Yaiwan retracted his aura, revealing himself from the darkness. How did you know it was me? Lin Moyo also recalled his skeleton warriors. I recognized your voice. He. Bai Yaiwan laughed, satisfied with Lin Moyo's answer. He had seen Lin Moyo in the Conquest Space Review. Now face to face, Bai Yaiwan was even more satisfied with him. Lin Moyo was calm and composed. His instinctive reactions all earned full marks. Very good, very good. I've come this time to discuss Summer Capital University matters with you. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Top Scholar Rewards. Invitation to participate in trial. Unexpectedly, the White God came in person. Lin Moyo poured water for the two visitors. Plain boiled water. Principal Lu explained, please don't mind, Lord. Moya's sister went to Summer Capital University last year. He lives alone otherwise. Bai Yaiwan's gaze swept through the room. The furnishings were very simple. Many places were a bit worn. One could imagine the living environment was not affluent, even poor. For such a family to produce a genius like Lin Moyo was quite remarkable. The White God smiled. Lin Moyo's sister is also at Summer Capital University. Principal Lu immediately replied, Lin Mohan, she entered Summer Capital University last year. Bai Yaiwan's status was too high to know Lin Mohan, but today he made a mental note about Lin Mohan, to learn more about her if there's a chance. For both siblings to enter Summer Capital University is truly commendable. Bai Yaiwan praised, looking at Lin Moyo. On the way here, he had heard Principal Lu introduce Lin Moyo, knowing Lin Moyo spoke little, quiet and reserved. Now seeing it firsthand, it was indeed so. He thought, perhaps it was this personality that gave him calmness beyond his peers. Can you summon your creatures for me to see? Lin Moyo naturally wouldn't and didn't dare refuse Bai Yaiwan's request. Skeleton warriors silently appeared in the room. Bai Yaiwan looked and said curiously, 250 in all 4 attributes, seems quite ordinary. How did you manage in the conquest space? At Bai Yaiwan's level, he no longer needed to deliberately use detection. Many skills had been integrated into his very being. Hearing Bai Yaiwan's words, Lin Moyo suddenly understood something. His talent boost couldn't be seen by others. Others only saw the skeleton warrior's base attributes. But the skeleton warrior's final effectiveness came from the attributes after his talent boost. Bai Yaiwan continued asking, what talent did you awaken? Principal Lu looked surprised. Moyo, you really awakened a talent. Lin Moyo said softly, my talent is enhancement, enhancing all skills. Bai Yaiwan showed an as expected expression. Indeed, it was evident from your performance in the conquest space. Bai Yaiwan didn't pursue the topic further. Instead, he changed the subject. I have 2 matters for my visit. First is to give you rewards. Originally these rewards were to be given after you came to the university, but since I'm here, I'll bring them along. Second is to take you to the university. There will be a trial the day after tomorrow. I hope you can participate. Bai Yaiwan stated his purpose directly. Lin Moyo asked, what kind of trial is it? Bai Yaiwan said, it's an internal trial of our Summer Capital University. Participants are all internal students of our university. Specific information can only be told after you agree to participate. Lin Moyo sensed something unusual. First, saying he hoped Lin Moyo could participate meant this trial wasn't mandatory. The decision to participate was up to him. Second was about the trial participants. The participants were internal members of Summer Capital University. He knew little about Summer Capital University, not understanding the meaning of internal members. Plus the secrecy about the trial content indicated it was not ordinary. Lin Moyo pondered the meaning of the White God's words. Caution was a state that must be maintained at all times. For anything, always be cautious and analyze calmly. Bai Yaiwan showed a satisfied smile. You're very cautious, that's very good. I can't reveal too much about the trial content, but I can tell you this opportunity is rare. Originally you weren't qualified to participate, I personally gave you this chance. After hearing the White God's words, Lin Moyo immediately decided, I'll participate. With Bai Yaiwan saying so, if he didn't participate, it would be disrespectful to Bai Yaiwan. Lin Moyo wasn't a fool, he wouldn't do something to offend people like that. In that case, let me give you the rewards first. As the national top scholar, you have quite a few rewards. A flash of light appeared in Bai Yaiwan's hand, revealing several items. Lin Moyo's eyes narrowed, he recognized one item, a skill scroll. The first reward is your 100,000 points. This is the point reward for National Top Scholar, separate from the points you earned in the big exam. Lin Moyo earned 34,605 points in the big exam, plus an extra 100,000 points for National Top Scholar. This gave Lin Moyo over 130,000 points directly. This was quite a lot of points. Many senior students at Summer Capital University might not have as much. Bai Yaiwan handed a card to Lin Moyo. All your points are in here. You've probably heard that points are more useful than gold coins at Summer Capital University. It's indeed true. You'll understand the specifics when you get to Summer Capital University. The second reward is also for your national top scholar title. 1 junior skill scroll and 1 intermediate skill scroll. The third reward is an extra based on your performance in the conquest space. 1 entry qualification for the Divine Summer Tower. Regarding specific information about the Divine Summer Tower, you'll naturally know when you get to Summer Capital University, so I won't say more. But I can tell you, the entry qualification for the Divine Summer Tower is very precious, especially the first time. Make full preparations before going. With Bai Yaiwan emphasizing this, it must be very important. I understand. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Arriving at Summer Capital University, a different atmosphere. Lin Moyo packed up simply. A talisman flew out, transforming into a teleportation array. Lin Moyo and Bai Yaiwan stepped into the array, departing in a brilliant light. As the last bit of light disappeared, the small house was once again enveloped in darkness. Principal Lu sighed, silently leaving and closing the door. The late-night streets were very quiet. No one could know that this seemingly dilapidated small house had produced 2 Summer Capital University students in 2 consecutive years. One of them was even the national top scholar. Principal Lu's eyes held hope as he looked towards the direction of the capital. Good luck, child. His words were full of kindness and hope. Lin Moyo felt like he had been teleporting for a long time, unlike the morning's teleportation stone which arrived in an instant. The Divine Summer Empire's territory was vast, one of the few major powers in the human realm. Summer Capital University was thousands of kilometers away from West Sea City. Even teleportation took some time. Fragments of light flashed before his eyes. Countless strange scenes could be seen, all fragments, bizarre and colorful. Lin Moyo felt top-heavy, as if time and space were chaotic at this moment. Very uncomfortable. But he didn't show any reaction, only his face turned slightly pale. After about 10 seconds, his feet touched the ground again. All discomfort vanished instantly. Very good endurance. Bai Yaiwan's evaluation of Lin Moyo improved further in his mind. The late-night capital was qualitatively different from West Sea City. As the capital of the Divine Summer Empire, even late at night, it was still brightly lit. Moonlight became secondary. Summer Capital University. A huge gate, tens of meters high and over 100 meters wide, came into view. Magnificent, exquisite, solid, powerful. This was Lin Moyo's first impression. In an instant, he felt his own insignificance. Just one gate had such an imposing presence, shocking him. Lin Moyo even sensed danger from it. Deadly danger. Bai Yaiwan said, this gate is both an entrance and a weapon. Even top experts would pay a price trying to break in. He patted Lin Moyo's shoulder, let's go. As they approached, Lin Moyo felt an aura fall on him. It was somewhat like detection, but not quite the same. His identity was verified, and the gate opened silently. Summer Capital University at night wasn't as quiet as imagined. Walking through the university, Lin Moyo could feel waves of energy fluctuations. The energy fluctuations came from various locations in the university. That's students practicing skills, Bai Yaiwan explained casually. Though he seemed stern, he showed great patience towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo asked, do all skills need practice? Bai Yaiwan explained, except for innate career skills and some special skills. Most skills need to be improved through practice. This answer matched Lin Moyo's own guess. Skills needed constant practice and used to become powerful. Lin Moyo asked a second question, is just using them enough? Bai Yaiwan smiled, hard to say, every skill is different. Some skills won't improve just by practice. You'll understand this knowledge after you formally enroll. The teachers will teach in detail. Skill knowledge was a complete systematic subject, not something that could be explained in a few words. Lin Moyo understood this point. Bai Yaiwan had already explained clearly, so he didn't ask further. The energy fluctuations never stopped. Wave after wave, continuously. Light occasionally illuminated the night sky. They're all working hard, Lin Moyo thought to himself. Just this first impression left a deep impact on Lin Moyo about Summer Capital University. The students here were all very diligent, practicing skills late into the night. Thinking of his own skills, they didn't seem very convenient to practice. Summer Capital University was unexpectedly large. They walked for a long time before reaching their destination. This is the residential area. You'll stay here tonight, someone will explain the specific rules to you. Remember one thing, in Summer Capital University, most things can be traded. But it must be based on mutual agreement, no forced buying or selling. Someone was already waiting, and quickly ran over upon seeing Bai Yaiwan. Greetings, Lord White God. The person bowed respectfully to Bai Yaiwan. The White God held an extremely high status in the Divine Summer Empire, respected by countless people. Though Lin Moyo didn't say much, he also respected Bai Yaiwan in his heart. Bai Yaiwan nodded, I'll leave him to you, I'm leaving now. Rest well, someone will come for you tomorrow. Bai Yaiwan was very busy, he couldn't handle everything personally. Coming to pick up Lin Moyo himself was already a great honor. How many in the entire Divine Summer Empire could enjoy such treatment? Lin Moyo's expression remained calm, his tone equally flat, all right. Just this simple word startled the person beside them. Who would dare speak so coldly to Baiyuan? He had never seen such a thing. Unexpectedly, Baiyuan just nodded, then turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. Lin Moyo was brought by Baiyuan, so the person didn't dare neglect him. He asked politely, "You're Lin Moyo, right?" Lin Moyo nodded, "Yes." His tone still flat. The person felt uncomfortable, thinking Lin Moyo was too cold, but he didn't dare say much. "Where would you like to stay? We have several options here." Summer Capital University was not only large in campus size, but the residential area was also vast. There were multiple choices: 4-person, 2-person, single dorms, detached villas, villas with training grounds. Different accommodations had vastly different prices. Chapter 60. Chapter 60, 60. Chapter 60. Points should be spent wisely. Lin Moya truly understood why points were more useful than gold coins. 4-person dorms were the cheapest at 500 points per month. 2-person dorms cost 1,000 points per month. Single dorms cost 2,000 points per month. As for detached houses, they required tens of thousands of points monthly. If you didn't have points, you could pay in gold coins, but that would add 2 more zeros to the price. A 4-person dorm cost 50,000 gold coins per month, while a single dorm cost 200,000 gold coins. This was indeed not cheap. Lin Moyo only had a few hundred gold coins on him. Each point could be exchanged for 100 gold coins, but gold coins couldn't be exchanged for points. If caught doing so, there would be severe punishment. Baiyuan had said most things could be traded in Summer Capital University. Exchanging gold coins for points was one of the few exceptions. Additionally, many resources could only be purchased with points. This made points the most important hard currency in the university. Anywhere gold coins could be used, points definitely wouldn't be used. Points were to be saved whenever possible. Through the detailed explanation, Lin Moyo learned a lot. The person was called Jiang Tao, a student who entered Summer Capital University 2 years ago. He now worked as an administrator in the residential area, managing some minor affairs while earning some points. From his words, it was clear that points were not easy to earn. Perhaps due to Baiyuan's influence, Jiang Tao was especially polite to Lin Moyo. "Lin, I know you just finished the big exam and should have quite a few points. But I still advise you to save points when possible. There will be many places to use points later." Lin Moyo roughly understood he should spend frugally, but he had no gold coins and didn't want to live with others. "I want a single dorm." Jiang Tao looked at Lin Moyo. "Are you sure?" Lin Moyo nodded. Jiang Tao sighed. The rich really are willful. Not knowing to save now, you'll regret it when you realize how hard it is to earn points." He sighed as if speaking from experience. He led Lin Moyo into the residential area, to Building 8, directly to the second floor. Building 8 is all single dorms. On the second floor, except for 206, 208, and 209 which are occupied, the rest are available. Take your pick. Lin Moyo looked down the row and pointed at the nearest one, this one. Room 201. "Give me your ID card, I'll register it." ID cards could only be used by the owner. Even if lost, others couldn't use them. Jiang Tao took out a device, swiped the ID card, and had Lin Moyo confirm with his fingerprint. With a beep, points were deducted. Jiang Tao's eyes widened as he let out a strange cry. "How do you have so many points?" The device displayed Lin Moyo's point balance. After deducting 1,000 points, 133,605 points remained. Over 130,000 points shocked Jiang Tao. Lin Moyo said, "Rewards given." Jiang Tao looked at Lin Moyo like he was seeing a god of wealth. "No wonder you want a single dorm, you have so many points. Since entering the university, I've only earned less than 10,000 points total, not even a fraction of yours. You're really rich. Alright, from now on, room 201 in Building 8 is your dorm. No one can enter without your permission. Until you move out, no one else can rent this room. Rest well, let me know if you need anything." Lin Moyo nodded, then suddenly asked, "Senior, have you heard of Lin Mohan?" Jiang Tao thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Never heard of her." "Your name is Lin Moyo, is Lin Mohan your relative?" "There are too many people in Summer Capital University, it's normal not to have heard of someone. You can ask at the Academic Affairs office tomorrow." Jiang Tao rattled off a lot more, then suddenly said before leaving, "Alright, remember to buy a communication device tomorrow, otherwise it'll be very inconvenient." Closing the dorm door, it finally became quiet. The single dorm wasn't large, simply furnished but clean. Lin Moyo sat on the bed and began meditating to recover his spirit power. Early the next morning, someone knocked on the dorm door. Lin Moyo opened the door, surprise and delight in his eyes. Ning Yi, unseen for days, stood prettily at the door. "What's wrong, don't recognize me?" Lin Moyo smiled slightly. "I do." Ning Yi giggled. "Come on, I'll take you for breakfast, then show you around Summer Capital University." There was a university cafeteria next to the residential area. Many people were having breakfast early in the morning. Ning Yi quickly grabbed a pile of food. Quite a lot. Ning Yi's appetite was as big as ever. When it was time to pay, Lin Moyo took out his ID card. "I'll pay." Ning Yi giggled and didn't stop him. With a beep, 5 points were deducted. Ning Yi exclaimed in surprise, "You're actually using points to pay? You can use gold coins here. Anywhere you can use gold coins, you definitely shouldn't use points." Lin Moyo said softly, "I don't have gold coins." Ning Yi slapped her forehead. "You should have said if you don't have gold coins. This young lady has plenty of gold coins. Don't waste points, they're so hard to earn." Lin Moyo smiled, "It's fine. Ning Yi said with relief, it's okay, it's only 5 points. Anyway, remember, anywhere you can use gold coins in the future, never use points. Points should be spent wisely. Lin Moyo humbly accepted the advice. He thought about going to the exchange later to sell the materials and weapons he had recently obtained. At least he could exchange them for some gold coins. Thinking of this, a gem appeared in Lin Moya's palm. Chapter 61. Chapter 61, 61. Chapter 61, Blank Records. Where did sister go? The Goblin King's crystal core was like a perfect ruby, dazzling and alluring. Lin Moyo handed it to Ning Yi, for you. Wow, it's so beautiful. Ning Yi immediately saw this crystal core was special. Holding it brought waves of warmth, dispelling the cold. She cast detection. Is this the Goblin King's crystal core? Ning Yi's eyes shone with surprise and delight. Lin Moya nodded. Ning Yi cradled the ruby-like crystal core, examining it from all angles, her eyes full of admiration. Do you know its value? Lin Moya shook his head, not very sure. He first learned of it at the exchange, where a quest valued it at 100,000 gold coins. Later Wang Yi told him it was worth at least 500,000 gold coins, but Lin Moya felt it might be worth even more. Otherwise the Dynasty Guild's young master wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Though it came from a low-level dungeon, the nightmare difficulty of a low-level dungeon wasn't something just anyone could clear. Ning Yi was in a good mood and said carefully, this is the core item for the Goblin King's ring, a boss accessory worth tens of millions. If traded, it should be worth around 10 million. 10 million. Lin Moya was slightly taken aback, not expecting it to be so valuable. Wang Yi clearly didn't know much either, saying it was worth at least 500,000, off by 2 zeros. The Dynasty Guild was even more dishonest, wanting to acquire it for just 100,000, clearly trying to deceive those who didn't know better. 10 million was indeed very expensive for ordinary people, but for Ning Yi, it shouldn't be much. After all, she could casually give away an intermediate skill scroll also worth millions. Ning Yi really liked the Goblin King's crystal core and accepted it without hesitation. Thanks. Lin Moya smiled slightly. It was good she accepted it. After eating, Ning Yi showed Lin Moya around Summer Capital University. There was an Imperial Exchange and a University Exchange within Summer Capital University. Gold coins could be used for transactions at the Imperial Exchange. The University Exchange was Summer Capital University's own, where only points could be used for transactions. Some items couldn't be purchased at the Imperial Exchange. Besides exchanges, Summer Capital University also had dozens of skill training grounds distributed throughout. Using the skill training grounds wasn't free, it cost points. The Summer Capital Library, said to rival the Imperial Library, contained a vast collection of books and materials. While some books could be viewed for free, accessing more advanced materials also required points. In short, without points one could barely move in the university, only ensuring they wouldn't starve. Through Ning Yi's introduction, Lin Moya began to familiarize himself with the university. At the Academic Affairs Office, Lin Moya completed his final enrollment procedures. Most of his paperwork had already been handled by Bai Yaiwan. Also due to Bai Yaiwan's influence, the staff at the Academic Affairs Office were very polite to Lin Moyo. At the office, Lin Moyo inquired about Lin Mohan's information. After checking, there was indeed an enrollment record for Lin Mohan, but now all information about her was completely blank. Leaving the office, Lin Moya's eyes showed obvious worry. Ning Yi comforted him. Lin Mohan is your family, right? My sister, Lin Moya said softly. He didn't understand why Lin Mohan's records were blank. The enrollment record showed Lin Mohan had indeed entered Summer Capital University. Ning Yi said, actually, blank records are normal. Lin Moya looked over, hoping to get answers from Ning Yi. She may be on a special mission from the university. Some missions require secrecy, during which records can't be accessed. Or she may have left the university not dropping out, but joining one of the university's affiliated academies. The university has several affiliated academies. They seem to belong to the university but are relatively independent. The most famous is the Creation God Academy. There's also the Divine Dragon Academy, Flying Heaven Academy, and others. There are over a dozen such academies. If she joined one, her records would also be blank. So don't worry. Your sister may have just joined one of the academies. Hearing Ning Yi's explanation, Lin Moyo felt somewhat relieved. He had arrived at Summer Capital University, and though he couldn't find Lin Mohan immediately, now that he was here, he would surely find her eventually. He remembered Lin Mohan's last contact was 3 months ago. There had been no news of her in these 3 months. Perhaps she really was on some mission. Alright, don't worry, everything will be fine. Ning Yi smiled warmly, comforting Lin Moyo. Her smile was like sunshine, affecting Lin Moya too. Thank you. Ning Yi giggled, no need to thank me. Come on, let's get to business. Besides showing you around the university today, I'm here on a mission. In half a day, they had only covered the university's public areas. The university was very large, with public areas occupying less than a tenth. There were many academies within the university that outsiders couldn't enter. Hidden Dragon Academy. There were quite a few people inside, seemingly discussing something. Ning Yi brought Lin Moyo in. Ease back. A tall woman saw Ning Yi and immediately came over. Ning Yi giggled, Sister Tao, I brought him. The woman looked at Lin Moyo, is this the one Lord White God mentioned? It's him. Ning Yi naturally pulled Sister Tao over and introduced, Lin Moyo, this year's national top scholar. Sister Tao, our team captain. Sister Tao introduced herself openly, hello, I'm Jiang Dao Tao, level 23, Elf Knight. Lin Moya said softly. Lin Moya, level 17, Necromancer. Chapter 62. Chapter 62, 62. Chapter 62, Dogs bite people, people can't bite dogs. Jiang Daotao's expression didn't change, but the others showed some surprise. Only level 17, you must be joking. Even if we need to bring someone, we can't just pick up any random person. A man holding a staff walked into the courtyard, his voice carrying arrogance and insolence. Ning Yi looked displeased. Ling Jin, watch what you say. Moyu is the national top scholar. Ling Jin sneered. National top scholar? Compared to us, that's nothing. We've seen national top scholars before. They're all trash. He was extremely arrogant, not taking Lin Moyo or the national top scholar title seriously at all. The others in the courtyard also showed proud expressions, as if what Ling Jin said was fact. The national top scholar really wasn't valued by them. Ling Jin, your words stink like farts, Ning Yi retorted directly. Ling Jin snorted coldly, ignoring Ning Yi. He arrogantly raised his head. Your name is Lin Moyo, right? I know Lord White God introduced you. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have connections with Lord White God. In our Hidden Dragon team, we value strength. It's fine to bring you along for this trial, but please keep quiet and don't make a sound. Better not drag us down, or I'll be the first to deal with you. Lin Moyo was speechless, feeling this guy's arrogance was over the top. He had seen arrogant people before. Xia Shui was arrogant enough as the young miss of the Xia family, but not like this guy. Brain dead. Lin Moya suddenly spoke. Ling Jin's face changed. What did you say? His staff immediately burst into red flames, releasing powerful energy waves. Ning Yi stepped in front of Lin Moyo. Ling Jin, you dare. Jiang Daotao also came over to block Ling Jin. Ling Jin, stop. Seeing Jiang Daotao, Ling Jin gradually retracted his aura, the flames on his staff extinguishing. Sister Tao, I'll give you face. He glared fiercely at Lin Moyo before walking aside without another word, but his resentment towards Lin Moyo was obvious. Jiang Daotao turned to Lin Moyo. We leave at 9 a.m. tomorrow, gather here. I can only tell you the specific trial details tomorrow. Lin Moya nodded, understood. Let's go buy some things and prepare. Ning Yi pulled Lin Moyo away. Seeing them leave, Jiang Daotao sighed lightly. Ling Jin, I know you're resentful, but personal grudges can't affect the trial. Plus he was introduced by Lord White God, be careful. Ling Jin said irritably, I know my limits. I'm just annoyed. If we're bringing someone, it should be someone useful. What career is Necromancer? Have you heard of it? Jiang Daotao shook her head. He's the national top scholar. Though that doesn't mean much to us, becoming top scholar must mean he has something special. Someone interjected, Necromancer seems to be a new career that just appeared this year. It's said to be a unique career. Ling Jin still looked disdainful. New careers appear every few years, but most are trash. Ning Yi pulled Lin Moya towards the exchange, saying, don't argue with that guy, he's crazy and not worth it. Lin Moya said softly, dogs bite people, people can't bite dogs. Ha ha. Ning Yi laughed, not expecting Lin Moya to have this side. They arrived at the Imperial Exchange. Lin Moya quickly sold all the items he got from the West Sea Mine dungeon. He didn't choose consignment. He turned in materials for recycling quests at the exchange. He directly sold the weapons and equipment to the exchange. Weapon grades were iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, with legendary and mythic above that. Bronze was just entry level, suitable for level 10 to 20 professionals, not worth much. Each weapon was priced around 10,000 gold coins. After emptying his storage space, Lin Moyo exchanged for 230,000 gold coins. Though not much, it was enough for him to use for a while. Ning Yi said, we're going on the trial tomorrow, you should buy some red and blue potions. The red and blue potions she mentioned were healing and mana potions. Healing potions could treat injuries. Because the liquid was red, professionals called them red potions. Mana potions were similar, named for their blue color, used to restore spirit power. These two potions were the most commonly used consumables by professionals. Junior Life Potion can heal injuries, suitable for below level 20, 1 hour cooldown. Junior Spirit Potion can restore spirit power, suitable for below level 20, 1 hour cooldown. Both potions cost 1,000 gold coins each. Following Ning Yi's advice, Lin Moyo bought 10 of each. He spent 20,000 gold coins. Lin Moyo then used 200,000 gold coins to buy 2 junior skill scrolls. He was left with only 10,000 gold coins. Money really flowed like water. Then they went to the university exchange and used 100 points to buy a communication device. The device looked like a watch, convenient to wear on the wrist, a necessity for every student. They added each other as friends, so they could call anytime. Ning Yi waved her small hand, revealing snow-white skin. Now I can bother you anytime. Lin Moyo looked at the butterfly like Ning Yi, also showing a faint smile. Chapter 63. Chapter 63, 63. Chapter 63, New Skill, Curse System. According to Ning Yi, originally there was supposed to be another participant in this trial, Ling Jin's brother. But because of the White God's intervention, Lin Moya took his spot. That's why Ling Jin was so hostile towards him. Ning Yi didn't know the specific details of the trial, but she knew it was very important, and had specific level requirements. Not too high, not too low. Everything would be revealed tomorrow. Lin Moya didn't take Ling Jin seriously. In his eyes, Ling Jin was just a clown, not worth mentioning. He wasn't arrogant, but confident. He was confident he wouldn't be weaker than any career professional below level 30. The small dorm room was bright as day. A junior skill scroll was activated. A ball of light enveloped Lin Moyo. Minutes later, the light disappeared. Lin Moyo sighed. He hadn't learned a new skill. Using a skill scroll didn't guarantee learning a skill 100% of the time. Even if a skill was learned, it might not be new, but one already known. In any case, he didn't learn a new skill. This was normal. As more skills were mastered, the number of skill scrolls needed to learn new skills would increase greatly. Junior skill scrolls only cost 100,000 gold coins each, not expensive. Even using 100 would only be 10 million. But intermediate skill scrolls cost 10 million each. Using many would be very costly. Lin Moyo had 2 junior skill scrolls. After one failed, he used the second. The light ball appeared again, enveloping him. Gradually, Lin Moyo felt his body heat up, a strange energy emerging from within. He had experienced this feeling before. He felt a bit excited. A new skill. This scroll wasn't wasted. Obtain skill, Slow Curse. Slow Curse, level 1 curse enemies within 5 meters, reducing their speed by 5% for 1 minute. Through his talent amplification, the curse range increased from 5 meters to 100 meters, a 20-fold increase. The slowing effect also increased 20 times, able to reduce the target's speed by a full 100%, including attack and movement speed. This effectively reduced the enemy's attack power by over half. And it lasted for 20 minutes. A godly skill, another godly skill. Lin Moyo studied the Slow Curse. My skills can be categorized into summoning, attack, and curse systems. I wonder if there will be other systems. Curse system skills greatly weaken enemies, not only greatly increasing safety, but also indirectly increasing my own attack power. Whichever system, they're all very powerful. After studying the skill, he used spirit power to summon 4 skeleton warriors, then drank a junior spirit potion. His spirit power began recovering rapidly. The potion's effect lasted until 100 spirit power was restored after 10 minutes. Knowing the potion's effect, Lin Moyo began meditating. 100 spirit power, with a 1-hour cooldown between potions. For his 1000 spirit power, that was only 1/10. Relying solely on potions would take 10 hours to fully recover. Overall, it wasn't much faster than meditation. Lin Moyo calculated that using meditation with potions didn't improve efficiency much. Repeatedly interrupting meditation to drink potions would greatly affect meditation quality. Not only troublesome, but counterproductive. The communication device played a pleasant tune, pulling Lin Moyo out of meditation. Ning Yi had set the ringtone. She was the only contact in Lin Moyo's device. Wake up, the sun's shining on your butt. As soon as he answered, Ning Yi's mischievous voice came through. I'm downstairs, come down quick for breakfast. We're leaving right after. Okay. Ning Yi had bought a lot of food. We don't know how long this will take, need to prepare extra food. Otherwise, like last time, this young lady almost starved to death. Good thing we had your sweet potatoes. Lin Moyo chuckled. She had buns but didn't eat them, insisting on sweet potatoes instead. Lin Moyo silently followed behind, paying the bill. He spent 10,000 gold coins on enough food for 2 people for a month. Fortunately, their storage space was large enough to hold it all. Expenses at Summer Capital University were truly high, money flowed like water. 10,000 gold coins would have fed Lin Moyo for several years in West Sea City. Jiang Daotao and the others were already waiting at Hidden Dragon Academy. Not just them, but many others in the academy had formed teams. Ning Yi pulled Lin Moyo over. Jiang Daotao checked the time and said seriously, don't wander off after we teleport. She clearly had experience, not her first trial. Ling Jin glared at Lin Moyo with disgust. Kid, don't drag us down. Ning Yi snorted coldly, you better not drag us down. Jiang Daotao had a headache. Whatever conflicts or thoughts you have, save them for after the trial. You should all understand the importance of this trial. Now everyone introduce your careers. As team leader, she had to unite the team now. Even if only superficially united, it had to be done. Otherwise they might as well give up on the trial. Duan Gao, level 20, Prophet. Miao Yu, level 20, Elven Elder. Prophet and Elven Elder were both support careers, and rare ones at that. Prophets mainly enhanced various states. A high-level prophet with a full skill set could at least double a team's combat power. Elven Elders were healer-type careers, specializing in healing and simple monster control. Under Jiang Daotao's gaze, Ling Jin reluctantly said, Ling Jin, level 21, Warlock. Like elemental mages, warlocks were also mage-type careers and rare careers. Their skills overlapped in some areas but differed in others. Ning Yi, level 19, Shadow Assassin. Lin Moyo, level 17, Necromancer. Jiang Daotao, level 23, Elven Knight. Jiang Daotao's gaze swept over everyone. I'll say it again, we must unite for this trial. Anyone who dares drag us down during the trial, don't blame me for being harsh. Jiang Daotao's expression was serious. Even Ling Jin perked up his ears. Ning Yi smiled, don't worry, Sister Tao. We definitely won't affect the trial. Suddenly a huge teleportation array appeared in the air. Hidden Dragon Academy, begin trial teleportation. Chapter 64. Chapter 64, 64. Chapter 64, Trial Mission, Mermaid's Tear. A giant tower shadow appeared in the sky. The tower stretched from heaven to earth. It's the Divine Summer Tower. Ning Yi said softly. Lin Moyo was also shocked. He hadn't seen the Divine Summer Tower since entering Summer Capital University. He didn't expect it to suddenly appear in the sky. The tower's peak shot out brilliant light, enveloping Hidden Dragon Academy. The academy students were simultaneously teleported to the trial location. The teleportation lasted over 10 seconds, indicating the trial site was very far from the university. The sound of ocean waves reached their ears. Coming from West Sea City near the coast, Lin Moya was too familiar with the sound of waves to mistake it. The trial site was by the sea. Their feet touched the ground again. Vision quickly recovered as dazzling sunlight shone down. Lin Moya felt like he was back at the beach in West Sea City. Ningyi's face was pale, her small hand tightly gripping Lin Moya's arm. Pouting unhappily, she said, "My head is spinning. Long-distance teleportation is really uncomfortable." Jiang Daotao said, "You'll get used to it after a few times. Everyone's like this at first." She looked at Lin Moya with slight surprise, as he showed no signs of discomfort. Could it be he often uses teleportation arrays? She wondered, her disdain for him lessening somewhat. Lin Moya observed their surroundings. They were on an island. The coastline was not far behind them. They stood on a sandy beach. Waves rolled in one after another. A light barrier appeared not far ahead. The barrier almost covered the entire island. They were outside the barrier. Through it, many monsters could be seen inside the island. A glowing stone floated in front of each person. "It's a mission stone," said Jiang Daotao, immediately grabbing hers. Lin Moya also took hold of his mission stone. The moment he touched it, he understood their trial mission. The island was called Mermaid Island. It was filled with many sea creature monsters. At the center of the island was a dungeon, the Mermaid's Tier dungeon. Their trial mission was to enter Mermaid Island, fight to the center, enter the Mermaid dungeon, kill the final boss, and obtain the Mermaid's Tier from it. The trial mission had 3 key points. 1. The average level of teams entering Mermaid Island could not exceed 20. This was average level, not individual level. Teams could have a maximum of 6 people. Since they needed to face a boss, it was better for the knight to be higher level. This meant they needed to bring a lower level person to balance the average. Lin Moya replacing Ling Jin's brother's spot was why Ling Jin resented him. 2. The Mermaid's Tier would only drop in nightmare difficulty, so the team's overall strength couldn't be too weak, or they couldn't clear it. 3. Only 3 Mermaid's Tiers would drop. Only the first 3 teams to clear the dungeon could obtain a Mermaid's Tier. Lin Moya didn't understand the need for secrecy, thinking it's just clearing a dungeon after all. Could the Mermaid's Tier have some special properties? Jiang Daotao finished reading the mission and said solemnly, "I didn't expect this trial mission to be Mermaid Island." Having experienced many trial missions, she knew more than them. The Mermaid Dungeon only drops 3 Mermaid's Tiers each year. Mermaid's Tiers can be used to craft a very special equipment with great effects. Mermaid Island is not in Divine Summer Empire territory. So besides our Divine Summer Empire, other countries come to Mermaid Island each year. This time our entire Hidden Dragon Academy is mobilized, with 10 teams total. We're Team 2. We're not only competing with our academy classmates, but also with career professionals from other countries. Jiang Daotao explained the whole situation. Ningyi asked, "What do we do then? If we encounter them, do we have to kill?" As she spoke, she unconsciously looked at Lin Moya, who had actually killed people before. Hearing about killing, everyone became visibly tense except Lin Moya, who remained unmoved. Jiang Daotao shook her head. "It usually doesn't come to that. Similar things have happened before, mostly just guarding the dungeon entrance to prevent entry. Actual killing is rare." Hearing this, everyone relaxed. Jiang Daotao continued, "But we can't be careless. Deaths have occurred before. Alright, let's prepare to enter Mermaid Island. Duan Gao, apply buffs." Duan Gao responded and began casting skills. Auras appeared on everyone instantly. Strength enhancement, agility enhancement, defense enhancement, mana activation. With these buffs, everyone's attributes increased greatly. Lin Moya felt the effects of these buffs. Strength, agility, constitution and spirit all increased by 30%. Mage skill power increased by 20%. All buffs would last for an hour. With the Prophet's buffs, everyone's combat power increased significantly. Prophet was indeed a powerful support career, indispensable especially in high-difficulty dungeons. With a Prophet, a team's combat power could increase several times. However, compared to Lin Moya's godly talent, the Prophet's enhancements were too weak. What effect would the Prophet's buffs have on skeleton warriors? Lin Moya wondered. With a thought, a skeleton warrior appeared beside him. A cold wind arose from nowhere, dropping the temperature by a few degrees. The skeleton warrior's sudden appearance startled everyone. Surrounded by cold wind, with flickering soul fire and a frost-glinting blade, it made chilling scraping sounds. Duan Gao, who was buffing everyone, was so startled his hand shook and he stopped casting. Miaoyu let out a scream and hid behind Jiang Daotao. "Holy crap! An undead summon." Jiang Daotao wasn't calm either. "Lin Moya, is this your summon?" Lin Moya looked at Duan Gao. "Please buff it too." "Oh okay," Duan Gao stuttered, taking 2 seconds to recover before trying to calm himself and continue buffing everyone. Light flashed constantly on the beach as each team applied buffs. Looking around, rare careers were everywhere. Careers rarely seen in other cities were common here. Lin Moya now understood what the White God meant by internal members of Summer Capital University. These people showed talent early, studied and grew up in the university from childhood, then underwent career transition there. They were essentially career professionals cultivated by Summer Capital University. Almost everyone had a rare career and received the best education and resources, far surpassing career professionals from other cities. Like Ningyi, the same age as Lin Moya but already level 19, and she knew more than Lin Moya too. Jiang Daotao was only a year older than them but already level 23. Ha! Duan Gao looked surprised, my skills won't apply to it. The buff auras dissipated as soon as they touched the skeleton warrior. He tried several times with the same result. Lin Moya wasn't disappointed. Perhaps his talent was too strong, directly overriding low-level skills like Duan Gao's. Can't even apply buffs, how useless, Ling Jin snorted disdainfully. Lin Moya turned to look at him, his gaze cold. Provoked multiple times, even Lin Moya had his limits. The skeleton warrior's eyes glowed red as it also turned to Ling Jin, its soul fire flickering wildly as cold wind gusted. Ling Jin felt chills down his spine, involuntarily stepping back as his staff burst into flames. Jiang Daotao reacted quickly, immediately stepping between them. Save the fighting for later, let's complete the trial first. Lin Moya nodded and withdrew his gaze. Ling Jin took a deep breath, trying to control himself. When the skeleton warrior looked at him just now, he truly felt mortal danger. A boom sounded from the sky, signaling the start of the trial. Jiang Daotao immediately said, enter the island. The group formed a team, treated as one unit by the light barrier. Their average level was exactly 20, meeting the rules. Everyone felt like passing through a water curtain as they entered Mermaid Island. Chapter 65. Chapter 65, 65. Chapter 65, the last time. The air on the island was full of moisture. Every breath carried a strong fishy smell. The humidity was extreme, as if soaked in water. It was very uncomfortable. What an awful place, smelly and fishy. Ningyi covered her nose, disliking the smell. There was a prominent mountain peak at the center of the island. The mermaid dungeon was on top of the mountain. A huge waterfall could be seen cascading down the mountain from afar. At the peak, the entrance to the mermaid dungeon swirled like an underwater vortex. Jiang Daotao looked towards the mountain, confirming their direction. The island was larger than imagined. After passing through the water barrier, everyone had scattered. The once dense crowd was now nowhere to be seen. We need to move quickly. Our target is the mermaid dungeon, Jiang Daotao said solemnly. Avoid fighting monsters if possible. She took the lead and ran forward. The others immediately followed. There were ponds everywhere, with many monsters visible inside. These monsters were half human half fish, covered in scales. They weren't as beautiful and cute as mermaids in stories. Their exposed fangs were very sharp, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Without doubt, their teeth could bite through steel. The team moved swiftly through the narrow paths between ponds. Suddenly, with a splash, a mermaid monster shot out of a pond straight at them. Jiang Daotao reacted extremely fast, immediately using a skill. Taunt, the knight's signature skill. The mermaid monster seemed greatly insulted. It suddenly turned towards Jiang Daotao, eyes glowing red, seemingly having lost all reason. Lin Moya cast detection on the mermaid. Mermaid tribe soldier. Level 19. Strength 300. Agility 150. Spirit 200. Constitution 320. Skills none. The attributes matched the standard for a level 19 monster. Not very strong, and no skills. Such wild monsters were no match for them. Charge. Before the mermaid monster arrived, Jiang Daotao had already charged forward with her shield raised. With the charge skill, she instantly crossed over 10 meters and crashed into the mermaid monster. With a bang, the mermaid monster was sent flying several meters. At this moment, a fireball flew out, accurately hitting the mermaid monster. With a boom, the mermaid monster was engulfed in flames. But it didn't die, struggling to charge at Jiang Daotao again. Behind it, a shadow flashed as Ningyi appeared beside it. Her dagger glowed as she stabbed. Fatal strike. The skill activated as the dagger pierced the mermaid monster's heart. Scales shattered as the mermaid monster fell with a miserable cry. Then an ice arrow shot out, hitting the mermaid monster. It was completely frozen, no longer moving. Killed level 19 mermaid tribe soldier, experience plus 1500. Jiang Daotao obtained fish scale x1. Lin Moya received the notification that the mermaid monster was killed. Due to being in a 6-person team, the experience gained wasn't high. As team leader, Jiang Daotao received all dropped items. This was a trial, not for leveling up, so Lin Moya didn't mind. After quickly dealing with the mermaid monster, the team continued forward. They encountered several more waves of monsters along the way. As they got closer to the mountain, monster numbers increased. Their levels also gradually increased. Later they encountered level 21 monsters, which took some effort to defeat. After killing a level 21 monster, Jiang Daotao looked towards the mountain. At our current speed, it will take at least 3 hours to reach the island center. Climbing the mountain will also take time. We're too slow. From now on, when we encounter monsters, Miaoyu will control them. Avoid fighting if possible. Let's speed up towards the dungeon. Jiang Daotao decided to ignore monsters and increase their pace. Miaoyu nodded, understood. The team sped up. When encountering monsters again, Miaoyu directly used control skills. Wind binding. With the skill, wind elements moved gently, restraining the monsters like shackles. It lasted 1 minute. By the time it wore off, they would be long gone. This greatly increased their speed. Just 20 minutes later, they could see the foot of the mountain. As Jiang Daotao had judged, they were behind. Other teams had already reached the mountain base, well ahead of them. A waterfall cascaded down from the mountaintop. There was only one narrow path up the mountain. Mermaid monsters stood on the waterfall and the path. Especially at the mountain base, where the waterfall created many interconnected ponds. The ponds formed a winding road. Mermaid monsters were everywhere, impossible to avoid. Some teams had already reached the mountain base and were clearing monsters, preparing to climb. Jiang Daodao gritted her teeth. If we charge straight up, do we have a chance? Miaoyu shook her head. There are too many. I can't control them all. And they're level 22, higher than me. My skills have a chance to fail. When monsters were higher level than Miaoyu, her skills had a chance to fail. It had failed several times on the way, but there was only one monster then, so they just killed it when control failed. But here, there were too many monsters. Dense like an army camp. Jiang Daodao frowned. If they cleared all the way up, it would take at least an hour, putting them far behind. But charging straight through without Miaoyu's control would be very difficult. They might even get surrounded by mermaid monsters, putting the team in danger. Jiang Daodao was caught in a dilemma. Lin Moya looked at the path ahead, having found the shortest route. I'll do it, he suddenly said. Ling Jin sneered almost instinctively. You? What can a level 17 nobody do? Lin Moya hadn't taken action the whole way, just following behind. Except for Ningyi, no one knew his abilities. Ningyi snorted. Ling, shut your stinking mouth. Jiang Daotao glared at Ling Jin, signaling him to be quiet. Then she asked Lin Moya, what do you plan to do? Lin Moya said, use skeleton warriors to lure away the mermaid monsters. Jiang Daotao's eyes lit up, remembering Lin Moya was a necromancer. Though she didn't understand what necromancers could do, she knew he had summons. Using summons to lure away mermaid monsters was a good method. This also made Jiang Daotao notice that the teams who had reached the mountain base also had summoners. They were likely using summons to lure away mermaid monsters too. Jiang Daotao said, it's up to you then. Everyone else get ready. We'll charge through when the monsters are lured away. Lin Moya focused, and skeleton warriors ran forward with their unique clattering sound. So fast. Jiang Daotao's eyes widened. The skeleton warriors' speed far exceeded her expectations. In the blink of an eye, they had run dozens of meters, appearing before a group of mermaid monsters. The mermaid monsters let out shrill cries, immediately charging at the skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors ignored them, turning to run. They ran to another pond, luring out all the mermaid monsters there. Then they ran to other ponds. In moments, over a dozen mermaid monsters were chasing the skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors led a group of monsters, running further and further. With the path cleared, Jiang Daodao shouted, go! The team quickly advanced. The skeleton warriors ran ahead, clearing the way by luring away monsters along the route. The team's progress was very smooth. In just minutes, they had reached the mountain base. By now, over 100 monsters were chasing the skeleton warriors. Under Lin Moya's control, the skeleton warriors ran further and further. Suddenly, the skeleton warriors disappeared. Lin Moya had recalled them to his summoning space. The mermaid monsters suddenly lost their target, looking confused. Jiang Daotao let out a long sigh of relief. Well done. Ningyi giggled, so amazing. Duan Gao and Miaoyu also looked at Lin Moya with approval. They owed this to him. Ling Jin said coldly, why didn't you do this from the start? We could have reached the top by now. Lin Moya turned his head, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a mage? Mages should be smart. How did this guy seem so stupid? Ningyi snorted. Ling Jin, shut your stinking mouth. Stop talking nonsense. If you're so capable, do it yourself. Lin Moya looked at him coldly. Last time. Ling Jin looked disdainful. It's just relying on summons. Jiang Daotao interrupted Ling Jin. Enough, be quiet. Ling Jin had repeatedly targeted Lin Moya. Lin Moya rarely spoke, but Ling Jin always started trouble. Anyone could see who was causing problems. Suddenly screams came from the mountaintop. Everyone looked up to see many mermaid monsters rushing down the mountain. The teams that had climbed up earlier were rapidly retreating downhill. Chapter 66. Chapter 66, 66. Chapter 66, either he goes, or I go. Jiang Daotao's expression changed drastically. Retreat quickly. The team immediately backed away from the mountain base. Over 100 mermaid monsters rushed down from the mountaintop, completely blocking the path up. Someone deliberately lured the mermaid monsters here. Lin Moya saw a person running in front of the monster horde, attracting them. This person wore different clothing from them, not from Summer Capital University or the Divine Summer Empire. Jiang Daodao also saw him. He's from the Cherry Blossom Country. This should be their unique career, on Myoji. The person's clothes were embroidered with cherry blossom patterns. Lin Moya hadn't heard of the On Myoji career. Ningyi said solemnly, I've heard this career is very underhanded. Jiang Daotao said, indeed, they have many tricks up their sleeves. The On Myoji took out 2 talismans and threw them left and right. The talismans exploded in midair, creating 2 huge shadowy figures. The shadows immediately rushed down the mountain from the air. Like the skeleton warriors, they attracted all the monsters from the ponds at the mountain base. The retreating Hidden Dragon Academy students were quickly surrounded by monsters. They kept using skills, trying to break through, but there were too many monsters, most couldn't escape. Seeing no way out, they glowed white one by one, teleporting away. The mission stones given before entering the island also functioned as teleportation stones. They could be used to escape when in danger. But once teleported away, this trial mission would end in failure. Ningyi said, this is the On Myoji's Shikigami skill. They say it can summon ancient spirits. Miaoyu asked quietly, why is he doing this? Jiang Daotao said, he wants to stop us from climbing the mountain. Now the mountain base was full of monsters, at least 200 in total, plus over 100 more on the mountain path. Over 300 monsters in total, completely blocking the way up. It would take hours to clear them all. The Onmyoji sat on his shikigami, floating in the air, laughing loudly. You just stay here. The dungeon belongs to my great cherry blossom country. With that, the shikigami carried him away, disappearing in an instant. Despicable. Onmyoji is a legendary career. Looks like cherry blossom country went all out this time. By the time we clear all these monsters, it'll be too late. And our teams are scattered now, many people have quit the trial. That's fine, we can regroup at the dungeon entrance. The problem now is how to get up there. Maybe someone should sacrifice themselves to lure away the monsters. Come on, you think we're level 40-second transition professionals? Don't you know how dangerous it is to lure monsters? This isn't just 10 or 20 monsters, it's hundreds. Let the summoners do it. You think summoners can do anything? They can lure a few monsters, but hundreds? You're joking. Jiang Daotao looked at Lin Moyo. Can you do it? Lin Moyo nodded slightly, and a skeleton warrior had already run over. Ha, a skeleton? An undead summon. Whose summon is that? What's it doing? It's going to lure monsters. It's so fast. The skeleton warrior's appearance immediately attracted the monster horde's attention. Many mermaid monsters screamed and chased after the skeleton warrior. In an instant, a third of the surrounding monsters were gone. Jiang Daotao sighed. Too bad there are still so many left. Crackle, crackle. Another skeleton warrior ran over. 2. Jiang Daotao's eyes lit up, surprised Lin Moyo had a second skeleton warrior. There was hope. The second skeleton warrior did the same, luring away another batch of monsters. The monsters at the mountain base were mostly gone, leaving only those on the mountain path. Even with these monsters remaining, it would be much faster to clear them now. Well done. Great job, brother. You're amazing, brother. I'll buy you a drink after the trial. I'll take you on dungeon runs in the future. Everyone praised Lin Moyo. Ningyi smiled brilliantly, seeming happier about Lin Moyo being praised than if she were praised herself. Only Lingjin's face was ashen, looking like he'd eaten something rotten. At this moment, a third skeleton appeared. There's even a third one. We've got this now. Everyone cheered excitedly. Prepare to climb, Lin Moyo said softly. Jiang Daotao was ready. Prepare. The third skeleton charged up, luring down the monsters on the mountain path. Jiang Daotao seized the opportunity, quickly rushing up the mountain. Seeing this, other teams immediately followed. Actually, Lin Moyo didn't need to go to such trouble. He could have used Corpse Explosion to instantly clear these monsters, but because of Lingjin's presence, Lin Moyo didn't want this guy to benefit. They were in a team state now. If he used Corpse Explosion, the experience would be shared equally. Why should he? After being provoked multiple times, even Lin Moyo's good temper had limits. If it were elsewhere, Lingjin would probably be dead already. Everyone ran quickly up the mountain. They reached the top of the several hundred-meter-high mountain in just minutes. They saw the dungeon entrance. On the other side of the mountaintop, another group had just run up. Enter the dungeon, don't let them get ahead. The Hidden Dragon Academy people shouted. Jiang Daodao also quickly rushed towards the dungeon entrance. Ha! How did they get up here? Could they fly too? The Onmyoji who had been sitting on his shikigami in midair looked puzzled. He had clearly lured so many monsters to block the path. Clearing those monsters should have taken hours. By then, the Cherry Blossom Country teams would have finished the dungeon and left. He hadn't expected Hidden Dragon Academy to climb up so quickly, exceeding his expectations. Both sides charged to the mountaintop, glanced at each other, then rushed towards the dungeon entrance simultaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! Arrows exploded in the air, falling like rain. Watch out, it's the archer's arrow rain. The Cherry Blossom Country archers suddenly attacked, using skills. Mages raised shields. Knights activated protection skills. 2 skeletons appeared in front of Lin Moyo, shielding him and Ningyi. They dare attack, hit them back. Hit them hard, don't hold back. The Hidden Dragon Academy archers and mages also unleashed their skills. Arrows flew everywhere, spells exploded chaotically. Though they were only around level 20 professionals, their skills were quite dazzling. Healers stood at the back constantly healing, while support classes quickly replenished statuses. Healing light pillars shot into the sky. Knights joined the fray, charging and clashing. This encounter battle had no prior preparation, no formation to speak of. The scene became extremely chaotic. The 2 sides were evenly matched, neither able to overcome the other. From Lin Moyo's perspective, the Divine Summer Empire side should be stronger. Those from Hidden Dragon Academy were all elites among professionals. Their skills and equipment were very powerful. The Cherry Blossom Country elites were clearly also top-notch, but still slightly inferior to the Divine Summer Empire. The only problem was that earlier on Myoji luring monsters, causing the Divine Summer Empire teams to become incomplete, greatly reducing their combat power. This led to a stalemate, with no clear winner. Both sides fought fiercely, neither able to claim the dungeon. Mages depleted their spirit power and started drinking spirit potions. Archers and knight skills also entered cooldown. The battle was no longer as intense as before. Gradually, both sides retreated, entering a ceasefire. Lin Moyo never took action. His skills were too powerful. He feared if his skeleton warriors struck once, the enemy would die. Then with a corpse explosion, probably few of them would survive. Jiang Daodao had said the 2 sides had long competed, but rarely caused deaths. The seemingly fierce battle earlier only resulted in some injuries. And with the healer's treatment, injuries quickly recovered, not endangering lives. The The first clash ended in a draw, both sides wary, no one daring to relax. The dungeon was right before them, the mermaids tier a prize both sides were determined to obtain. Our teams are too scattered, we need to regroup. If we can regroup, we'll definitely overpower them. Many people had left at the mountain base, scattering the teams, putting them at a disadvantage in battle. We're short a ranged damage dealer, mage or archer, we need one below level 24.8. We need a healer, level 21 or below. We need a mage, level 23 or below. Many teams lack damage dealers, followed by healers. Earlier when surrounded by monsters, many mages had quit the trial. And there were level requirements. Entering the mermaid dungeon also required an average level no higher than 20. Lingjin suddenly spoke up, "Captain, I want to join another team." "Why?" Jiang Daotao was surprised, not expecting Lingjin to say this. Lingjin pointed at Lin Moyu, "Either he goes, or I go." Not only Jiang Daotao was surprised, Duan Gao and Miaoyu also looked shocked. They hadn't expected Lingjin to make such a threat. And at this moment, right at the dungeon entrance, Duan Gao said solemnly, "Lingjin, you're going too far." Miaoyu also said, "That's right, if not for Lin Moyu luring away the monsters, we wouldn't have made it up here." Lingjin didn't care, "That's his business, I don't care. I'll say it again, either he goes, or I go." Ningyi sneered, "Lingjin, you really are a dog." Lingjin ignored Ningyi, "Captain, you choose." Chapter 67. Chapter 67, 67. Chapter 67, Forget the buffs, hurry and follow. Jiang Daotao looked at Lin Moyu, then at Lingjin. She despised Lingjin's behavior. But without a damage dealer, clearing the nightmare dungeon would be nearly impossible. The trial would be impossible to complete. Now all the teams were looking for mages, so Lingjin was in high demand. That's why Lingjin chose this moment to make trouble, putting Jiang Daotao in a difficult position. Without Lin Moyu, the team's average level would be too high. But finding a lower level player wasn't hard, at least easier than finding a mage. Ningyi wanted to say something, but Lin Moyu gently held her back, signaling her not to speak. He knew what Ningyi wanted to say. If he was asked to leave the team, Ningyi would definitely leave too. Lin Moyu didn't say anything, just watching quietly. Now it was up to Jiang Daotao to choose. After an internal struggle, Jiang Daotao made her decision. She looked at Lingjin, "Lingjin, you leave the team." Lingjin was confident at this point, sure Jiang Daotao would choose him. Unexpectedly, this was her answer. "What?" He thought he misheard, "Captain, if I leave, your trial is ruined. Don't you want to enter Creation God Academy anymore?" Jiang Daotao said solemnly, "I do, but you forgot my career." Jiang Daotao's career was Elven Knight. Knights had their own code of honor. Everyone here owed thanks to Lin Moyu for getting them this far. She couldn't bring herself to ask Lin Moyu to leave now. Lingjin sneered, "If that's how it is, don't regret it." He left the team. Mages were in short supply everywhere, so finding another team wouldn't be hard for him. Lin Moyu slowly stood up, "Let's enter the dungeon." "Ha!" Jiang Daotao was stunned. Lin Moyu knew the current situation. Both sides were at a stalemate, neither able to approach the dungeon. As Lin Moyu stood, Ningyi also got up. Ningyi giggled, "Sister Tao, let's enter the dungeon." Jiang Daotao asked, "How?" Lin Moyu was already walking towards the dungeon, "Follow me." Ningyi bounced after him happily. She seemed to have blind faith in Lin Moyu. If Lin Moyu said they could enter the dungeon, then they definitely could. Duan Gao and Miaoyu hesitated, unsure what to do. Jiang Daotao thought, worst case they could retreat. With her there, at least there wouldn't be any danger. The other side probably wouldn't dare kill anyone. "Let's go." As the team leader, her words carried weight. Duan Gao and Miaoyu followed along. Jiang Daotao stepped in front of Lin Moyu, gripping her shield tightly. She was clearly nervous. The five suddenly approaching the dungeon immediately provoked a reaction from the Cherry Blossom Country people. "Get back, don't approach the dungeon. Divine Summer people, get lost." The Cherry Blossom Country people shouted, knocking arrows and raising staffs. If they dared approach the dungeon, they would face heavy attacks. Lin Moyu ignored them, continuing towards the dungeon. Jiang Daotao's heart was in her throat. Duan Gao and Miaoyu were also very nervous. Only Ningyi was carefree, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." "Brother, what are you doing? Come back, it's dangerous." "Let's go too, protect our brother." They all recognized Lin Moyu. If not for his skeletons earlier, they wouldn't have made it here. Though they didn't know what Lin Moyu planned, most chose to protect him. Lingjin sneered, "Idiot, going to die." Seeing Lin Moyu ignore their warnings, the Cherry Blossom Country people unleashed their skills. Arrows, spells, and various attacks rained down. Jiang Daotao immediately raised her shield. Lin Moyu pointed forward. Whoosh! 20 skeleton warriors appeared beside him. The 20 skeletons formed a shield, firmly protecting the five and blocking all attacks. Jiang Daotao was stunned. Everyone was shocked. Wow, so many. How can there be so many? What career is this? These skeletons are so tough, they don't even flinch from attacks. They look fragile, how are they so sturdy? The skeletons didn't budge despite the Cherry Blossom Country's attacks. "Enter the dungeon, nightmare difficulty," Lin Moyu said calmly, ignoring the various attacks. Jiang Daotao was infected by Lin Moya's composure. She instinctively chose to trust him. Following Lin Moya's words, she selected the dungeon. The five disappeared at the dungeon entrance, along with the skeleton warriors. They went in. 5 people entered the dungeon. Should be nightmare difficulty, right? Of course, what's the use of normal difficulty? Definitely nightmare. Wonder if they can do it. Whether they can or not, we can't let those cherry blossom country trash enter the dungeon. Right, don't let those cherry blossom country trash in. After Lin Moyo entered, the two sides outside resumed their standoff. Neither side could enter the dungeon. Inside the mermaid dungeon, Jiang Daodao finally relaxed. We really made it in. Ning Yi giggled. I told you, just trust Lin Moyo. No need to worry. Jiang Daodao said, but even though we're in, we have no damage dealer. How can we clear the dungeon? Though Ning Yi was an assassin class, she was only level 19, not enough damage output. As a knight focused on protection, Jiang Daodao's damage was also lacking. They could handle normal difficulty, but nightmare would be very very difficult. Ning Yi said, don't worry, we have Moyo. Him, but he's only level 17. Ning Yi smiled, his skeletons are very powerful. They were indeed powerful, at least very tough and fast. At this point, they could only trust Ning Yi's words. Jiang Daotao said, alright then, let's hope the skeleton's damage is enough. I'll try my best to tank the monsters. Miaoyu, heal me promptly and control the battlefield. Miaoyu patted her chest, don't worry, Sister Tao. Duan Gao started applying buffs, but Lin Moyo was already walking forward. Since the skeletons couldn't receive buffs anyway, no point wasting time. Monsters soon appeared ahead. A mermaid over 2 meters tall appeared on the path. Detection flew out. Mermaid Elite Warrior, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 21. Strength, 2000. Agility, 1200. Spirit, 800. Constitution, 2200. Skill, Screech. With a thought, the skeleton warriors swarmed forward. The ones in front simultaneously used Berserk Strike. Bang bang bang. The Mermaid Elite Warrior fell with a miserable cry. Killed level 21 Mermaid Elite Warrior, experience plus 10,000. Obtained Fish Skin x10. Duan Gao was still applying buffs when the sudden notification startled him. What just happened? How did they suddenly gain experience? Jiang Daodao also stared wide-eyed, looking at Lin Moyo in disbelief. This was a nightmare dungeon monster, an enhanced elite monster. Even with a perfect team composition, it should take 1 to 2 minutes to kill. But what just happened? A few skeletons charged in, then bang bang bang. The monster died, nearly instantly killed. Lin Moya's skeletons weren't just tough and fast, their attack power was terrifyingly high. It's already dead. That was practically an instant kill. Jiang Daotao muttered, still not fully processing what happened. Ning Yi acted like it was natural. I told you, Moya's skeletons are amazing. She quickly followed after Lin Moyo. Duan Gao called out, wait, I haven't finished buffing. Forget the buffs, hurry and follow. Jiang Daodao shouted, quickly chasing after them. Chapter 68. Chapter 68, 68. Chapter 68, steamrolling through, cover your ears. The 20 skeleton warriors steamrolled ahead. They didn't care what kind of enhanced elite monster it was, they just charged in and slaughtered everything. Basically no monster could last more than 5 seconds. There aren't many monsters in this dungeon. The monsters were scattered and few, so experience gain was slow. It would be better to gather a batch of monsters and use Corpse Explosion for a satisfying blast. He didn't summon more skeleton warriors, as it wouldn't increase efficiency. Jiang Daotao never imagined clearing a dungeon could be so easy. Usually she was the most exhausted when doing dungeons. As a knight, she had to be at the front, watching every monster attack. She had to firmly hold aggro while protecting teammates. Now she just followed behind, not needing to do anything. Necromancer, this career is pretty amazing, she thought to herself. Duan Gao and Miaoyu had similar thoughts. After entering the dungeon, there was a winding passage, like being in a cave. The humidity was even heavier than outside, with a rotten smell added to the fishy odor. Ning Yi had been covering her nose since entering the dungeon. After walking for a while, they finally reached the end of the passage. A huge cavern appeared ahead. Jumping down from the passage end was a 50-meter drop. A giant python was coiled in the center of the cavern. The python was at least 30 meters tall, with a diameter over 1 meter. Black scales like armor covered its body, reflecting a metallic sheen. Lin Moya's group had attracted the python's attention, its huge eyes looking at them. If they dared jump down, they would surely face the python's powerful attack. Detection flew out. Mermaid Queen's pet snake, elite boss. Level, 23. Strength, 3600. Agility, 5500. Spirit, 3000. Constitution, 5000. Skills, Lash, Death Coil, Venom. Such a huge python being called the Mermaid Queen's pet snake was rather amusing. This was the highest attribute monster Lin Moyo had seen. Much higher than the Goblin King. Very close to the skeleton warriors, even surpassing them in agility. Jiang Daotao didn't hesitate, I'll tank it. Lin Moyo shook his head, no need. None of them moved, but the skeleton warriors had already charged down. Lin Moyo still didn't summon more skeleton warriors. In his view, 20 were more than enough. The skeleton warriors leapt up, pouncing on the giant python. The python rose up, smashing several skeleton warriors away with loud bangs. Skill, Lash. The python's tail whipped out, sweeping away several more skeleton warriors. Half of the 20 skeleton warriors were knocked away in the first clash. The python's reaction was unexpectedly agile. The remaining skeleton warriors couldn't land on its body. The python swam swiftly through the cavern, its huge tail constantly whipping away skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors' attacks could only land occasionally, not even able to use skills. The skeleton warriors seemed at a disadvantage, but they weren't taking much damage. After all, with 5400 constitution, their defense was not low. Jiang Daotao looked anxious. It's too agile, what do we do? Lin Moya said softly, it's fine. His palm glowed faintly as he gently pointed at the giant python. Skill, slow curse. A red light suddenly filled the cavern, everyone hearing a faint hum, as if something terrible had descended. A red shekel symbol appeared above the python's head. In an instant, the python's speed slowed by a full 100%. Now the skeleton warriors easily caught the python. Their blades fell frantically, hacking at the python's scales. Then skills erupted, dealing even more damage. Blood sprayed, scales shattered. The python screamed continuously. Is this a curse? Jiang Daotao recognized the red symbol above the python's head. Lin Moya nodded, yes. Necromancers weren't just summoners, but also mages. Having lost its speed advantage, the python could only engage in melee with the skeleton warriors. Skill, Death Coil. The skill activated, the python's body coiling around several skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors were violently squeezed, making cracking sounds. It was chilling to hear, but the skeleton warriors were too sturdy. Though the sound was scary, they weren't really hurt, and the coiled skeleton warriors' blades never stopped. They still hacked at the python's body. The python couldn't take it and released the skeleton warriors, spitting venom. The cavern instantly became unbearably foul, nauseating. The skeleton warriors were splashed with venom. Lin Moya sensed they took some damage, but still not too serious. With balanced attributes, no pain, no fear, the skeleton warriors were nearly perfect. The python tried everything but still couldn't do much to the skeleton warriors. And under the curse, it had lost its greatest advantage, speed. After 2 minutes of struggle, the python collapsed with a boom. Its eyes filled with unwillingness. Killed level 23 Mermaid Queen's pet snake, experience plus 50,000. Obtained silver grade armor, snake skin armor. Obtained mid-level monster crystal core. Jiang Daotao's mouth twitched, hardly believing it. Is it over just like that? It's over. Lin Moya said as he leapt down, landing steadily after bouncing off the cavern wall. Jiang Daotao and the others were still dazed, unable to react. Ning Yi smiled brightly, happier the more amazing Lin Moya was. Stop daydreaming, let's go, she said as she gracefully leapt down, light as a butterfly, much more elegant than Lin Moya. Jiang Daotao and the others finally snapped out of it and jumped down. Passing through the cavern, a sea of blue entered their view. Ahead was a magnificent palace, the Mermaid Queen's palace. All the foul odors had vanished without a trace. Instead, there was a faint fragrance here. The whole environment had changed, clean and tidy. From where they stood to the palace gates, patrols of guards were making rounds. Each patrol consisted of 3 mermaid soldiers. They wore armor and wielded tridents, looking formidable. No one used detection, as it would attract their attention. These military-looking mermaid monsters weren't far apart. One wrong move could pull a large group. 1, 2, 3. Wow, there are 60 patrol teams, a total of 180 mermaid monsters. Ning Yi counted, sticking out her tongue. The number was a bit scary. Jiang Daotao added, and they all look like enhanced elite monsters. Dealing with one such monster was difficult, 3 at once would be the limit. Based on Jiang Daotao's experience, they would pull 3 monsters from a corner, clear them bit by bit, gradually clearing through. It would be time-consuming and laborious, but safer. Ning Yi looked at Lin Moya, so many monsters, what do we do? Lin Moya was actually happy to see so many monsters. The more monsters, the better. Simple. As he spoke, 20 skeleton warriors had already charged out. The sudden appearance of the skeleton warriors immediately attracted the mermaid soldiers' attention. Team after team of soldiers chased after the skeleton warriors. Luring monsters? Was he trying to draw away so many monsters? That wasn't a bad idea. As the skeleton warriors attracted attention, Lin Moya's detection followed. Mermaid elite soldier, enhanced elite monster. Level, 22. Strength, 2200. Agility, 1400. Spirit, 1000. Constitution, 2400. Skill, stunning sweep. Seeing the mermaid elite soldier's attributes, he had a grasp of the situation. Soon, all 180 mermaid elite soldiers were gathered by the skeleton warriors. Then the skeleton warriors ran straight back to Lin Moya's position, bringing the monsters with them. Jiang Daotao's hair stood on end. What was Lin Moya doing? The skeleton warriors stopped 60 meters from Lin Moya, suddenly turning to unleash their skills. The mermaid elite soldiers also unleashed their skills simultaneously. Their tridents swept out glowing arcs. Skill, berserk strike. Skill, stunning sweep. The 2 skills collided, skill light shooting into the sky, brilliant as fireworks. The skeleton warriors' attributes were too high. Especially when using skills, their attributes surpassed the mermaid elite soldiers several times over. In the skill collision, the skeleton warriors completely overwhelmed them. A mermaid elite soldier fell with a cry. Cover your ears, Lin Moya said to Ning Yi. Oh. Ning Yi quickly covered her ears. Jiang Daotao and the others hadn't understood what was happening when a huge boom nearly knocked them over. Then several more booms followed. Skill, corpse explosion. After several thunderous explosions, everything fell silent. Jiang Daotao and the others were stunned by the flood of experience notifications. My god, what just happened? How is this possible? How did he do it? What skill is this? A massive explosion. How is it so powerful? Not a single mermaid elite soldier survived. They gained a huge amount of experience and materials. This was the first time Jiang Daotao and the others experienced the thrill of experience notifications flooding the screen. Everyone looked extremely excited. The gates of the Mermaid Queen's palace rumbled open amidst the explosion sounds. Chapter 69. Chapter 69, 69. Chapter 69, completing the trial, never teaming up again. The gates of the Mermaid Queen's palace opened. A strange aura swept out. Azure light enveloped the space. Along with the light appeared the Mermaid Queen, noble, elegant, beautiful. Though not human, it didn't prevent appreciation of her beauty. So beautiful, Ningyi's eyes misted over, her pupils losing focus. She unconsciously walked towards the Mermaid Queen. Lin Moyo pulled her back. Not just Ningyi, but Jiang Daodao was also affected. Lin Moyu, Niaoyu, and Duangao remained normal. Niaoyu exclaimed, "It's a charm spell." She quickly cast a skill, beams of light falling on everyone. Skill, clarity. Ningyi snapped awake. What happened to me? Jiang Daodao also shuddered, her pupils regaining focus. What happened? Niaoyu looked at the Mermaid Queen. She has an innate charm ability. You and Yi were affected. I used clarity to dispel it. Lin Moyu, Duangao, and Niaoyu had higher spirit power, so the Mermaid Queen's innate charm didn't affect them. Ningyi felt scared. That was terrifying. Jiang Daodao took a deep breath. Well, she's a boss. It's normal to have some special abilities. She had experienced many dungeons. Though not high level, some bosses did have special skills, catching people off guard. She had almost fallen for it this time too. The Mermaid Queen looked at the dead elite mermaid soldiers, then at the skeleton warriors. Suddenly she let out a scream. Though beautiful, the Mermaid Queen's scream was unbearably shrill. Everyone painfully covered their ears. The Mermaid Queen's scream raised waves, whipping up fierce winds. The many corpses on the ground were instantly scattered in all directions. Lin Moya's eyes tightened slightly. He had originally planned to use corpse explosion when the Mermaid Queen approached. He hadn't expected her to scatter the corpses first. The skeleton warriors charged forward against the fierce wind. Facing the at least 5-meter-tall Mermaid Queen, the skeleton warriors seemed tiny. The skeleton warriors looked fragile, but the Mermaid Queen's fierce winds couldn't blow them away. As the skeleton warriors advanced, detection followed. Mermaid Queen, boss-level monster. Level, 24. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 6,000. Spirit, 5,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skills, Terrifying Scream, Tidal Wave, Queen's Lament. The Mermaid Queen's attributes were extremely high, surpassing the skeleton warriors in agility and constitution. Her strength and spirit were also very close to the skeleton warriors. After all, she was a level 24 dungeon boss, a leader-class monster. The skeleton warriors were only level 17, a full 7 levels lower. Jiang Daotao was also shocked seeing the Mermaid Queen's attributes. She swallowed. Compared to other dungeons, the Mermaid Queen's attributes are higher. Using normal tactics, it would take at least an hour to defeat her. By normal tactics, Jiang Daotao meant with a full team composition. 6 people, 1 tank, 2 support, 3 damage dealers. That way they could slowly wear down the dungeon boss. But now, she couldn't estimate at all what would happen next. Lin Moya's presence completely broke her existing knowledge. Could the gap between careers really be this large? She couldn't understand. The 20 skeleton warriors surrounded the Mermaid Queen, launching fierce attacks. The Mermaid Queen wielded a huge trident, constantly sweeping it around. Each time the skeleton warriors were knocked back, only to get up and attack again. Lin Moya could sense the skeleton warriors were being injured by the Mermaid Queen's attacks. The Mermaid Queen's 5,000 strength was enough to damage the skeleton warriors, and with 6,000 constitution, the skeleton warriors' damage to her was greatly reduced. The skeleton warriors surrounding the Mermaid Queen gave the illusion of wolves attacking a lion. At this rate, it was hard to say if 20 skeleton warriors could defeat the Mermaid Queen. After several rounds of attacks, some skeleton warriors' bones began to crack. Their movements also started slowing. Jiang Daotao noticed this. Duangao, buff us. Be ready to fight any time. She planned to step in when the skeleton warriors couldn't hold on. Lin Moya said softly, no need. His palm glowed faintly. A huge red net fell from the sky. Skill, Slow Curse. A red shackle symbol appeared above the Mermaid Queen's head, her speed halved. Her combat power sharply decreased. She sensed the curse and glowed, screaming again. Skill, Tidal Wave. Azure light filled the space as huge waves surged forth, instantly scattering the skeleton warriors. The massive waves rose up, sweeping the skeleton warriors into the sky. The skeleton warriors spun in the huge waves, torn by the immense force. Several skeleton warriors were badly injured in the waves. Their bones shattered. Lin Moyu immediately recalled them. Jiang Daotao gripped her sword and shield tightly, feeling it would soon be her turn. As the skill ended and the waves disappeared, the skeleton warriors fell from the sky. At this moment, Lin Moyu pointed. Cold wind howled as a mass of black appeared. He had released all 88 remaining skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors charged at the Mermaid Queen like lightning as soon as they appeared. So many. How can there be so many summons? It's terrifying. Only now did they realize Lin Moyo hadn't released all his summons before. He had only used a portion. Jiang Daodao even wondered, if Lin Moyo was willing, could he easily eliminate all those mermaid monsters blocking the mountain path? Just a few of those big explosions would be enough. Nearly 100 skeleton warriors surrounded and attacked the Mermaid Queen. In the blink of an eye, skeleton warriors covered the Mermaid Queen's entire body. They activated skills one after another, constantly striking the Mermaid Queen. The Mermaid Queen's skin split open as she screamed incessantly. She wildly swung her trident, her whole body thrashing about. Under the slow curse, her speed was halved. She couldn't shake off the skeleton warriors. Suddenly, crying sounds entered their ears. Skill, Queen's Lament. The Mermaid Queen used her skill. Amidst the crying, Jiang Daotao and Ningyi were affected again. Their pupils lost focus once more. Miao Yu quickly used Clarity. But this time Clarity had no effect. It's not working. My level is too low. Clarity can't counter the boss's skill. Lin Moya said softly, it's fine. As long as he wasn't affected, it was fine. He held Ningyi back while Miao Yu held Jiang Daotao. Lin Moya's spirit was high enough to resist. The skeleton warriors were even less affected. They had no emotions, no pain, no fear. Chivalry was impossible for them. The skeleton warriors' blades never stopped for a second. With her skill ineffective, the Mermaid Queen attacked with her trident again. As her skill ended, Ningyi and Jiang Daotao recovered. Both looked scared. The skill was too terrifying. They had no resistance at all. Azure light erupted again as huge waves rolled in. The waves swept up some skeleton warriors, but others clung tightly to the Mermaid Queen. They continued attacking with their other hand holding their blades. This time, the waves weren't very effective. The battle lasted a full 3 minutes. The Mermaid Queen finally fell with a last cry. Killed Mermaid Queen, experience plus 80,000. Obtained silver grade weapon, Mermaid Queen's long sword. Obtained silver grade weapon, Mermaid Queen's staff. Obtained Mermaid's tier X1. Mermaid Queen's longsword, silver grade, strength plus 50, constitution plus 50, warrior skill power plus 10%, usable after level 20. Mermaid Queen's staff, silver grade, spirit plus 50, constitution plus 50, mage skill power plus 10%, usable after level 20. Seeing the notifications, Jiang Daotao excitedly clenched her fists. Besides the mermaid's tier, they got 2 silver grade weapons. Much better attributes than bronze grade weapons. The 10% skill power boost would greatly increase combat power for various careers. Ningyi jumped happily, yay, we completed the trial mission. We're one step closer to Creation God Academy. Jiang Daotao smiled, if we complete a few more trials and level up more, we'll definitely get into Creation God Academy. We owe this to Lin Moyo. Without him, we probably couldn't have completed the trial. Miao Yu said softly, that's right. Lingjin was the worst. Don't mention that guy. We'll never team up with someone like that again. Jiang Daotao gritted her teeth, despising people like Lingjin the most. Lin Moyo calculated the time. About half an hour had passed since they entered the dungeon. The standoff outside might still be ongoing. Even if other teams entered the dungeon, they probably wouldn't clear it so quickly. Do you have a cooldown talisman? Ningyi's eyes sparkled, immediately understanding Lin Moya's idea. She giggled, of course I do. Chapter 70. Chapter 70, 70. Chapter 70, they went in again, taking you along for the ride. Outside the dungeon, both sides were still in a standoff. In the past half hour, another conflict had erupted between them. Neither side had gained an advantage. They were now about 50 meters away from the dungeon entrance, unable to get closer. Getting closer would invite fierce attacks. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared at the dungeon entrance. 10 skeleton warriors appeared with them. Lin Moya's group left the dungeon under the protection of the skeleton warriors. They came out. So fast, it's only been half an hour. They probably couldn't beat it and retreated. Heh, those skeletons look tough, but they're probably just good as meat shields. In their eyes, the skeleton warriors were just tough and numerous, nothing more. The Cherry Blossom Country people mocked them. They absolutely wouldn't believe Lin Moyo had cleared the dungeon. Just half an hour wasn't enough time. Even with a perfect team composition, it would take at least 1 to 2 hours to clear a nightmare difficulty dungeon. The Divine Summer Empire side had a different reaction. They were relieved to see Lin Moya's group return safely. Brother, come back quickly. It's okay if you failed the dungeon, as long as you're alive. As long as you're alive, there will be more chances in the future. Lingjin sneered, lucky you managed to come out alive. Jiang Daotao scanned both sides and saw no one was missing. This meant no one had entered the dungeon. Be careful, you guys. Ningyi smiled happily, don't worry, with Moyo here, we'll be fine. I'll wait for you outside. Duan Gao and Miao Yu also said, good luck. The 3 retreated to the Divine Summer Empire team. Ningyi and Lin Moyo formed a 2-person team. Under everyone's gaze, Ningyi took out a cooldown talisman and activated it. In a faint glow, the dungeon cooldown time was reset to 0. The 2 entered the dungeon again. Why did they go in again? What are they doing? Just 2 people entering the dungeon. Even on normal difficulty, 2 people aren't enough, right? A junior cooldown talisman, that woman actually has such a high-level item. Looks like her background isn't simple. That's something hard to buy even with money. Junior cooldown talismans weren't easy to obtain. Lin Moyo had searched both the Imperial Exchange and University Exchange but couldn't find any. This item was clearly quite precious. He had only seen one with Xia Shui before. He had just asked tentatively earlier, not expecting Ningyi to actually have one. Like Xia Shui's, it was a junior cooldown talisman with 10 uses. After 10 uses, it needed energy replenishment. Ningyi's talisman had 5 uses left. If they brought Jiang Daotao and the others, they could only run 1 more round. With just Ningyi and Lin Moyo, they could run 2 more rounds. After discussion, they decided Lin Moyo and Ningyi would run the dungeon alone. Jiang Daotao, Duan Gao and Miao Yu's presence didn't make much difference anyway. As long as Lin Moyo was there, it was enough. After entering the dungeon, Ningyi's face beamed with a bright smile. Even the dungeon's stench didn't seem so bad anymore. You promised to help me level up. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Lin Moyo smiled, I keep my promises. Ningyi smiled even more brightly. Then you have to keep taking me in the future, okay? Don't just do it once and stop. Alright. Lin Moyo agreed. 10 skeleton warriors had already appeared and were running down the passage. With the previous experience, Lin Moyo didn't waste time fighting monsters one by one. He directly pulled the few monsters in the passage along as they ran. Skeleton warriors in front, mermaid elite warriors behind, they advanced along the passage. 5 minutes later, the skeleton warriors dragged over 30 mermaid elite warriors to the end of the passage, arriving at the mermaid queen's pet snake's cave. The skeleton warriors leapt down. The monsters behind also jumped down after them. After they all jumped down, Lin Moyo and Ningyi appeared at the end of the passage. The giant python, an elite boss, was frantically chasing the skeleton warriors along with the elite warriors. Skill, slow curse. With a flash of red light, shackle symbols appeared above all the monsters' heads. Their speed immediately slowed. At this moment, the skeleton warriors turned to counterattack. Over a dozen skeleton warriors simultaneously attacked one elite warrior. The unfortunate mermaid elite warrior was almost instantly killed. Skill, corpse explosion. Boom. An explosion suddenly rang out. The cave shook violently, countless rocks falling. Almost all the mermaid elite warriors were killed instantly. Killed level 21 mermaid elite warrior, experience plus 25,000. Obtained fish skin x6. Killed level 21 mermaid elite warrior, experience plus 25,000. Obtained fish skin x10. A series of notifications appeared. Over 30 mermaid elite warriors brought each of them over 700,000 experience. Their experience rapidly increased. The giant python hadn't reacted to what happened yet. It was heavily injured by the corpse explosions. Lin Moyo continuously activated skills, triggering corpse explosion 10 times in 3 seconds. The giant python fell with a miserable cry. Killed level 23 mermaid queen's pet snake, experience plus 125,000. Obtained silver grade armor, snake skin light armor. Obtained mid-grade monster crystal core. Last time, clearing monsters one by one to this point took over half an hour. This time, it only took 5 minutes. Several times faster. So amazing. Ningyi's eyes curved into crescents, looking very pretty. Lin Moyo was slightly dazed, then said softly, "Let's go." The two jumped into the cave and continued forward. They soon arrived outside the mermaid queen's palace. Many mermaid elite soldiers were patrolling outside the palace. The skeleton warriors quickly ran over. Soon, after several violent explosions, the two gained another large amount of experience and materials. Ningyi began glowing white. Hee, I leveled up. Finally level 20. Ningyi stretched lazily, letting out a sigh. When Lin Moyo first met Ningyi, she was already level 19. At that time, Lin Moyo was only level 10. After these days, Ningyi was still only level 19. Lin Moyo realized how lazy this girl was at leveling. Probably the type who wouldn't move if she didn't have to. Azure light poured down as the mermaid queen's palace opened again. The beautiful and noble mermaid queen walked out of the palace. With the previous experience, Ningyi quickly ducked behind Lin Moyo. I won't be charmed if I don't look at her, right? With Lin Moyo as a shield, she indeed wasn't charmed. Seeing all her soldiers dead, the mermaid queen angrily let out a scream. This time Lin Moyo was experienced and prepared. The skeleton warriors retreated, carrying the mermaid elite soldiers' corpses. The corpses weren't blown away by the air currents from the scream. After the scream faded, the skeleton warriors ran back with the corpses. Lin Moyo acted at the same time. Skill, slow curse. Under the crimson shackles, the mermaid queen's speed immediately slowed. The skeleton warriors ran back to the mermaid queen carrying over a dozen corpses. Skill, corpse explosion. An old trick without novelty, but very effective. Moreover, this dungeon did have aspects Lin Moyo could exploit. Who told her to have so many enhanced elite monsters in front of the palace? Dead monsters' corpses in dungeons only existed for a limited time, about 2 minutes. The mermaid queen happened to rush out in this short time. If she had come out later, Lin Moyo wouldn't have been able to use these corpses. Corpse Explosion's attack power was based on the corpse's max HP. After talent enhancement, the damage became 300% of the corpse's max HP, a full 3 times damage. As a dungeon boss, the Mermaid Queen's HP was only 20 to 30 times that of enhanced elite monsters. In a series of explosions, the Mermaid Queen fell with a wail. She didn't even have a chance to use skills, almost instantly killed. Killed Mermaid Queen, experience plus 200,000. Obtain Silver Grade Weapon, Mermaid Queen's Dagger. Obtain Silver Grade Weapon, Mermaid Queen's Spellbook. Obtained Mermaid's Tier X1. Mermaid Queen's Dagger, Silver Grade, Agility plus 50, Constitution plus 50, Assassin Skill Power plus 10%, usable after level 20. Mermaid Queen's Spellbook, Silver Grade, Spirit plus 100, Mage Skill Power plus 10%, usable after level 20. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since entering the dungeon. The speed was astonishing. The efficiency was terrifying. Ningyi clapped excitedly on the side. Quick, let's do it again. Let's get all 3 mermaids' tears. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Chapter 71, instantly killing the Shikigami, scaring away the Cherry Blossom Country. The two exited the dungeon. Ningyi immediately used a cooldown talisman. A few seconds later, they entered the dungeon again. What are they doing? Why did they come out right after entering, then go back in? That's not how you're supposed to use cooldown talismans. What a waste. Is this what it means to be rich and willful? The two opposing sides still in a standoff outside were stunned. They couldn't understand what Lin Moyu and Ning Yi were doing. Even if they racked their brains, they wouldn't guess the two were clearing the nightmare difficulty mermaid dungeon, and clearing it in just 10 minutes. Only Jiang Daotao and the other two knew the real situation. The three looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. They knew Lin Moyu could easily solo the mermaid dungeon, but they couldn't imagine clearing it in 10 minutes. Even just casually walking through the dungeon would take about that long. Lin Moyu repeated the process, again clearing the dungeon with Ning Yi. Yay, this time it took 8 minutes 58 seconds, over 30 seconds faster than last time. Ning Yi looked at the time on her communicator, which was actually counting down. Lin Moyu chuckled. This girl was really interesting. Others treated the trial as a mission, but Ning Yi seemed to be treating it like a game. This time after leaving, the two didn't re-enter the dungeon, but returned to the Divine Summer Empire team. Did they use up all the cooldown talisman charges? What a waste. Why aren't they going back in? Go on, I dare you to enter again. The Cherry Blossom Country people shouted, full of disdain. Their eyes showed more jealousy, wishing they could snatch Ning Yi's cooldown talisman. After Lin Moyu and Ning Yi returned, they regrouped with Jiang Daotao and the others. Jiang Daotao asked, did you get it? Lin Moyu handed the mermaid's tear to Jiang Daotao. For this trial they were one team, with Jiang Daotao as leader. She would need to complete the final task submission. Suddenly someone pointed at the dungeon and shouted, the dungeon disappeared. This shout was like a thunderclap, drawing everyone's attention. The vortex at the dungeon entrance shuddered a few times before completely vanishing. How could the dungeon disappear? This is impossible, unless all three mermaids' tears were obtained. Only then would the dungeon disappear. Just now, didn't that person enter 3 times? Could it be they got the mermaid's tears? They cleared nightmare difficulty, is that even possible? Whether possible or not, the facts were right in front of them. The dungeon had truly disappeared. It was no longer possible to obtain mermaid's tears. Let's go, Lin Moyu said softly. They have the mermaid's tear, no need to stay any longer. Don't let them leave. They must have the mermaid's tears. We have to make them hand them over. Take them back. Hand over the mermaid's tears, or you're not leaving. The Cherry Blossom Country people were furious, all pressing forward. The Divine Summer Empire side was also curious. Someone asked, Jiang Daotao, did you really get the mermaid's tear? Jiang Daotao didn't deny it. The mermaid's tear is indeed in my possession. Hiss. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. This meant they had really cleared the dungeon earlier, especially the last 2 times, with just 2 people clearing the dungeon. How did they manage that? Almost everyone's eyes held confusion. Ling Jin shouted internally, this is impossible, they couldn't have cleared the dungeon. But regardless of doubts, faced with the Cherry Blossom Country's pressure, the Divine Summer Empire, Summer Capital University, and Hidden Dragon Academy people were extremely united. They immediately formed a battle formation. Get lost. How dare mere Cherry Blossom Country people act wild before our Divine Summer Empire? Want to snatch the mermaid's tear? No way. Suddenly a boom sounded in the sky. The wind scattered the clouds, revealing 2 huge Shikigamai. The Onmyoji finally stopped hiding and revealed himself. He sat on a Shikigamai, emanating a powerful aura. Judging by aura alone, his level was very high, probably not below 30. His career was the Cherry Blossom Country's unique Onmyoji, a legendary career, and he possessed powerful Shikigamai. Not easy to deal with. Jiang Daotao looked slightly nervous, raising an eyebrow. This person is at least level 30. But then she suddenly remembered, even the powerful mermaid queen couldn't last 2 to 3 minutes against Lin Moyu. No matter how strong this Onmyoji was, he probably couldn't solo the Nightmare Mermaid dungeon either. Lin Moyu's skeletons were each so powerful. Thinking of this, Jiang Daotao relaxed again. The Onmyoji stared at Jiang Daotao. Hand over the mermaid's tear, or you're not leaving. Both Shikigamai turned to look at Jiang Daotao. Their gaze was cold. Before Jiang Daotao could speak, Lin Moyu had already acted. Fire flashed in his palm. Skill, Soul Fire. A flame appeared above one Shikigamai's head. The flame instantly burrowed into the Shikigamai's body. Ah! The Shikigamai let out an earth-shaking scream. Cold wind howled. The scream was unbearably shrill as the Shikigamai twisted and deformed. The Onmyoji's face changed. He immediately used a skill, trying to stabilize the Shikigamai. At the same time he coldly looked at Lin Moyu, seeking death. Another terrifying Shikigamai appeared in the sky. This Shikigamai was over 3 meters tall, wearing armor, with a snake head and human body, wielding a huge axe. As soon as it appeared, it flew towards Lin Moyu. Attack! Another chaotic battle began. The Hidden Dragon Academy side unleashed a barrage of attacks on the axe-wielding Shikigamai, but it was like a stone dropped in the sea, causing no damage at all. Everyone realized this Shikigamai was very strong. The Onmyoji sneered, your attacks can at most tickle my axe god. 5 skeleton warriors appeared beside Lin Moyu. They leapt high, meeting the descending axe Shikigamai. Skill, Berserk Strike. The skeleton warriors' blades flashed red. With their 5,400 strength, their attack power was already terrifyingly strong. The skill further doubled their attack. Bang bang bang. This seemingly powerful Shikigamai was instantly destroyed. It turned into a puff of blue smoke, dissipating in the air. So weak. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. The seemingly powerful Shikigamai was unexpectedly weak. Others were also dumbfounded. Their own attacks had no effect at all. But Lin Moyu's skeletons killed the enemy Shikigamai in 2 or 3 strikes. Was the Shikigamai really that weak? Or were the skeletons too strong? With the Shikigami destroyed, the Onmyoji as its master also suffered heavy damage. His face instantly turned deathly pale as he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. At this moment, fire flashed in Lin Moya's hand again. The still screaming Shikigami suffered another heavy blow. Two skeleton warriors had silently appeared beside it, their blades falling. This Shikigami was also instantly killed. The Onmyoji screamed again. He hurriedly urged his mount Shikigami to fly high, away from Lin Moyo. His eyes looking at Lin Moyo were full of hatred, but also fear. Everyone was startled by this scene. The chaotic battle on both sides stopped. One by one they looked at Lin Moyo with shock and fear. How can his skeletons be so powerful? Those were Shikigami, yet they were so easily slain. What kind of skeletons are these? What career is he? What level is he? Questions arose one after another. The Cherry Blossom Country people doubted Lin Moya's career and level. Lin Moyo wore a blocking badge, so they couldn't see his career and level. But the Onmyoji in the sky knew Lin Moyo was only level 17, with the Necromancer career. To be so powerful at just level 17, this career must be terrifyingly strong. And Lin Moyo must have awakened a talent. He was a talent career holder. The Onmyoji felt he must bring this intelligence back. A powerful career holder had appeared in the Divine Summer Empire. Thinking of this, he left on his Shikigami without looking back. Losing two Shikigami in succession made his heart bleed. 10 skeleton warriors lined up in the field. Their bodies emitted a blue-white light, their blades gleaming coldly. Soul fire flickered constantly, cold wind gusting. Just looking at them was enough to scare away the faint-hearted. Faced with the skeleton warriors, no Cherry Blossom Country person dared to attack. If even the Onmyoji was easily driven away, how could they withstand this? Retreat? Or fight? This was a difficult question. The skeleton warriors suddenly moved, walking towards the Cherry Blossom Country people with scraping sounds. Their blades swayed, carrying a chilling intent. As the skeleton warriors advanced, the Cherry Blossom Country people kept retreating. Their morale weakened more and more. Once morale collapsed, there was no need to fight. The pressure from the skeleton warriors was too immense. As the first person screamed and fled, the Cherry Blossom Country team completely collapsed. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Chicken Soup needs some new ideas. The Divine Summer Empire team returned cheerfully. Those Cherry Blossom Country guys were so funny, they actually got scared away. Seeing them run with their tails between their legs was hilarious. So many career professionals, scared off by a few skeletons. What a bunch of weaklings. They can clear nightmare dungeons. If they really fought, those Cherry Blossom Country people would be toast. Of course they had to run, or they'd be dead. As many people spoke, they glanced at Lin Moyo. The constantly silent Lin Moya seemed very mysterious in their eyes. Many whispered, speculating about Lin Moya's background. Where did he come from? Could he be from a top academy? Doesn't seem like it. Why would someone from a top academy come here? Besides, people from those top academies are busy leveling up and running high-level dungeons. Who has time for trials? It's strange, where did this expert come from? He rarely speaks. Fierce but quiet. His method of killing those Shikigami was ruthless. On the way back, everyone was relaxed. Though they hadn't completed the trial mission, today's experience left them satisfied. Driving away the Cherry Blossom Country people was satisfying enough. The trial mission became secondary. Only Ling Jin's eyes held displeasure. He occasionally looked at Lin Moyo with hatred, but also regret. If he hadn't pressured Jiang Daodao then, he would have been part of completing the trial. But now, we're not finished. Ling Jin's heart was filled with hatred. The group left the light barrier, returning to the starting point. Jiang Daodao took out the mission stone and mermaid's tear, submitting the mission. The mission stone and mermaid's tear slowly rose into the air. A shadowy image of the Divine Summer Tower appeared in the sky. A beam of light shot from the tower, falling on Jiang Daodao's mission stone and mermaid's tear. Seconds later, an authoritative voice sounded from the sky. Trial mission complete. Begin return. The Divine Summer Tower image shone brightly, illuminating everyone. Everyone was quickly teleported back. In about 10 seconds, they were back at Hidden Dragon Academy. We're back. The trial is over. Phew, good thing we all made it back alive. Nonsense, how could it be that dangerous? Each year there are over 100 trials across all academies. When have you ever heard of deaths? Low-level trials don't have deaths. Those top academies, with career professionals over level 30, lose batches of people every year. Of course. For them, our trials are just child's play. Hidden Dragon Academy was very lively, everyone discussing this trial. Lin Moyo was the most talked about. If not for Lin Moyo, they'd probably still be in a standoff with the Cherry Blossom Country people. It would have been hard to say if they could snatch the dungeon from them in the end. After all, the other side had a high level on Myoji. Ningyi's face turned pale again, the long-distance teleportation making her very uncomfortable. Next time we must find a closer place for trials. This young lady isn't going anywhere too far again. Ningyi lay on the table, limp as a dead fish. Jiang Daodao smiled, relaxing now that they were back. Thank you. This trial was very important to me. She sincerely thanked Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo shook his head, indicating no thanks were needed. Ningyi finally caught her breath. Sister Tao, no need to be so polite with Moyo. He doesn't talk much, but he's a really good person. Ningyi hadn't actually known Lin Moyo for long, but strangely, she completely trusted Lin Moyo. Silence. A low shout came from above. Everyone looked up. A person stood in mid-air. Standing on thin air, level 70, third transition career professional. Lin Moyo felt deep respect. After reaching level 70 and completing the third transition, career professionals could stand on air and fly. This was true for any career. Even life-class career professionals were the same. Of course, some rare career professionals gained flight ability early on, like Onmyoji, who could fly using Shikigamai. That was different. This is our academy principal, Principal Hongshan, Ningyi whispered to Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo nodded slightly, his eyes showing admiration. Any career professional who completed the third transition deserved respect. High school textbooks said the third transition was extremely difficult. Less than 1% of career professionals could complete it. Such figures naturally deserved respect. As for figures like the White God, they were even rarer. The whole country only had a few. Principal Hongshan's gaze swept over everyone, looking very satisfied. This trial has ended. The process and results are being analyzed. Final scores will be sent to your communicators later. Remember, the most important part of a trial is not the result, but the process. Enjoy the process, eliminate fear, maintain faith in victory. This is the purpose of trials. Completing the trial safely without casualties is more important than anything. I hear you encountered Cherry Blossom Country career professionals in this trial. We will analyze the specific situation. Those who performed well will naturally have a chance to enter top academies. Now, rest well. After speaking, Principal Hongshan turned and left. Ningyi let out a long sigh. Always the same old chicken soup, every time. Can't there be some new ideas? Jiang Daotao smiled, as if coaxing a child. Just listen. It's meant to be encouraging. Ningyi snorted. I don't need encouragement. Always using top academies as bait. What's so great about that? Jiang Daotao smiled even more happily. It may not be a big deal for you, but it's different for us. Ningyi fell silent, knowing Jiang Daotao really wanted to enter a top academy. Even within Summer Capital University, there were big differences between ordinary students, academy students, and top academy students. Both ordinary and academy students saw joining a top academy as an honor. Jiang Daotao divided up the dungeon rewards. Lin Moyo also brought out what he obtained later. Though he and Ningyi cleared the dungeon alone the last 2 times, he insisted they were one team, so the rewards must be shared equally. After dividing the spoils, Ningyi and Lin Moyo went to the Imperial Exchange together. Lin Moyo had no use for these items and planned to sell them for gold coins. Ningyi cared even less about money, giving her share to Lin Moyo too. Her reason was that her storage space had no room. No one would believe that excuse. Storage spaces weren't small, how could there be no room? Lin Moyo didn't refuse her kindness and accepted it all. After this experience, the relationship between them seemed to change slightly. Some things didn't need to be fussed over. At the Imperial Exchange, they sold all the unused silver equipment. This dungeon run dropped a silver-grade Mermaid Queen's dagger. Lin Moyo had originally wanted to give the dagger to Ningyi, but Ningyi took out an even better dagger, waving it in front of Lin Moyo. Also silver-grade, but with stronger attributes. Iron-grade corresponded to below level 10. Bronze was for levels 10 to 20. After level 20, stronger silver-grade equipment could be used. Even among silver equipment, the gap between best and worst was significant. The Mermaid Queen was a level 24 boss, but only a level 20 dungeon. The silver weapons it dropped were only average in attributes. The only advantage was that the Mermaid Queen's weapons looked pretty. Silver weapons at the Imperial Exchange were priced between 50,000 to 200,000. The Mermaid Queen's weapons were priced around 70,000. Lin Moyo sold the 2 Mermaid Queen weapons, plus the materials obtained this time, exchanging for 180,000 gold coins. Don't you need weapons? Ningyi saw Lin Moyo empty-handed. He originally had a spellbook, but Lin Moyo found it troublesome and sold it too. Lin Moyo shook his head. They're useless to me. His career was Necromancer. Though it had mage in the name, the skill-boost attributes and staffs or spellbooks were ineffective for him. Lin Moyo felt his career might have its own specialized equipment. The small spirit boost wasn't very useful. Ningyi said and continued, you should save up money and buy more junior skill scrolls. Before your second transition, you should learn all your junior career skills. Lin Moyo listened carefully. He didn't know this information. Ningyi knew more than him. Ningyi became Teacher Ning, earnestly instructing. If you don't learn all junior skills, after your second transition you can only use intermediate skill scrolls. If you awaken a junior skill then, you'll have wasted an intermediate skill scroll. After Ningyi's explanation, Lin Moyo understood. Intermediate skill scrolls could also awaken junior skills. The price difference was 100-fold. Using an intermediate scroll to awaken a junior skill would be a huge waste. Suddenly, Lin Moyo's communicator rang. After answering, an authoritative voice came through. Lin Moyo, come to the Academic Affairs Office. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Chapter 73, Everything Within Expectations. Director Chiu of the Academic Affairs Office stood respectfully to the side. Bai Yaiwan sat casually in what was originally Chiu's seat. Lin Moyo was slightly surprised to see Bai Yaiwan when he arrived, but didn't show much reaction. Greetings, Lord White God. Greetings, Director Chiu. Bai Yaiwan chuckled and beckoned to Lin Moyo. I watched the footage of this trial. You performed very well. Is that why he was called here? Lin Moyo said softly, I only did what needed to be done. This trial was for the Mermaid's tier, but Lin Moyo still didn't know what it was used for. However, since the university arranged it this way, the Mermaid's tier must be useful. Bai Yaiwan smiled more broadly. Not arrogant in victory, not discouraged in defeat, this was the best mentality to become a top expert. Do you know the use of the mermaid's tear? Lin Moya shook his head, not knowing. Bai Yaiwan smiled. Actually, not many people in this trial knew the purpose of the mermaid's tear. After all, the level gap is too big, most people can't use it. The mermaid's tear is related to the success rate of awakening talents during the second transition. Lin Moya was slightly surprised internally. There was a chance to awaken talents during the second transition, but this chance was extremely slim. Only 1 in 10,000 could awaken talents. He had thought it was just a matter of luck, not expecting there to be items that could increase this probability. Though slightly surprised inside, Lin Moya's expression remained unchanged, not even his eyes showed any change. Bai Yaiwan couldn't see the expected emotion in Lin Moya's eyes, and felt somewhat disappointed. Of course, items that can help awaken talents aren't limited to the mermaid's tear. It's just that the mermaid's tear is relatively easy to obtain. We originally calculated the time and location of Mermaid Island's appearance, but didn't expect Cherry Blossom Country to also figure it out, which almost caused this trial to fail. Fortunately you were there, so you've made a great contribution this time. In the Divine Summer Empire, faults must be punished, but merits must also be rewarded. What reward would you like? I'll try my best to fulfill it. Bai Yaiwan said a lot, but the last sentence was key. Lin Moya thought for a moment. Can you help me find someone? Bai Yaiwan chuckled. I knew you'd ask this. Didn't you already check at the Academic Affairs Office? Your sister Lin Mohan joined the university last year, and joined Creation God Academy early this year. That's why you could only find blank records for her in the university. All students who join Creation God Academy have blank records. This time Lin Moya was truly shocked. My sister joined Creation God Academy. He knew how difficult it was to enter Creation God Academy. As the top academy in the university, its entry requirements were ridiculously high. Jiang Daodao's ultimate dream was to join Creation God Academy. Ning Yi also told him to definitely try to join Creation God Academy if possible. Creation God Academy always had a mysterious aura in his mind. He didn't expect his sister to get in first. Lin Moya realized there was an issue. How could his sister join Creation God Academy in less than half a year after entering the university? Even internal members cultivated by the university like Jiang Daodao hadn't been able to join Creation God Academy. Bai Yaiwan said, Lin Mohan did indeed join Creation God Academy. According to the rules, I can't reveal anything about Creation God Academy to you. So if you have any questions, you'll have to join Creation God Academy yourself and ask your sister. You probably won't be able to see your sister before you join Creation God Academy. Lin Moya asked without hesitation, how can I join Creation God Academy? Bai Yaiwan was prepared for this. He operated his communicator for a moment, then Lin Moya's communicator received a notification of some information. Alright, I've sent you the conditions for joining Creation God Academy. You can look at them when you have time. Regarding your sister, I was going to tell you anyway, so it doesn't count as your reward. You can ask for something else. Lin Moya thought for a moment, I want a cooldown talisman. Director Chiu had an as expected expression. Bai Yaiwan slapped the table and laughed heartily. Old Chiu, didn't I say so? Director Chiu laughed. My lord is truly omniscient, completely correct. Lin Moya's two requests were both within Bai Yaiwan's expectations. Bai Yaiwan looked at Lin Moya teasingly. Do you know how valuable cooldown talismans are? Even junior cooldown talismans can't be bought casually. Lin Moya nodded. Indeed, they couldn't be bought. Even the university exchange didn't have them. Bai Yaiwan said, let's deal with things separately. You performed very well in the big exam, getting the national top scholar position. The rewards for that have already been given to you, so we're even on that matter. You've made contributions in this trial mission, but that alone isn't enough to exchange for a junior cooldown talisman. I have a mission here. If you complete it, I'll help you get a junior cooldown talisman. Lin Moya's eyes lit up. Alright. With a junior cooldown talisman, things would be much more convenient for Lin Moya. He could repeatedly run dungeons in a short time, greatly increasing his leveling speed. Bai Yaiwan said, first raise your level to 20, then you can execute this mission. As for how to level up, you can ask Director Chiu. He's an expert in this area. Alright, contact me again when you reach level 20. Now Lin Moya's communicator had Bai Yaiwan's contact information. He could contact Bai Yaiwan when he reached level 20. Get a cooldown talisman, join Creation God Academy, find his sister. Lin Moya set these goals for himself. After Bai Yaiwan left, Director Chiu finally sat back in his own seat. He looked at Lin Moya with a smile. From Bai Yaiwan's attitude earlier, he could see that Bai Yaiwan had high hopes for this young man. He knew very well what Bai Yaiwan was usually like. In all these years, he had never seen Bai Yaiwan be so amiable with anyone. Even those top geniuses in Creation God Academy were scolded harshly by Bai Yaiwan. Bai Yaiwan's attitude towards Lin Moya completely surpassed that towards other students. If he didn't know Lin Moya's identity, he would have suspected Lin Moya might be Bai Yaiwan's illegitimate son. Director Chiu smiled and said, there are many ways to level up, but the fastest way is definitely to solo dungeons. However, soloing dungeons is difficult and dangerous. Most people at most run normal difficulty, and may not even fight the final boss because they can't beat it. Besides soloing dungeons, you can find elite monster areas in the wild. There are quite a few such places. But those places are also crowded, and disputes over territory often occur. There's also finding wild bosses. Wild bosses provide a lot of experience, more than dungeon bosses, and can also drop good equipment. But wild bosses are contracted by various guilds. People who don't know can't even figure out the respawn times. Director Chiu mentioned many methods. Apart from dungeon running being somewhat reliable, all the other methods weren't very feasible. These directions were only suitable for ordinary career professionals, not for Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo understood this in his heart, but still listened very patiently. Though not useful for himself, this was still knowledge. You never know when it might come in handy. For example, Director Chiu mentioned public monster areas between countries, which Lin Moyo had never heard of before. Director Chiu talked for a long time, not stopping for a full 10 minutes. Finally, seeing Lin Moyo had no reaction, he couldn't hold back anymore. Lord White God was right, you really don't talk much. I give up, no more jokes. Give me your ID card, I'll process some paperwork for you. Lin Moyo handed over his ID card. Director Chiu quickly processed the paperwork and also gave Lin Moyo a special-looking teleportation stone. This is the teleportation stone for the dungeon hall. Within the university grounds, you can use it to teleport to the university's dungeon hall. If you want to run dungeons, go there. Alright, this teleportation stone is worth 1000 points. It's been deducted from your point card. In the university, everything was based on transactions. If you want to get something, you have to pay a corresponding price, either labor, points, or gold coins. There's no such thing as free lunch. After leaving the academic affairs office, Lin Moyo first thought of contacting Ning Yi. He had promised to help her level up, and naturally couldn't go back on his word. His communicator vibrated, receiving a message from Ning Yi. Something came up, leaving for a few days. Will contact you when I'm back. Chapter 74. Chapter 74, 74. Chapter 74, Dungeon Hall, getting big results with little money. Ning Yi was away on some business. Perhaps she had gone to do another mission. The first time Lin Moyo met Ning Yi, she was also on a mission. Lin Moyo didn't find it strange. At Summer Capital University, everyone was busy. No one was truly free. In a few days, this year's new students admitted to Summer Capital University would arrive. Then the university would start unified classes, becoming even busier. Lin Moyo didn't rush to activate the teleportation stone, but instead checked the information Bai Yaiwan had sent him. Requirements to enter Creation God Academy. Level over 30. Just the first requirement shocked Lin Moyo internally. Sister, is over level 30? So fast. From the information Bai Yaiwan revealed, Lin Mohan had joined Creation God Academy just 3 to 4 months after entering the university. This meant Lin Mohan had leveled from 16 to 30 in just 3 to 4 months. This speed was astonishing. Normally, going from level 20 to 30 would take about a year. Unless Lin Mohan could solo nightmare dungeons like him. But such people were extremely rare. Lin Moyo couldn't figure out how Lin Mohan had leveled up. He could only ask when he saw her. After reading the level requirement, Lin Moyo continued to the next requirement. Clear the level 30 dungeon, Abyss Frontline, on Hell difficulty. This condition seemed somewhat difficult. Hell difficulty was much harder than Nightmare. Clearing a Hell difficulty dungeon had comprehensive requirements for career, mentality, skills, equipment, and abilities. Ordinary teams had no chance of clearing it. Only extremely elite teams could pass. When I reach level 30, I'll try soloing it. Lin Moyo thought, not even considering forming a team. Soloing was much more satisfying than teaming up. Third requirement, reach 1000 contribution points. Contribution points were different from regular points. They could only be obtained by completing university missions or doing things beneficial to the university. Like this Mermaid Island trial, he would gain some contribution points. As for how many, it was unknown at the moment. Contribution points were necessary to enter top academies, which is why Jiang Daodao said the trial was very important to her. If she wanted to join a top academy, she had to earn enough contribution points. There were only 3 requirements, not too many, but none of them were simple. After memorizing them, Lin Moyo activated the teleportation stone. He heard a clamor of noise, extremely lively. Burial Grounds Dungeon, normal difficulty, need level 25 mage, preferably fire specialist. Blood Brawl Orc Legion Dungeon, nightmare difficulty, need healer, level 22 to 25, must be healing expert, full bronze equipment minimum. Dark Tower, nightmare difficulty, need level 30 plus knight, full silver equipment required, must have ally protection skill. Lin Moyo felt somewhat uncomfortable seeing the market-like environment. The dungeon hall was within the university, but couldn't be reached by normal means. Only after passing academic affairs review and confirming eligibility, then paying 1000 points to buy a special teleportation stone, could one enter. Lin Moyo had originally thought the dungeon hall would be solemn and sacred, but now he saw it was like a marketplace. Many students were recruiting team members, sitting on the ground holding signs with requirements. They also called out occasionally. It wasn't much different from outside regular dungeon entrances. Lin Moyo even doubted if this was really the dungeon hall. Had he come to the wrong place? Looking past these people, he saw a huge hall. That must be the real dungeon hall. Lin Moyo walked in. All the clamor disappeared the moment he stepped into the dungeon hall. People inside were also talking, but in hushed voices. A strange sound also echoed in the hall. Vortex-like dungeon entrances were distributed throughout the corners of the hall. The sound came from these dungeon entrances. Different dungeons produced different sounds. There were over 100 such entrances, their various sounds interweaving to form a very unique soundscape. Each dungeon entrance had a crystal ball. The crystal balls displayed information like the dungeon name, level requirements, entry rules, cooldown time, etc. Back in West Sea First High, Lin Moya knew the Empire controlled many dungeon resources. He didn't expect Summer Capital University to also control so many dungeon resources. This world had countless dungeons. It seemed reasonable for the Divine Summer Empire's top university to control some dungeon resources. After all, even figures like the White God came from Summer Capital University. More accurately, over half of the Divine Summer Empire's top experts came from Summer Capital University. Above each dungeon entrance vortex was a light screen. The screen displayed records for that dungeon. Lin Moya observed that the screens only showed the top 3 records, and only for the highest difficulty. If a dungeon had hell difficulty, only the top 3 hell records were shown. If it only had nightmare difficulty, then the top 3 nightmare records. The records included clear time, team member names, levels, careers, etc. This served as a reference. Other teams wanting to clear the dungeon could copy successful strategies. After many teams' attempts, very good compositions had been found. If you could find an even better one and set a new record, that would be even better. This setup had a competitive element. It would make teams want to strive for first place. Appearing on a dungeon ranking board was a great honor. Excuse me. A gentle voice suddenly came from behind Lin Moya. Lin Moya turned to see a female student about 20 years old standing behind him. She took a deep breath, gathering courage. Hello, is this your first time in the dungeon hall? Lin Moya nodded. She continued, my name is Shuhan. I can introduce you to everything in the dungeon hall. There's no free lunch. Manna doesn't fall from heaven. Especially in Summer Capital University, to gain something you must give something. Lin Moya asked, how much? Shuhan immediately said, 100 points is enough. She seemed a bit nervous. Perhaps this was her first time doing this. 100 points. It didn't sound like much, but points weren't easy to earn. Actually, 100 points wasn't little. Lin Moya didn't respond immediately. Seeing Lin Moya hadn't agreed, Shuhan quickly added, 70 points is also okay. Let's go with 100. Lin Moya transferred 100 points to Shuhan. After receiving the points, Shuhan let out a long sigh of relief and smiled sweetly, thank you. The main function of the dungeon hall is to access various dungeons. In the entire dungeon hall, there are 40 dungeons for levels 10 to 40. The remaining 52 are for levels 40 to 70. Besides those, there are 2 large dungeons and 1 super large dungeon. 95 dungeons in total. Large dungeons were for 40+ players, while super large dungeons were called 100-player dungeons. Lin Moya asked, what about dungeons above level 70? Shuhan shook her head, dungeons above level 70 aren't here. Lin Moya roughly understood. Dungeons above level 70 were likely managed directly by the university. They wouldn't be placed in the dungeon hall for casual access. Those dungeons were very important resources. The materials and equipment that appeared in them were very useful. Shuhan continued explaining the various functions of the dungeon hall. For Lin Moya, though this was just information he could figure out eventually on his own, having someone explain saved him a lot of time. The cost was just 100 points. He still had over 130,000 points, so 100 was just a small amount. Each dungeon has corresponding clear records. If you can set a new record, you'll get rewards. Dungeon entry conditions also vary. Most require meeting a basic level, but some require an average team level. Some special dungeons also have requirements for the highest or lowest level in the team. Dungeons were diverse, with different requirements. Lin Moya asked, are there any dungeons without level requirements? Shuhan shook her head, there used to be, but after people died inside, it was too dangerous. The university set level requirements, not allowing entry if your level is too low. There are still many dungeons without level requirements in the wild. There was a fundamental difference in safety between entering dungeons through the dungeon hall versus wild dungeons. Inside, you could exit the dungeon at any time. If in danger, you could choose to leave. Safety was greatly increased. Unless instantly killed, it was hard to die. In other words, the money wasn't wasted. From the dungeon level settings and ranking competition, Lin Moya saw the university wanted to cultivate students from low-level to high-level dungeons, while striving to ensure student safety. Students admitted to Summer Capital University were all talented. Losing even one would pain the university greatly. So safety was naturally important. That's why dungeon levels were specified, determining what level could enter what dungeon. Aiming too high wasn't allowed. Chapter 75. Chapter 75, 75. Chapter 75, turns out he's just a kid under level 20. Shuhan explained things very thoroughly, living up to her payment. Lin Moya felt like he had gotten great value for his small investment of 100 points. Through Shuhan's explanation, Lin Moya learned the specific rules of the dungeon hall. Entering dungeons required not only meeting the dungeon's requirements, but also paying additional points. At Summer Capital University, everything revolved around points. Entering dungeons was no exception. The higher the dungeon level, the more points required. Points could also be spent to remove dungeon cooldowns. Even without cooldown talismans, with enough points one could repeatedly run dungeons. Lin Moya was pleasantly surprised. This way, he could definitely speed up his leveling significantly. Shuhan brought Lin Moya to the center of the dungeon hall. Several crystal balls were arranged there. Shuhan explained, this is the mission center and team recruitment center of the dungeon hall. The mission center has many missions, mainly collecting materials, equipment, and special items from various dungeons. You can complete missions to exchange for points, or post your own missions to collect materials and items. The team recruitment center is for forming teams. You can post recruitments or join other teams. These two functions were also very practical, but points were the prerequisite. Both the Mission Center and Team Recruitment Center required points. Posting missions cost points, and submitted missions had points deducted. Posting team recruitments cost points, only joining teams was free. At Summer Capital University, points were hard currency, needed everywhere. After over half an hour, Shuhan had thoroughly explained the situation in the dungeon hall to Lin Moyo. Is there anything else you don't understand? At this moment, Lin Moyo's communicator suddenly vibrated. He received 50 contribution points, his score from the Mermaid Island trial. Not much, still far from the 1,000 contribution points needed to join Creation God Academy. Lin Moyo asked, how do you earn contribution points? Shuhan asked, are you asking about the university's contribution points? Lin Moyo nodded. Shuhan said, there aren't many ways to get contribution points. Participating in university-organized trials is one way. Completing missions assigned by the university can also earn contribution points. In the Mission Center, some missions are posted by the university. Completing them can earn some contribution points. But these missions are very popular. Generally they're completed soon after being posted. Everyone wants to earn contribution points to join academies. Contribution points are necessary. Lin Moyo checked the Mission Center. There were indeed a few missions posted by the university, but the contribution points earned for completing them were very few, usually 2 or 3 points, with the highest mission only offering 10 points. It's very difficult to earn contribution points. Lin Moyo suddenly felt that his 50 contribution points were quite a lot. He guessed Jiang Daotao and the others probably didn't earn more than him. His communicator rang. After answering, Duan Gao's excited voice came through. Moyo, how many contribution points did you get? I got 20 points, I made a big profit this time. Sister Tao got 30 points, she's overjoyed. Lin Moyo said softly, 50 points. Wow, Sister Tao was right, you definitely got the most points. Gosh, 50 points at once, that's worth several of my missions. Next time there's a trial mission, I must team up with you. I want to ride your coattails. Duan Gao excitedly rambled on for a while before hanging up. Shuhan was stunned. To get 50 contribution points from one trial mission. Contribution points were very hard to obtain. Not just Shuhan, but several people nearby were also stunned. What kind of trial mission could earn 50 contribution points? They had done trial missions before, usually only getting 5 or 10 points. Unless performing exceptionally well, maybe 20 points at most. Getting 50 points at once was unheard of, except for high-level trial missions after the second transition. He must be lying, how could there be such high contribution points? I haven't heard of any high-level trial missions recently, and he doesn't look very high-level. Right, he must be boasting. Lin Moyo ignored the whispering crowd and said to Shuhan, thank you. The 100 points were well spent. Shuhan quickly shook her head, you're welcome, you paid for it. Are you going to find a team to run dungeons now? Lin Moyo went to a dungeon entrance. Mutant Forest, level 17 dungeon. Requirements were for career professionals between levels 15 to 19. In the dungeon hall, there were only 2 low-level dungeons below level 20. Mutant Forest was one of them. Entering the dungeon cost 10 points, removing the cooldown cost 40 points. The previous record for this dungeon was 58 minutes, set 3 years ago. The record-setting team had 5 members. 1 knight, 1 prophet, 3 mages. Everyone was level 19. Full bronze equipment. The powerful composition with 3 damage dealers allowed them to progress extremely quickly. This record had stood for 3 years, unbroken. The second place time was 1 hour 17 minutes, nearly 20 minutes slower. Lin Moyo paid 10 points and chose Nightmare difficulty to enter the dungeon. Seeing Lin Moyo enter a low-level dungeon, the people in the dungeon hall exploded. Wow, I thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a kid under level 20. Right, acting all high and mighty here. Getting 50 contribution points from one trial mission? More like 50 regular points. But he's soloing the dungeon, that's pretty gutsy. Haha, he'll probably come out with his tail between his legs soon. The crowd completely disbelieved Lin Moyo's claim of getting 50 contribution points from one trial mission, thinking it was a tall tale. Now seeing Lin Moyo enter a low-level dungeon, they all mocked him. They felt Lin Moyo was just bragging, but Shuhan felt Lin Moyo wasn't making things up. Lin Moyo gave her a strange feeling, as if he was full of confidence, giving an illusion of being in complete control. Perhaps, everything he said was true. This thought popped into Shuhan's mind, startling even herself. 50 contribution points, how outstanding would one's performance need to be to earn that? She couldn't even imagine it. Lin Moyo found himself in an ancient forest. Wind rustled the leaves, making a rustling sound. Thick layers of dead leaves covered the ground. It seemed no one had set foot here for countless years. Occasional beast roars came from the forest, inspiring fear. Standing outside the forest, one could see beasts roaming inside. Mutant Forest, the beasts inside were affected by a mysterious power, mutating. The beasts became terrifying fierce beasts. Bears, tigers, wolf packs, all kinds of fierce beasts were present. Besides the visible ones, some were hidden in the bushes, like various snakes and mutant insects. One could be ambushed if not careful in the forest. Break the record, get rewards. Lin Moyo thought for a moment. Large numbers of skeleton warriors appeared beside him. A full 108 skeleton warriors, not one less. The skeleton warriors injured by the Mermaid Queen had fully recovered. Go! The skeleton warriors charged into the mutant forest with their unique clattering sound. Mutant Gray Bear, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level 17. Strength 1400. Agility 1000. Spirit 500. Constitution 1600. Skill Roar Attack. Mutant White Tiger, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level 18. Strength 1700. Agility 1500. Spirit 400. Constitution 1500. Skill Roar. He used detection to check the attributes of two fierce beasts in succession. Compared to the skeleton warriors 5,400 in all four attributes, there was no comparison. The skeleton warriors charged into the forest like tigers among sheep, rampaging through. Each monster took at most 3 strikes to kill. Killed level 17 Mutant Gray Bear, experience plus 6,000. Obtained Beast Hide X5. Killed level 18 Mutant White Tiger, experience plus 7,000. Obtained Beast Hide X4. Notifications flooded the screen. Experience steadily increased. When entering the dungeon, experience was 32.57%. Wonder how much it will be after clearing the dungeon. Chapter 76. Chapter 76, 76. Chapter 76, Super Hard Turtle, New Record. Following behind the skeleton army, Lin Moya walked through the dangerous mutant forest as if on flat ground. Though there were many monsters in the forest, they were too scattered. Lin Moya didn't even bother to pull monsters. It was better to just kill them directly. Without using skills it took 3 strikes, with skills it took 2. The efficiency wasn't low. It was a complete steamroll. Lin Moya even had to jog to keep up with the skeleton warrior's pace. Are there no boss monsters in this dungeon? Advancing all the way through, they hadn't encountered a single boss monster. At most they ran into 2 wolf packs. The skeleton warriors surrounded and slaughtered them directly. Lin Moya didn't even have time to use Corpse Explosion. By the time he caught up, the battle was over. To Lin Moya, this dungeon seemed even simpler than the West Sea Mine dungeon. However, the dungeon map was very large with no sense of direction. Lin Moya nearly got lost several times. After wandering in the dungeon for 30 minutes, they finally reached the end. A fairly large pond, with several huge fierce beasts napping by the water. He had seen wolf packs, dog packs, and snake nests before, but this was the first time seeing a monster group of tigers and bears together. This really defies common sense. Mutated fierce beasts actually gathering together. Could they have gained intelligence? Before him were 2 bears and 2 tigers forming a monster group. The bears and tigers were especially large. The bears in particular were about 5 meters tall when standing. Though surprised, in Lin Moya's eyes they were just experience points. The skeleton warriors charged without hesitation. There was no art to the battle, just simple and brutal encirclement and killing. Lin Moya didn't even have a chance to use detection before the bears and tigers fell to the skeleton warriors' blades. With a boom, a huge water column rose from the pond. A massive turtle-like fierce beast crawled out of the pond. The turtle wore a thick shell covering its whole body like armor. The shell was over 5 meters in diameter, very large. Its mouth opened to reveal a row of sharp fangs. It also had a long whip-like tail covered in sharp spikes. As the turtle crawled out of the pond, it let out a shrill roar. Mutant Dragon Turtle, Boss-level Monster. Level 19. Strength 4000. Agility 500. Spirit 500. Constitution 7000. Skills, Bite, Sweep, Super Defense. This boss had extremely high constitution, surpassing the skeleton warriors and even higher than the level 24 Mermaid Queen. Such high constitution meant very strong vitality and defense. Its strength was slightly weaker, but still enough to damage the skeleton warriors. While Lin Moya was checking the mutant dragon turtle's attributes, the skeleton warriors had already surrounded it. Their blades struck the turtle shell, making metallic sounds. The turtle bit fiercely at the skeleton warriors with its teeth, while its long tail whipped at them like a whip. The size difference was huge. When hit by the tail, the skeleton warriors weren't much hurt but were sent flying by the great force. The tail was usually retracted in the shell, but fully extended when attacking. The tail was very long, at least 10 meters. Each lash could hit several skeleton warriors. Skeleton warriors jumped onto its back, constantly hacking at the turtle shell with their blades. Its constitution was too high, with extremely strong defense and vitality. Attacks landing on it didn't do much damage. Its agility and spirit are too low. No matter how high the strength, it's useless if you can't hit. Red light appeared in Lin Moya's palm. Skill, Slow Curse. A red light like a large net fell. A red shackle symbol appeared above the mutant dragon turtle's head. Under the curse, its speed dropped sharply. The mutant dragon turtle's attack frequency halved, looking like it was moving in slow motion. It seemed to realize its predicament was not good. It simply retracted its whole body into the shell. A faint light emanated from its body. Skill, Super Defense. In the faint light, Lin Moya saw its wounds rapidly healing. The skeleton warriors could barely damage it before, now they couldn't do any damage at all. Even the previous injuries were recovering. With extremely high constitution plus skill boost, the mutant dragon turtle had become an impenetrable fortress. There must be something I'm overlooking, Lin Moya thought. If even his skeleton warriors couldn't beat it, other careers would have no chance. How did others clear the dungeon then? Lin Moya suddenly understood where the problem was. In the top 3 ranked teams, all the damage dealers were magic classes. There were no melee or physical classes like archers. It's weak to elemental attacks. Flames immediately appeared in his palm. Skill, Soul Fire. A flame also appeared above the mutant dragon turtle's head. The flame quickly sank into its body. The previously motionless mutant dragon turtle began struggling violently, letting out earth-shaking screams. Lin Moya was a mage after all. Besides the skeleton warrior's super strong physical attacks, his own magic skills were also very powerful. Moreover, it was enhanced by 20 levels and ignored defense as a spirit attack, even more terrifying than elemental mage's elemental attacks. Seeing it was effective, Lin Moya continued casting soul fire. The mutant dragon turtle screamed continuously, its huge body shaking. It finally couldn't bear it and tried to charge at Lin Moya, but the skeleton warriors firmly blocked it, giving it no chance. When it stuck out its head and feet, the skeleton warriors seized the opportunity to attack, avoiding the shell. Red light flashed on the skeleton warriors' blades as they activated skills. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The mutant dragon turtle's screams became more intense. Lin Moya cast soul fire again and again, rapidly consuming spirit power. He took out a junior spirit potion and drank it directly to replenish spirit power. The mutant dragon turtle's vitality was too strong. Lin Moya felt he might run out of spirit power before killing it. Then they'd be back to square one. Suddenly he thought of an idea. Flip it over. At his command, the skeleton warriors immediately exerted force together. With their combined power, they flipped the mutant dragon turtle over with a boom. The soft flesh of its belly was exposed. Without the shell's protection, the skeleton warriors found their opportunity. Each strike dealt significant damage. The mutant dragon turtle struggled constantly, but no matter how it struggled it couldn't flip back over. Blood flowed everywhere, dyeing the pond red. The mutant dragon turtle's struggles grew weaker and weaker. After 3 minutes of continuous attacks from the skeleton warriors, the mutant dragon turtle was finally killed. Killed mutant dragon turtle, experience plus 150,000. Obtained bronze grade weapon, dragon turtle gauntlets. Obtained bronze grade armor, dragon turtle heavy armor. Obtained low grade monster crystal core. Dragon turtle gauntlets, bronze grade, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, monk skill power plus 6%, usable after level 12. Dragon turtle heavy armor, bronze grade, constitution plus 30, defense skill power plus 6%, usable after level 12. Lin Moya just glanced at the 2 bronze equipment pieces before putting them away. Checking his experience, he had gone from 32.57% to 67% from this dungeon run, an increase of nearly 35% experience. One more run and he could reach level 18. As Lin Moya successfully killed the mutant dragon turtle, bells suddenly rang out in the dungeon hall. The bell sounds echoed throughout the dungeon hall space, ringing 3 times. People both inside and outside the hall heard it. Wow, someone set a new dungeon record. It's been a long time since a new record was set. Quick, let's see which expert it is. Good to know for future coattailing. Strange, I didn't see any elite teams enter earlier. For a moment, no one was calling out anymore. People outside the hall all rushed in. Fortunately the hall was large enough to still be spacious after accommodating hundreds of people. On the Mutant Forest dungeon, the light screen was emitting brilliant light, capturing everyone's attention. A brand new record had appeared on it. Chapter 77. Chapter 77, 77. Chapter 77, Unbreakable for 100 years. Over 100 pairs of eyes in the hall couldn't believe the new record that appeared. The sound of people swallowing could be heard. Someone pointed at the new record on the light screen with an incredulous expression. Is this possible? One person soloed a nightmare dungeon. Even though it's only a level 17 low-level dungeon, it shouldn't be possible to solo. That's not even the key point. The crucial thing is the time. He only took 50 minutes, a full 9 minutes faster than the previous record. How did he do it? This Lin Moya's career is Necromancer. What career is that? I've never heard of it. Everyone shook their heads. I haven't heard of it either, must be a new career. Yes, definitely a new career. Never heard of this career before. Could it be a legendary career? Amidst the discussions, Lin Moya appeared at the dungeon entrance. He's out, he's out. Classmate, how did you do it? Some people can solo nightmare dungeons, but how did you both solo and break the record? Expert, can you carry me? Lin Moya was surrounded by a crowd, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He looked up and saw the new record he created, understanding what happened. Then he chose to pay points to remove the cooldown. The next second, Lin Moya entered the dungeon again. He went in again. Another solo run. He's soloing again? Isn't he tired? Let's not crowd around him, we might scare him. After all, he's only level 17. Right, someone here is level 30 and was just calling him expert and begging to be carried, have some shame. Amidst the discussions, most of the crowd finally dispersed. Shu Han was also in the crowd, her face full of shock that wouldn't fade. He's really amazing. Could it be true that he got 50 contribution points in the trial? Just as he entered the dungeon, Lin Moya's communicator vibrated. A message came in. Created new record for Mutant Forest Dungeon, received 1000 points, 5 contribution points. Can only be obtained once. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. So creating a new dungeon record not only gave point rewards, but also contribution points. Too bad it could only be obtained once. But this made sense, otherwise there would be a loophole to exploit. Experienced teams could easily control the time, improving by a few seconds each time. Then they could keep creating new records and farm large amounts of contribution points. The university naturally wouldn't leave such a loophole. Regardless, getting contribution points was an unexpected bonus. Lin Moya just wanted to level up, purely wanted to level up. The skeleton warriors had already charged out. 108 skeleton warriors again swept through the fierce beasts in the forest like tigers among sheep. With the experience from last time, there was no getting lost this time, and the speed was faster. In just over 20 minutes, Lin Moyo had already reached the end of the dungeon. The skeleton warriors swarmed up, and in the blink of an eye there were 4 corpses by the pond. A water column shot up, and the final boss mutant dragon turtle crawled out of the pond. Boom, 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 boom. Skill, corpse explosion. With 4 consecutive explosions, the mutant dragon turtle died before it could act. Accompanied by a large amount of water splashing into the sky, the pond instantly became shallower. A large pit appeared on the ground, and the mutant dragon turtle was badly injured by the explosions. Flip it over. The skeleton warriors had long been prepared and swarmed up. No one would ever use this kind of tactic. No career could have so many summons. Given the mutant dragon turtle's size and weight, flipping it over should be impossible. The mutant dragon turtle let out a miserable cry as it was flipped onto its back, exposing its weakest defense. From this moment, its fate was sealed. Actually, from the moment it crawled out of the pond, its fate was sealed. The skeleton warriors swarmed up, all using skills. Skill, Berserk Strike. Blades glowing red fell on its belly. Blood gushed out like a fountain. It was much smoother than last time. First stunned by 4 corpse explosions, then suffering the full force of the skeleton warriors' attacks. In just 1 minute, the mutant dragon turtle was dead. Killed mutant dragon turtle, experience plus 150,000. Obtained bronze grade weapon, dragon turtle longbow. Obtained low grade monster crystal core. Dragon turtle longbow, bronze grade, agility plus 40, bow skill power plus 6%, usable after level 12. The bells rang again in the dungeon hall. People who had just left the dungeon hall not long ago ran back. What's going on? Another new record. It's the mutant forest again, the score improved again. Wow, this score is insane. I'm going to faint. Can someone tell me this isn't real? This score is impossible. The new record time was fixed at 24 minutes 32 seconds. Not only did it break the 30-minute barrier, it even surpassed 25 minutes. The previous record that stood for over 3 years was 58 minutes. And that was set by a team of 5 with near-perfect composition. Unlike Lin Moyo, who single-handedly created a record others could hardly imagine. Breaking an existing record was very difficult. Otherwise the old record wouldn't have stood for over 3 years. I bet no one will break this record for 100 years. What 100 years? I say 500 years and it still might not be broken. This leaves no room for others at all. Do you think he'll go clear other dungeons and create new records? Very likely. I just can't figure out how he dealt with that final boss turtle in the mutant forest dungeon. It was hard as anything. That turtle had ridiculously high constitution, nearly immune to physical attacks. Only elemental attacks could damage it. His career as necromancer, it's normal to have elemental attacks, but it's too fast. When I ran this dungeon before, just the turtle took an hour. I really don't know how he did it. Too amazing. At this moment, Lin Moyo's whole body was glowing. As the mutant dragon turtle fell, Lin Moyo finally leveled up. He reached level 18. From when he transitioned careers until now, it hadn't even been half a month. He had gone from level 1 to level 18. The speed was astonishing. His attributes increased again, with the skeleton warriors' 4 attributes now reaching 5,800. Through these 2 dungeon experiences, Lin Moyo also saw the flaws of the skeleton warriors. Though their physical attacks were very powerful, they were too singular. If encountering monsters with extremely high physical defense, the skeleton warrior's effectiveness would be greatly reduced, even becoming useless. The soul fire skill could make up for this deficiency, but it wasn't efficient enough against bosses and was limited by total spirit. Necromancer shouldn't only have skeleton warriors. Keep leveling up. When I reach level 20, I'll buy some skill scrolls and see if I can get new skills. Before level 20, he didn't plan to use skill scrolls again. Even if there were still level 10 skills, the success rate of skill scrolls would be greatly reduced. It was better to wait until level 20 and use a batch together. His career was special, unable to obtain skills through other methods like other careers. Skill scrolls were his only choice. Lin Moyo didn't even know how many skills he had, being the first and only necromancer. There wasn't even a reference point, so he could only use as many skill scrolls as possible, striving to obtain all skills. Junior scrolls were still okay, costing 100,000 each, which wasn't too expensive, but intermediate skill scrolls jumped to 10 million each, which was a bit scary. Take it one step at a time, don't think too much. Lin Moyo appeared outside the dungeon. He found himself surrounded again, but this time everyone was calmer than before. Classmate, can you reveal how you killed the mutant dragon turtle? Yeah, classmate, why were you able to clear it so fast? Are there any tricks? Please share. Many people humbly asked Lin Moyo for guidance. Lin Moyo said calmly, just flip it over. Flip it over? Everyone had a sudden realization. Someone exclaimed, oh right, why didn't I think of that? That old turtle, its shell is hard but its belly is still soft. Right, just flip it over and it's done. Classmate Lin Moyo was really talented to think of such a good method. Amidst the discussions, Lin Moyo had already walked to the next dungeon. Level 20 dungeon, Spider's Nest. Entry conditions were levels 18 to 22. Minimum level 18 to enter, maximum not exceeding level 22. Chapter 78. Chapter 78, 78. Chapter 78, Leveling Paradise, Material Paradise. There were only 2 dungeons below level 20. Mutant Forest and Spider's Nest. Mutant Forest was a level 17 dungeon, with the lowest requirements, for levels 15 to 19. Spider's Nest was a level 20 dungeon, for levels 18 to 22. Just from these two dungeons, one could see the university's strict level restrictions on dungeons. This formed a complete mechanism for cultivating students. As students' levels gradually increased and combat experience grew richer, these requirements would gradually relax. Nightmare difficulty, enter dungeon. Paying 10 points, Lin Moyo entered the dungeon. Wind blowing through the cave sounded like a baby crying. The wind came in gusts, making the sound intermittent and scary. The cave was extremely dark. Even with Lin Moya's vision it was hard to see clearly. A flame appeared in his palm. Soul fire, with no target, just staying in Lin Moya's palm for illumination. The flame wasn't strong and couldn't light up much area. Lin Moya roughly saw his surroundings. Rock walls all around, with only one passage wide enough for two people to walk side by side, leading who knows where. The rock walls were covered in small holes, from thumb-sized to fist-sized. Many spider webs hung from the ceiling. The wind carried the sound of spiders crawling, making one's skin crawl. The dungeon was called Spider's Nest. This was the spider's world. Large numbers of skeleton warriors appeared, their ghostly soul fires serving as torches, casting many shadows. The skeleton warriors charged down the passage. The environment in Spider's Nest was very complex and winding. The skeleton warriors spread out, running through the caves. A map that was constantly expanding appeared in Lin Moya's mind. The entire nest had countless caves, connected to each other. Some caves had several exits. They interconnected, forming a structure like a beehive, accessible in all directions yet maze-like. The skeleton warriors kept spreading out, each advancing on their own. Soon, some skeleton warriors encountered monsters. They engaged in battle. Killed level 20 Crimson Spider, experience plus 9,000. Obtained Spider Silk X5. Killed level 19 Hairy Spider, experience plus 8,000. Obtained Spider Silk X4. Information kept popping up as the skeleton warriors entered combat, slowing the map's expansion. There were many monsters, densely packed. Judging by the experience, they were enhanced elite monsters. The skeleton warriors encountered attacks almost every few steps. Spiders often ambushed, usually lurking on the cave ceiling. They would attack when prey passed by. Lin Moyo advanced through the caves along paths already cleared. Entering this kind of dungeon environment for the first time, Lin Moyo was very cautious. Suddenly he heard faint sounds. In the dim light, small spiders crawled out of the surrounding rock walls. Each small spider was no bigger than a fist. Densely packed, they quickly covered the entire cave. At least several hundred, surrounding Lin Moyo. Small spider. Level, 18. Strength, 200. Agility, 200. Spirit, 100. Constitution, 200. Skills, none. Just ordinary monsters, even weaker than normal monsters of the same level. But there were too many. Even ants could kill an elephant if there were enough of them. Lin Moya recalled that the top 3 teams for Spider's Nest all had at least 2 mage class members. Mages had extremely strong area attacks, probably to deal with situations like this. The top-ranked team for both Spider's Nest and Mutant Forest dungeons is the same team. The time seems to be 1 hour 12 minutes. And it's been unbroken for 3 years. Lin Moya thought to himself as the soul fire that had been burning in his palm flew out. The flame landed on one of the small spiders. Soul fire amplified 20 times was enough to instantly kill ordinary monsters of the same level. Not to mention the small spiders only had 200 constitution, even weaker than normal level 18 monsters. The small spider let out a shrill cry and died instantly. As the light went out, the small cave fell into endless darkness. Boom! A violent explosion swept through the cave. The deafening sound echoed throughout Spider's Nest. The nest rumbled, waking countless sleeping spiders. Before the skeleton warriors could arrive, they had already crawled out. Boom! Boom! 2 more explosions, as if the cave was about to collapse. When light appeared in Lin Moya's palm again, no living small spiders remained in the cave. Lin Moya's screen was flooded with hundreds of notifications. Killed level 18 small spider, experience plus 500. Killed level 18 small spider, experience plus 500. Obtained Spider Silk X1. Killed level 18 small spider, experience plus 500. Though each small spider only provided 500 experience, it added up. 20 small spiders exceeded an enhanced elite monster of level 18, and that wave had at least 300 to 400 small spiders, equivalent to killing over 20 enhanced elite monsters of the same level at once. Huge profit. Lin Moya's eyes lit up, his usually calm face showing rare delight. He discovered that in the various caves where skeleton warriors were, small spiders had filled them up. These small spiders were all drawn out by the earlier explosions. Experience paradise. Lin Moya thought. Then his expression changed slightly. The skeleton warriors started taking damage. Small spiders covered the skeleton warriors. The small spiders bit the skeleton warriors with their teeth. The damage wasn't high, but very fast. The skeleton warriors' health was slowly decreasing. Ants really could kill an elephant if there were enough. The scene of skeleton warriors killing a dragon during his career transition was now reversed, happening to the skeleton warriors. Lin Moya's first reaction was to recall the skeleton warriors. But he found that because small spiders were crawling on the skeleton warriors, he couldn't recall them. The skeleton warriors had no area attack skills. Their blades could only kill 1 small spider at a time. With luck, they might kill 2 or 3. It was a drop in the bucket. Come back. Lin Moya immediately ordered the skeleton warriors to run back. Even if he couldn't recall them, they should run back. If they didn't leave, they would definitely be eaten clean by the small spiders. The skeleton warriors ran back covered in small spiders. Behind them followed large numbers of spiders, both small spiders and various enhanced elite spiders. The skeleton warriors had conquered dungeons time and again, sweeping through monsters like cutting melons. This was the first time they fled so miserably. Lin Moyu increasingly realized the skeleton warriors were too one-dimensional. Though their attributes were high, they had huge flaws and limitations. Now he could only hope for new skills at level 20. A skeleton warrior appeared in view. Lin Moyu raised his hand. Skill, corpse explosion. Boom. With a violent explosion, the small spiders on the skeleton warrior died completely. More skeleton warriors kept returning, with constant explosions. The entire spider's nest shook nonstop, as if it might collapse at any moment. Lin Moyu used corpse explosion to advance, his experience skyrocketing. In the dungeon hall, a group of people saw Lin Moyu enter the spider's nest dungeon. Is he going to set another new record? Hard to say, but Spider's Nest is a good dungeon. If I hadn't already passed level 22, I'd really want to run it a few more times. Yeah, Spider's Nest is a material paradise, you can earn loads of money. Besides money, there's tons of experience. Though each small spider doesn't give much, it adds up to a scary amount. Many level 24 dungeons don't give as much experience as Spider's Nest. The experience depends on your career though. If you can't get a mage, or get a mage without area attacks, it's a joke. The crowd discussed outside, while also waiting expectantly. They really wanted to know if Lin Moyu would set another new record. Lin Moyu was already having a blast inside, or rather, an explosive blast. Advancing with corpse explosion, countless experience and materials rained down. Lin Moyu didn't skip a single cave. The skeleton warriors no longer spread out completely, but moved in groups of 10 to clear the way. Lin Moyu followed behind. Whenever small spiders appeared, he immediately rushed over to use corpse explosion. He didn't realize that others usually found the shortest path straight to the end of the dungeon. He was clearing the entire dungeon, not planning to let a single monster escape. Chapter 79. Chapter 79, 79. Chapter 79, Experience Paradise, Best Dungeon below level 25. Time passed minute by minute. An hour later, Lin Moyu still hadn't come out. The people waiting outside were somewhat disappointed. Many felt this was normal. Previously Lin Moyu had found a new method to set records, but his performance in Spider's Nest now was more typical. Even if he can't set a new record, being able to solo Nightmare difficulty is already very strong. Indeed, but Spider's Nest is special. The difference between normal and Nightmare difficulty isn't as big as other dungeons. Yes, at least the small spider's strength is the same, just more of them in Nightmare. Let's disperse, there won't be a new record this time. Shuhan watched the dungeon entrance and listened to their discussion, but had a different view. She felt something was off, though she couldn't explain why. Inside the dungeon, Lin Moyu had finally cleared the entire place. 108 caves total, with small spiders and 60 of them. Not sure if it's fixed or random. I'll know next time I come in. He checked his experience, now at level 18, 70%. One dungeon run increased his experience by 70%. And this was just the first time, completed while still unfamiliar. The efficiency was really high. Lin Moyu believed next time he'd get the same experience in even less time. Time to check out the boss. He went through cave after cave towards the deepest part of the dungeon. Spider's Nest was very large, with 108 caves forming a maze-like map. If Lin Moyu hadn't formed a complete map in his mind, it would have taken ages to find the way. Even so, it took another 10 minutes to reach the correct path deeper in. There was an entrance sealed by thick spider webs. The skeleton warriors hacked at the webs with their blades. The webs were extremely tough and hard to cut through. It wasn't that the skeleton warriors weren't trying hard enough, but they just weren't suited for it. If a mage were here, their attacks could easily clear the webs. After hacking for a full 5 minutes, the skeleton warriors finally cleared a path. They went ahead with Lin Moyu following behind. After passing through the tunnel, they finally reached the end of the dungeon. In a huge cave, they saw the dungeon boss. It was a giant spider with a body diameter of 7 to 8 meters. Its 8 legs spread out like pillars, each about 15 meters long. The legs were covered in bristles that gleamed like steel. Being scraped by one would likely mean death or severe injury. As soon as Lin Moyu entered, the boss noticed him. Lin Moyu summoned his skeleton warriors. All 112 skeleton warriors charged forward with their blades. He used detection on the boss. Spider King, boss level monster. Level 21. Strength 5000. Agility 3500. Spirit 500. Constitution 4000. Skills, Web Spit, Acid Spray, Whirlwind. Its strength was higher than the mutant dragon turtles, and agility was also higher, but constitution was lower. It had 3 skills. Lin Moyu could guess the first 2, but wasn't sure about Whirlwind. The Spider King reacted, immediately spitting out a huge web. Skill, Web Spit. The skeleton warriors quickly dodged, but a few were caught in the descending web. They were trapped, trying to cut through the web with their blades. The web was surprisingly tough and hard to break. The Spider King used Web Spit several more times, trapping over a dozen skeleton warriors. By now the other skeleton warriors had reached its feet and started hacking. Some leapt up 10 meters high towards its body. The Spider King quickly retreated, trying to avoid the jumping skeleton warriors. Suddenly a red flame flashed above its head and sank into its body. The Spider King let out a miserable cry. Then red light enveloped its head, forming a shackle symbol. Its movement speed instantly halved. Skill, Soul Fire. Skill, slow curse. Lin Moya joined the battle, interrupting the Spider King's actions and cursing it. The skeleton warriors successfully jumped onto the Spider King's body and activated their skills. Skill, Berserk Strike. The Spider King's defense was far weaker than the mutant dragon turtles. It was badly wounded by the skeleton warriors' fierce attacks. It struggled frantically, its 8 legs sweeping around like giant clubs. Its mouth sprayed streams of foul-smelling green liquid. Skill, Acid Spray. The green liquid was highly corrosive. It sizzled on contact with the skeleton warriors, emitting wisps of smoke. Lin Moya sensed his skeleton warriors taking damage. Need to end this quickly. Lin Moya thought as the skeleton warriors attacked more fiercely. He continued using Soul Fire to attack. The Spider King's injuries grew more severe. It finally let out a piercing scream. Its whole body suddenly curled up, the 8 giant legs coiling like a python. The blade-like bristles on its legs faced outwards as the Spider King began spinning violently like a top. Skill, Whirlwind. A fierce wind swept through the cave. Any skeleton warriors hit were sent flying. Cracks appeared in their bones. The skill was quite powerful. After activating the skill, the Spider King charged at Lin Moya with lightning speed. A skeleton warrior quickly rushed to Lin Moya's side, grabbing him and leaping high to avoid the Spider King's sweep. After spinning 3 rounds, the Spider King finally stopped. The skeleton warriors surrounded it again. Though all the skeleton warriors were injured with cracked bones, it didn't affect their attack power. Lin Moya wasn't worried. He had seen level 1 skeleton warriors before. Those were truly pitiful, like they were pulled from a garbage heap. These were much better in comparison. The sound of metal striking rang out in the cave again, accompanied by the Spider King's screams. Suddenly the Spider King leapt high, hanging upside down from the cave ceiling. It let out sharp cries repeatedly. The cave shook as holes appeared in the surrounding walls. Countless small spiders crawled out. There were thousands of densely packed small spiders. The Spider King dropped back down, like a king commanding its army. Seeing this, Lin Moya didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled, delivering themselves to death. Soul Fire flashed past, instantly killing a small spider. Boom, boom, boom. The entire cave erupted like fireworks, with non-stop explosions. Over 100 explosions in succession. The explosions only stopped when Lin Moya's spirit power was nearly exhausted. The Spider King was on the verge of collapse, its giant legs covered in wounds and tattered flesh. It didn't understand what had happened. How had it been blasted to such a state? Then the skeleton warriors moved in to deliver the final blow. Killed Spider King, experience plus 190,000. Obtained silver grade weapon, Spider Dagger. Obtained low grade monster crystal core. Spider Dagger, silver grade, agility plus 40, constitution plus 40, assassin skill power plus 8%, usable after level 20. When entering the dungeon, experience was less than 1%. Now it's 81%. A complete dungeon run can increase experience by 80%. But it took too long, 1 hour 32 minutes. Can't break the record. Looks like I need to find a way to clear the dungeon directly. Setting a record gives points and contribution points, can't miss that. Lin Moya left the dungeon. After 3 hours, there weren't many people left outside. Unlike earlier when he set records and it was packed. You finally came out, classmate. Did you clear the dungeon? It's okay if you didn't. This dungeon has a lot of monsters, it's tiring to solo. They were all being kind. Everyone was a student of Summer Capital University, all classmates. You never know when you might team up to run dungeons together. People were usually friendly when meeting. Lin Moya said softly, "Thank you, I cleared it." "Really? You really cleared it?" Lin Moya nodded, "I cleared it." "That's amazing, classmate. You can actually solo Nightmare Spider's Nest. This dungeon gives a lot of experience and materials, but it's not easy to clear. With so many monsters, only a mage like you could solo it." Shuhan saw Lin Moya was fine and let out a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're okay." Chapter 80. Chapter 80. Chapter 80, A New Star, or a Lone Wolf. Shuhan arrived at the right time, as Lin Moya had a question to ask her. "Do you know which dungeons give higher experience?" He originally thought dungeon experience was mostly based on level. Higher level dungeons would naturally give more experience, but now it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. The level 17 Mutant Forest dungeon and level 20 Spider's Nest dungeon, only a 3-level difference, but nearly 3 times the experience difference. And once he became familiar, he could improve efficiency even more next time. Shuhan wasn't surprised at all. Spider's Nest is also called the Experience Paradise. Among dungeons below level 25, it gives the most experience. Experience Paradise and interesting description. The huge number of monsters, each small spider not giving much experience, but adding up to an astonishing amount. Shuhan suddenly added, "But in my opinion, it can't really be calculated that way. If you don't care about point consumption, Spider's Nest actually doesn't give that much experience." Oh, Lin Moya thought for a moment and understood Shuhan's meaning. The high experience was based on the large number of monsters, but finding and clearing monsters takes time. It took him 1 hour 32 minutes to clear the dungeon this time. The experience seemed high, nearly 3 times that of Mutant Forest, but he could clear Mutant Forest in just over 20 minutes at his fastest. In the time it took to run Spider's Nest once, he could run Mutant Forest 4 times. In the same amount of time, Mutant Forest would actually give more total experience. So why did people say Spider's Nest was the experience paradise? The key was in the points. Repeatedly running a dungeon required constantly removing cooldowns. For low-level dungeons like this, entry only cost 10 points, but removing cooldown cost 40 points. That's why Spider's Nest became known as the Experience Paradise. Thank you, Lin Moya sincerely thanked Shu Han. Shu Han waved her hand. No need to thank me, you would have found out sooner or later. She could tell Lin Moya didn't seem to care much about points. Lin Moya asked, are there any dungeons that can be cleared quickly but still give high experience? Clear quickly and give high experience, Shu Han tilted her head in thought. Lin Moya figured such dungeons must be rare. After thinking for a while, Shu Han's eyes suddenly lit up. You could team up for the Tyrant Desert Large Dungeon. In the dungeon hall, there were 3 special dungeons. 2 large dungeons plus 1 super large dungeon. Large dungeons normally required 40-person teams to complete. Super large dungeons needed over 100 people. With good equipment and high enough levels, large dungeons could be done with 30 or even 25 people. This gave rise to a new business, carrying others. Many students formed teams to carry people through large dungeons for leveling. Those being carried didn't need to fight, just pay some points. Large dungeons had many monsters and high experience, allowing for fast leveling. Shu Han continued, the university is afraid of us getting in danger, so dungeon level requirements are very strict. But large dungeons are an exception. Tyrant Desert is a level 25 large dungeon. You can enter from level 20, up to level 30 at 10 level range. When you reach level 20, you can look for a team in the team center. Pay some points and people will carry you for leveling. After all, the higher the dungeon level, the harder and more dangerous it is to solo. Lin Moyo understood her good intentions and thanked her softly. Shu Han giggled, it's nothing, I got paid in points after all. It's getting late, I'll head back to rest. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. She used a teleportation stone to leave the dungeon hall. It was late now. Lin Moya checked the time, 9 p.m. After a full day of fighting, he had to admit he was tired too. Though he had just leveled up, restoring all attributes to peak, and any injuries would have been healed upon leveling. The mental fatigue from long battles couldn't be erased. Also, the skeleton warriors were all injured in that last fight. Though not severely, it would take some time to fully recover. Lin Moya looked at the dungeon and decided to come back tomorrow. He activated the teleportation stone and left the dungeon hall. The university was quiet at night as Lin Moya walked back to his dorm. He hadn't expected so much to happen in just 2 days since arriving at the university. This life was undoubtedly much more exciting than high school. High school taught mostly basic world knowledge. Most knowledge related to careers after transition wasn't taught, and he couldn't find extra materials, because schools didn't know what type of career you transition to, combat, support, or life class. So they only taught basic general knowledge. Only after transitioning to a combat class would you learn more combat-related knowledge. The same for support classes. Some support classes like Prophet and Elven Elder also participated in combat, but alchemists and potion masters might never enter dungeons their whole lives. Knowledge was strictly stratified. In a few days, career professionals admitted to Summer Capital University from all over would arrive. Then the university would arrange unified classes to teach all the necessary knowledge. Lin Moya wasn't in a hurry now. Back at his dorm, he ate some food to fill his stomach. Before leaving for the trial, Ningyi had bought a lot of food, some of which was left with him. He summoned 4 skeleton warriors and sent them into his summoning space. The number of skeleton warriors reached 116. Moments later, faint breathing sounds arose as Lin Moyo entered a meditative state. In a secret space in Summer Capital University, 3 people sat drinking together. Bai Yaiwan smiled, how about it? I told you this kid was good. Meng Anwen sat across from him, soloing the mermaid dungeon 3 times, getting all 3 mermaids tears this year. Slapped the Cherry Blossom Country people's faces hard, stepped on that on Myoji, and let those Hidden Dragon Academy kids see how lacking they are. Don't think you're so great just because the university cultivated you. Looking down on the national top scholar, finally got a taste of your own medicine. Meng Yanwen grinned mischievously, glancing at Hong Shan beside him as he spoke. Hong Shan was the dean of Hidden Dragon Academy. His students had been humiliated, so naturally he was displeased. He snorted, ignoring Meng Yanwen. Bai Yaiwan chuckled, actually, I put him in this trial just to see the kid's abilities. He talks too little, can barely squeeze out a fart in half a day. Meng Yanwen took a sip of tea. What's his talent? Did you ask clearly? I asked. It's enhancement, but I didn't ask exactly how much. Probably not little. Meng Yanwen gave him a strange look. Bai Yaiwan drank some tea. That's someone's secret, not good to ask. Did I ask about your talent? Would you be happy if someone pried into your business? Meng Yanwen felt he would lose his temper if someone pried into his talent. Indeed, let's not ask then. Enhancement is a good talent, it's appeared before. If his skills are strong enough, plus this talent, his future is promising. Bai Yaiwan smiled, I also think this kid has a bright future. And his sister is already a member of Creation God Academy, favored by the old man who's cultivating her with full effort. Hiss. Even the usually calm Meng Yanwen drew in a sharp breath. He wasn't surprised someone could enter Creation God Academy. Though everyone there was a genius, not everyone would necessarily become a great figure. But to be favored by the old man, that was completely different. Bai Yaiwan slapped his thigh and laughed. Gave you a big shock, right? I was shocked too at the time. Meng Yanwen asked, do you know the reason? Bai Yaiwan shook his head. To be favored by the old man, she must have some extraordinary qualities. You know how high his standards are. Would he look favorably on ordinary people? Looks like our human race will have 2 new stars before long. Meng Yanwen sipped his tea, speaking leisurely. Hong Shan, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke, one new star, and one lone wolf. Lin Moya talked too little, rarely interacting with others. He really did seem like a lone wolf. Chapter 81. Chapter 81. Chapter 81, Bells Ring, another new record set. Early the next morning, Lin Moya's spirit power had fully recovered. He casually summoned 4 skeleton warriors, bringing the total to 120. After a quick wash, he used a teleportation stone to go directly from his dorm to the dungeon hall. Outside the dungeon hall was as lively as ever. Many career professionals were setting up stalls like a marketplace, looking for teams. There were ordinary university students as well as students from various academies. Though both belonged to Summer Capital University, there was a clear divide between them. The ordinary university students had mostly entered through the big exam. The academy students' backgrounds were more complex, with some cultivated internally by the academies. They had good family backgrounds and excellent bloodlines, receiving many resources from a young age. At the same age, their levels far exceeded ordinary students. When others were taking the big exam, they had already surpassed level 20 or even higher. So they were more arrogant, with some looking down on ordinary students, like Ling Jin, who even looked down on the national top scholar Lin Moyo. In Summer Capital University's history, those national and provincial top scholars were indeed inferior to them when first entering. Starting too late, their levels, knowledge, equipment and skills were all lacking. The only thing comparable was their careers. This situation would usually improve after 2 to 3 years, when their levels and knowledge caught up. Some excellent ones would join the academies, becoming members. Those not excellent enough would remain ordinary students. The existence of academies separated the geniuses from ordinary students. Lin Moyo quickly understood this, but didn't care at all. It didn't affect his leveling anyway. Moreover, he had no intention of teaming up with others. He preferred soloing. Entering the dungeon hall, Lin Moyo went straight to the Spider's Nest dungeon entrance. The cooldown had just ended, saving him 40 points. He chose Nightmare difficulty and entered. Skeleton warriors appeared at his command. Familiar routes, familiar caves. The map hasn't changed, it's the same as last time, a fixed map. If so, I can speed run it. Should take about 20 minutes. Lin Moya silently estimated, getting a rough idea. But this time he didn't choose to speed run, instead optimizing his route. He skipped some faraway places, deliberately choosing closer caves and having skeleton warriors pull all the spiders over. This way, he could get most of the experience while saving a lot of time. Maximizing efficiency. According to his calculations, his dungeon clearing speed could increase by about 100%. It would take at most 50 minutes to clear the dungeon, and he could gain about 70% of the experience. This greatly improved efficiency. This was the method he thought of last night, which should work fine. Lin Moya followed the skeleton army, with skeletons occasionally bringing large numbers of spiders. Explosions rang out from time to time, echoing throughout Spider's Nest. His experience steadily increased. Halfway through, Lin Moya began glowing with the light of leveling up. This was within his calculations, so when meditation ended, he had consumed 80% of his spirit power to summon 4 skeleton warriors. He knew he would level up halfway through. After leveling up this time, his spirit power fully recovered again. Lin Moya didn't summon more skeleton warriors, saving spirit power for the final boss. Yesterday the Spider King's skills had damaged the skeleton warriors somewhat. He couldn't let that happen again today. The leveled up skeleton warriors were even stronger, with all 4 attributes reaching 6,200. Their attack power was even greater. Combined with Lin Moya's corpse explosion, they steamrolled through. Just 40 minutes later, the team reached the end of the dungeon. The skeleton warriors quickly cut through the blocking spider webs, revealing the passage inside. Just through that passage was where the Spider King resided. Lin Moya didn't rush in, instead standing in a nearby cave. Crackle crackle. The sounds grew denser, including both skeleton warriors and many insects crawling. Several skeleton warriors ran over, followed by over 1,000 small spiders. They charged into the passage, running towards where the Spider King was. If only these small spiders could be pulled near the Spider King. If that happened, Lin Moya could use corpse explosion to basically instantly kill the Spider King. The plan was good, but the result wasn't ideal. The small spiders seemed to fear the Spider King's aura. They all stopped at the passage entrance, refusing to enter. Seeing this, Lin Moya knew his plan had failed. At least it wouldn't work in the Spider's Nest dungeon. Soul fire flashed past, followed by several violent explosions. The small spiders at the entrance were cleared out. Lin Moya passed through and summoned all his skeleton warriors. 120 skeleton warriors with 6,200 in all attributes charged at the Spider King with their blades. That momentum would definitely scare the Spider King to death if it had any intelligence. The Spider King opened its mouth to spit webs. Skill, soul fire. Skill, slow curse. 2 skills released one after another, making the Spider King let out an earth-shaking scream. This time, Lin Moya didn't even give the Spider King a chance to spit webs. The skeleton warriors didn't jump on its body either, instead all concentrating on its legs. Each spider leg was evenly assigned 15 skeletons, not one more or less, distributed very evenly. Red light flashed on their blades. Skill, Berserk Strike. The Spider King screamed miserably as the armor on its legs was completely shattered, exposing the flesh inside. Lin Moya's soul fire hadn't stopped since the beginning, attacking the Spider King's spirit world again and again, giving it no chance to use skills. The Spider King's spirit attribute wasn't strong, so soul fire was very effective. So far, Lin Moya hadn't encountered any monster that could resist soul fire. This spiritual attack ignored defense and was hard to resist. The skeleton warriors surrounded the spider legs, attacking like hammering iron, and they were all attacking almost the same point. Finally, with a huge boom, the Spider King's leg was cut off. Its massive body immediately fell to the ground, completely unable to resist, even more miserable than last time. It screamed constantly, shaking the cave. Countless small spiders crawled out from all around. Die even faster. After the small spiders gathered, a series of explosions followed. Corpse explosion was truly a godly skill. The Spider King died miserably to corpse explosion in less than 2 minutes. Its whole body had no intact flesh left. Though the small spider's vitality was low, there were just too many of them. Lin Moya consumed nearly half his spirit power, killing the Spider King in less than 2 minutes. A bit wasteful. Afterwards, Lin Moya felt his method was a bit wasteful. All that spirit power only saved about 1 minute. Otherwise he could have summoned 2 more skeleton warriors. After all, he only had 120 skeleton warriors now, while his summoning space had 190 slots. There were still 70 slots waiting to be filled. Bells rang out in the dungeon hall. People outside rushed in. Setting records always aroused others' curiosity and surprise. Someone set a new record again. Which expert is it this time? Wonder which dungeon it is. Over 100 people rushed into the dungeon hall, then found the glowing light screen. It's Spider's Nest. Oh, just a level 20 dungeon. Could it be that student from yesterday? You know, it's quite possible. I saw him go in early this morning. A new record appeared on the light screen. The original first place moved down 1 spot, with the new record at the top. Lin Moyo, level 19, Necromancer, 47 minutes 22 seconds. Wow, it really is him. He just set a new record for Mutant Forest yesterday, and today he set another for Spider's Nest. The key is he soloed it. This is too terrifying. How did he do it? Is the Necromancer career that powerful? No, I think besides his powerful career, he might have a talent. Hiss. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. Talent career holders were extraordinary existences, at least in their eyes. There were only a handful of talent career holders appearing nationwide each year. Bullshit talent career holder, he just got lucky. A voice full of jealousy rang out. Everyone turned to look. Over 100 pairs of eyes fell on Lingjin. Chapter 82. Chapter 82, 82. Chapter 82, that look, he really has killed people. Being stared at by so many people, Lingjin clearly felt uncomfortable. Why do you say that, classmate? Someone asked. Setting records wasn't something that could be done easily, especially soloing a dungeon to set a record. That was even more difficult. Why say Lin Moya was just lucky? Lingjin said disdainfully, he's just an ordinary student who just finished the big exam. He's relying on some connection with the White God to get some powerful treasure. Otherwise how could one person solo a nightmare dungeon? As soon as he finished speaking, someone angrily retorted, what's wrong with being an ordinary student? Ordinary students can't set records. That's right, you say Lin Moya relied on treasures from the White God to set records? Do you have any evidence? I recognize you, you're Lingjin from Hidden Dragon Academy. No wonder you look down on us ordinary students. Hidden Dragon Academy isn't all that. You just started earlier, who knows who'll be stronger in the future. Lingjin's words immediately caused chaos. Originally there was some tension between ordinary students and academy students, but it wasn't out in the open. No one had broken that thin veneer. But Lingjin just went and said it. One stone caused 1,000 ripples. The ordinary students there immediately exploded. As ordinary students who gained approval from academic affairs to enter the dungeon hall, they could be said to all be outstanding people. Most had excellent results in the big exam and strong careers themselves. Even if they started behind the internally cultivated academy students, over time that gap would gradually narrow and even be surpassed. So in the eyes of many excellent ordinary students, the academy's cultivated students weren't all that great. The academy students naturally stood on their own side, feeling Lingjin was mostly correct. The two sides immediately started arguing heatedly, mocking each other back and forth, almost coming to blows. A flash of light, and Lin Moyo appeared in front of the dungeon. Hearing the fierce arguments, he was confused, not knowing what had happened. Suddenly someone pulled Lin Moyo. Classmate Lin Moyo, did you just finish this year's big exam? Lin Moyo instinctively nodded. What was your result? Lin Moyo answered honestly, National Top Scholar. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The National Top Scholar. Especially the academy students were stunned. Though they looked down on ordinary students, the National Top Scholar was different. Even if they started behind, after a few years most National Top Scholars could catch up and even surpass them. No National Top Scholar was simple. Their careers were definitely strong, and their skills definitely not lacking. They just hadn't received as many resources and started later. Lingjin said coldly, what's so great about being National Top Scholar? Can you compare to us? If we took the big exam, getting National Top Scholar would be easy. Someone retorted, that's not how it works. If you grew up outside and only transitioned a week before the big exam, it's hard to say if you could get National Top Scholar. Many people agreed with this. Even the academy students had to agree. That was just the reality. Lin Moyo finally understood what was going on. It was Lingjin causing trouble again. Lin Moyo looked up at Lingjin, his gaze carrying a hint of killing intent. I told you, if you provoke me again, I'll kill you. Lingjin was startled by Lin Moyo's look. You think I'm afraid of you? Who do you think you are? Lin Moyo gave him a deep look, full of warning. If this was in the wild, Lin Moyo would have already acted. Someone noticed Lin Moya's look and shuddered. Lin Moya ignored him and turned to enter the spider's nest dungeon again. At this point someone patted their chest. Wow, but look, he really has killed people. And not just one or two. Don't say such scary things. He's just a new student who finished the big exam. How could he have killed people? You think the outside world is so simple? You've just grown up under the university's protection. The outside world is dangerous. I'm sure he's killed people, and not a few. The way he looks at people is like looking at dungeon monsters. He doesn't see you as human at all. Right, that kind of look, very scary. Ling Jin was also somewhat afraid now. He felt Lin Moya's gaze most deeply. In Lin Moya's eyes, he really didn't seem to be seen as human, but as a monster that could be killed at any time. Thinking of Lin Moya's terrifyingly strong skeletons, he was truly scared. His legs were shaking. Though scared, he couldn't lose face. Ling Jin forced himself to say, "Humph, don't let me encounter you in the wild, or I'll definitely kill you." After saying that, Ling Jin used a teleportation stone to leave. After he left, the dungeon hall burst into laughter. Haha, this guy is scared. You can hear it, his last words were all bluster. Such a coward, so useless. Is this what the university's internally cultivated students are like? So-called geniuses, how embarrassing. The academy faction also felt embarrassed and didn't retort. But in their hearts they hated Ling Jin. It was this guy who made them lose face. They blacklisted Ling Jin, resolving to never team up with him for dungeons again. Just as they were leaving the dungeon hall to recruit new team members, the bells rang again. What the hell? Another new record. No need to guess, must be Lin Moyo. He did the same with Newton Forest yesterday. Right, I was there yesterday too. First time he set a new record, second time he broke his own record. I've never heard of any treasure or item that lets someone solo nightmare dungeons, let alone set such terrifying records. People who had just left the dungeon hall rushed back. When they saw the score on the light screen, their eyes bulged bigger than their mouths. Lin Moyo, level 19, Necromancer, 22 minutes 51 seconds. This record was beyond astonishing, it was terrifying. Everyone felt a chill run through their bodies. Soloing a nightmare dungeon in just 22 minutes 51 seconds. No one could imagine how he did it. But he had done it. The fact was right there before their eyes. Could something be wrong with the dungeon hall? What nonsense are you talking? Even if your brain has problems, the dungeon hall won't. Do you know how many years the dungeon hall has existed? It's never had problems. Then how did he do it? Why don't you go ask him? I won't go, his look is too scary. At this moment, Lin Moyo appeared outside the dungeon. The next second he entered the dungeon again. Inside the dungeon, Lin Moyo looked at his experience. Level 19, 74%. He was 26% away from leveling up. To speedrun just now, he hadn't killed many small spiders along the way, so he gained little experience. I can level up after this run. Setting another new record had given him another 1,000 points and 5 contribution points as reward. Rumbling sounds echoed nonstop through Spider's Nest. Lin Moya strode forward with his skeleton warriors. By the time he reached the boss door, Lin Moya was glowing white. He had leveled up. Finally reached level 20. Lin Moya let out a long breath. Probably few in the world could level up as fast as him. After all, he could solo nightmare dungeons with astonishing efficiency. But thinking of needing level 30 to join Creation God Academy, he felt he still had far to go. After level 20, leveling speed would definitely slow down again. He didn't know by how much, that would only be clear after trying. Based on his experience at level 10, skills might change after leveling up. Especially his talent and summon skeleton warrior skills. He didn't know if there would be any changes. Lin Moyo was very eager to find out. He checked his attributes. Name, Lin Moyo. Career, Necromancer, Unique. Level, 20, 1%. Strength, 300. Agility, 300. Spirit, 1300, plus 20. Constitution, 300, plus 20. Equipment, Goblin King's Spellbook, Knowledge Robe. Summoning Space, 200/200. Talent, Full Enhancement, Level 3, Unique. Passive Skill, Damage Transfer. Active Skills, Soulfire, Level 20, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Level 20, Corpse Explosion, Level 2, Slow Curse, Level 1. Full Enhancement, Level 3. All skill effects increased by 30 times. Damage Transfer, all damage taken by the Necromancer is transferred to summons. Soulfire, Level 20 burns the target's soul, dealing burn damage. Power based on own spirit power and skill level. Summon Skeleton Warrior, Level 20 summons a silver grade Skeleton Warrior. Corpse Explosion, Level 2 detonates a corpse, dealing 15% of the corpse's max HP as damage to enemies within 2 meters. Slow Curse, Level 1 curses enemies within 5 meters, reducing their speed by 5% for 1 minute. Though he had some expectations, Lin Moya was still shocked by his changes. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. Chapter 83, the boss that was almost instantly killed. Lin Moya's most important ability was his godly talent, Full Enhancement. The source of his strength. The Full Enhancement talent had reached level 3. The enhancement multiplier increased from 20x to 30x, a significant improvement. Soulfire's power grew even greater. It was already an extremely powerful single-target damage skill. Now amplified 30 times, its attack power must be terrifying. Very effective at interrupting boss skills. The very important Corpse Explosion skill also improved. Still at level 2, its range increased to 60 meters after enhancement. 60 meters was a sizable area. Damage reached 450% of the corpse's max HP, equivalent to 4.5x damage. If similar monsters were detonated, what monster could withstand it? The slow curse skill also benefited from the talent upgrade, reaching 150 meters range and 150% slow effect. Duration increased to 30 minutes. Finally, Lin Moya checked the Skeleton Warrior's attributes. At skill level 20, the Skeleton Warriors upgraded from bronze to silver grade. Their attributes must have increased significantly. At level 19, after enhancement, the Skeleton Warriors had 6,200 in all attributes. Their true base attributes were actually 310. Average, not high or low, similar to ordinary wild monsters. But with enough Skeleton Warriors, even without talent enhancement, fighting monsters in the wild was still easy. After all, dozens attacking one target would just be slower. But now, a silver-white Skeleton Warrior stood before him, slightly taller than bronze grade, emitting a silver-white luster. Its bones looked smoother, no longer rough. The blade in its hand was sharper, like finely crafted equipment, no longer looking shabby at all. All these changes told Lin Moya, I've become stronger. Silver grade Skeleton Warrior. Strength, 12,000. Agility, 12,000. Spirit, 12,000. Constitution, 12,000. Skill, Berserk Strike, level 2. Berserk Strike, level 2 deals 300% of own strength as damage to the target, 10-minute cooldown. Lin Moya felt numb all over seeing these attributes. Shocked by himself again. 12,000 in all 4 attributes. Over 5 digits. The base attributes were 400, not particularly high. His talent was still the most impressive. How much spirit does summoning one silver grade Skeleton Warrior cost? Lin Moya thought of an issue. With level increase and stronger attributes, what about the cost? He tried summoning one. His spirit power instantly dropped sharply. 1,320 spirit power directly dropped to 820. His eyebrows twitched involuntarily. Consuming 500 spirit power, quite a lot. Looks like I need to get some equipment to increase spirit power. He could only summon 2 at a time. Filling the summoning space would take forever. At level 20, he could now wear silver equipment. Lin Moya decided to check the exchange to see if he could buy suitable silver equipment. He also needed to purchase junior skill scrolls. At level 20, it was time to draw some skills. The silver grade Skeleton Warriors with greatly increased attributes easily cut through the spider webs. Then they all charged in. Facing the charging Skeleton Warriors, the Spider King took a battle stance. This time Lin Moya didn't move, wanting to see how strong the silver grade Skeleton Warriors were. Skill, Web Spit. A huge web descended from above. Lin Moya originally thought the Skeleton Warriors would be trapped again. Unexpectedly, several Skeleton Warriors suddenly leapt up, swinging their blades. With a light sound, the spider web was cut apart. The Skeleton Warriors passed through the web without pause, continuing to charge at the Spider King. They've become more agile. As if they've gained intelligence, their combat power has increased. Lin Moya sensed a kind of agility from the silver grade Skeleton Warriors. They could adapt to situations, not just blindly hack like before. If so, would future gold and platinum grade Skeleton Warriors become like true warriors, similar to career professionals? The Spider King kept spitting webs, but they were all easily countered by the Skeleton Warriors. After reaching silver grade, the Skeleton Warriors were incomparable to before. Not only were their attributes greatly increased, they also gained combat awareness. In the blink of an eye, the Skeleton Warriors reached the Spider King's feet. Some Skeleton Warriors' silver-white blades glowed red as they hacked at the Spider King's legs. Skill, Berserk Strike. 12,000 strength plus 300% attack bonus. This skill truly deserved to be called Berserk. Red light illuminated the cave. Like cutting vegetables, the Spider King's legs were all chopped off. With miserable screams, the Spider King fell to the ground. Another group of Skeleton Warriors activated their skills. Their blades fell on the Spider King's body. Killed Spider King, experience plus 190,000. Obtained silver grade weapon, Spider Staff. Obtained low grade monster crystal core. Spider Staff, silver grade, spirit plus 40, constitution plus 40, mage skill power plus 8%, usable after level 20. Seeing the notification, Lin Moya was stunned. It was over already? The Skeleton Warriors used one round of skills, taking less than 10 seconds total. The mighty dungeon boss died just like that? Faced with silver grade Skeleton Warriors with 12,000 in all attributes, the Spider King couldn't even summon minions. It was too fast. Lin Moya checked his experience and was speechless. Gaining 190,000 experience only increased his experience by 0.2%. Leveling after level 20 had slowed down several times. Normally, from level 20 to 30, the fastest would take a year, the slowest might take 2 to 3 years. Every 5 levels was a stage, with 25 plus being even slower. No wonder Creation God Academy required level 30. Those who could reach level 30 in a short time were all very impressive. And like his sister, who could join Creation God Academy just months after entering the university, were even rarer. Lin Moya didn't linger in the dungeon hall, directly using a teleportation stone to return to his dorm. He left the dorm and headed to the exchange. The Imperial Exchange and University Exchange were built side by side. Their exteriors differed slightly, but the style was unified. Connected together, students called them the Trading Center. Lin Moya first went to the University Exchange, which had many items for sale, all requiring points to purchase. Its main difference from the Imperial Exchange was no buyback function. You could consign items, but couldn't directly sell items to the exchange. Lin Moyo found several missions there, mostly collecting materials. He turned in the materials he obtained for missions, exchanging for 150 points. This was one way many students obtained points. Then he went to the Imperial Exchange and sold all his remaining items to the exchange for buyback. Lin Moya didn't consider consignment, as the price difference wasn't that large and he didn't want to bother researching prices. With that time, he'd rather run a few more dungeons. Silver grade equipment was worth more than bronze grade. Several silver and bronze weapons and equipment, plus some miscellaneous materials, exchanged for 430,000 gold coins total. His total assets reached 610,000 gold coins and 135,000 points. After setting 2 records, his points not only didn't decrease, but increased. Lin Moya searched the Imperial Exchange but didn't find the equipment he needed. He ended up spending 600,000 gold coins to buy 6 junior skill scrolls. 6 scrolls, probably not enough. To be safe, he went to the University Exchange again. The University Exchange also sold junior skill scrolls, priced at 800 points each, equivalent to 80,000 gold coins. Not enough to buy 1 skill scroll. This highlighted how points had greater purchasing power and higher value. This wasn't just for skill scrolls. Other equipment and items were the same. Lin Moya thought for a moment, then bought 10 more junior skill scrolls, using 8,000 points. 16 scrolls should be about right. After buying skill scrolls, he looked at other items. Some equipment and items weren't available in the Imperial Exchange. Like a silver-grade weapon Lin Moya saw. This weapon called Spirit Sword wasn't from a dungeon, but crafted by a blacksmith career holder named Zhang Tai. Blacksmiths were support class careers who could craft weapons and armor needed by career holders. Spirit Sword, silver grade, Spirit plus 400, usable after level 20. Creator, Zhang Tai. Description, one of the Spirit Trilogy set. No skill bonuses, only plus 400 Spirit attribute, compared to other silver grade weapons. Top silver grade staves increased Spirit by 200 and mage skill power by 15%, overall more practical than this Spirit Sword. Most mages wouldn't choose it. The Spirit Sword was unusual among silver grade weapons. Only some special mages like prophets who needed large amounts of spirit power to cast skills would choose such an unusual weapon. Lin Moya was interested in its extremely high spirit power increase. His own spirit power had reached 1,320. Each skeleton warrior summoned required 500 spirit power. Originally he could only enhance 2 skeleton warriors at once, but with this sword he could summon 3. And higher spirit power meant faster meditation recovery, increasing efficiency. Most importantly, Lin Moya's soul fire skill grew more powerful with higher spirit power. Increasing spirit power was equivalent to indirectly enhancing his skills. For Lin Moya, it was much more practical than other silver weapons. The Spirit Sword was priced at 3,000 points, slightly higher than but basically on par with other silver grade weapons. Lin Moya bought it without hesitation. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Chapter 84, Rich and Foolish? A new godly skill. A beautiful silver-white longsword appeared in his hand, instantly increasing his spirit attribute to 1,700. Lin Moya could feel energy flowing from the Spirit Sword into his body. Using soul fire while holding it would significantly increase its power. He had spent 10,000 points in just 2 minutes. He had 125,000 points left, which seemed like a lot but wasn't enough when actually used. Those gold-grade weapons and equipment cost tens of thousands of points each. His entire fortune could only buy 1 piece. 1,700 spirit power wasn't enough, so Lin Moya looked for armor. Oh, this is. Lin Moya saw a mage armor called Spirit Robe among the armor. Spirit Robe, silver grade, Spirit plus 200, usable after level 20. Creator, Zhang Tai. Description, one of the Spirit Trilogy set. Made by the same person, same name. Also only increased spirit attribute. These weren't strange. What caught Lin Moya's attention was the last description, one of the Spirit Trilogy set. This is a set. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. In high school, when learning basic weapon and equipment knowledge, he had seen descriptions of equipment sets. Sets were extremely rare equipment. Completing a set would provide additional bonuses. The Spirit Robe was also priced at 2,000 points, slightly cheaper than the weapon but more expensive than other silver grade armor. Lin Moya bought it without hesitation. Points? He didn't care much for now. With food in hand, no need to panic. With a thought, the Spirit Robe appeared on his body, replacing the original Knowledge Robe. His spirit power immediately increased to 1,900. Lin Moya checked his attributes and found the set effect hadn't activated. The Spirit Trilogy was still missing 1 piece. He opened the exchange again and started searching. The exchange had a search function. Following Lin Moya's intent, it quickly found the corresponding equipment. Spirit Ring, silver grade, Spirit plus 200, usable after level 20. Creator, Zhang Tai. Description, one of the Spirit Trilogy set. Priced at 5,000 points, extremely expensive. Far exceeding other silver grade accessories in price. Lin Moya didn't care about the price. He just wanted to complete the set now. He bought it without hesitation and put it on his finger. With the set complete, Lin Moya's body emitted a faint silver light, attracting attention from others in the exchange. This is the glow of a set. Someone completed a set. Silver white glow, it's a silver grade set. What set is there in silver grade? Never heard of it. Did you forget that handcrafted set? You mean that set that only increases spirit? The one that's been on the exchange for over 2 years. Wow, someone actually bought this set. Must be rich and foolish. Everyone looked at Lin Moyo like he was an idiot. Spending a full 10,000 points to buy a silver set with no skill bonuses. If not an idiot, what else? What use was stacking spirit power so high? Better to have higher skill bonuses, which could increase attack power. Other mages' skill power didn't depend much on spirit power. They didn't understand Lin Moyo, and Lin Moyo didn't need them to understand. After putting on the spirit ring, his spirit attribute had reached 2,100, far exceeding his other attributes. Then Lin Moyo finally saw the set bonus. The Spirit Trilogy set provided an additional 800 spirit power. The Spirit Sword, Spirit Robe, and Spirit Ring together increased spirit power by 800 points. In total, they increased Lin Moyo's spirit power by 1,600 points. His spirit attribute reached 2,900. Very worth it. Lin Moyo felt the 10,000 points were well spent. Under everyone's strange gazes, Lin Moyo left the trading center. He hadn't said a word from start to finish. But when leaving, Lin Moyo's face showed a hint of satisfaction and joy. What a weirdo. Spent so many points to buy a set that only increases spirit, and he's so happy. Maybe he thinks it looks good. I saw his spirit robe and sword earlier, they did look pretty nice. What use is looking good? We need strength. Can good looks stays a boss? He's rich and doesn't care. 10,000 points, if only I had that. I'm just short on points for my gold weapon. After leaving the exchange, Lin Moyo went straight to the skill training hall. The university had a dedicated skill training hall with arrays set up by formation masters. Not only could one train skills faster in the skill training hall, it was said to increase the chance of awakening skills. Whether this rumor was reliable was unclear, but many people chose to use skill scrolls in the skill training hall. With the mindset of better believe it exists than not, Lin Moyo also followed suit. The skill training hall was also divided into junior, intermediate and advanced levels. Like dungeons, it required both points and level. Lin Moyo was only level 20, so he could only enter the junior skill training hall. 100 points for 1 hour of training in the junior hall. Now he understood why students train skills outside even with the skill training hall available. 100 points per hour was quite expensive. And this was just the junior hall. The intermediate hall cost 1,000 points per hour, and the advanced hall 10,000 points per hour. He had heard from Ningyi that there seemed to be even better top-level training halls, but they weren't open to the public. Lin Moyo paid the points and entered the training hall. The training hall was an independent space, about 30 meters long and wide, not big or small, enough for skill training. Some training equipment was placed inside. Standing in the training hall, Lin Moyo felt a different aura. He had summoned a skeleton warrior after leveling up, consuming 500 spirit power. During his time at the exchange, it had only recovered a little bit. The recovery speed was very slow. Now in the training hall, without meditating, his spirit power recovery speed matched meditation. Meditating in the skill training hall would increase recovery speed several times more. This way, he wouldn't need to worry about insufficient spirit power when training skills. Training speed could naturally increase greatly. If I summon skeleton warriors here and recover spirit power through meditation, I could fill up my skeleton warriors very quickly. Lin Moyo calculated in his mind. It was indeed a good method. But now wasn't the time to summon skeleton warriors. Lin Moyo took out a junior skill scroll and activated it. The scroll turned into a ball of light enveloping Lin Moyo, making him a glowing orb in the training hall. Moments later, the light dissipated. Nothing happened. He didn't gain any skills. The junior skill scroll failed. This was expected. Skill awakening wasn't so easy. Ningyi had once said there was an unlucky guy who, at level 30, used a full 300 junior skill scrolls to awaken all skills below second transition. Lin Moyo felt he shouldn't be that unfortunate. He activated another scroll. The light orb lit up again. Lin Moyo could see the orb was composed of countless points of light, like stars, very beautiful. At this moment, Lin Moyo thought of watching the starry sky with his sister on the roof, making wishes on shooting stars. Grandma would bring them snacks and fruit. That time was wonderful, and Lin Moyo cherished it. Suddenly, Lin Moyo saw one of the stars brighten. Then it turned into a stream of light and entered his body. Obtain skill, Bone Armor. Bone Armor, level 1 summons bones to form armor, providing 100 constitution worth of defense for 5 minutes. This skill can also be used on others. Necromancers were also mage-class careers. Though equipment with mage skill bonuses didn't affect him, they still had things in common with mages. Mages had their shield skills, and necromancers had theirs. Bone Armor appeared. 100 constitution converted to defense didn't seem very high, but under full enhancement, the defense increased 30 times, equivalent to 3,000 constitution worth of defense. This was practically a humanoid boss. Facing those level 20 career holders, Lin Moyo could boldly say, even if I don't fight back and let you hit me, you can't kill me. Most importantly, this skill could be used on others, unlike mages who could only use it on themselves. So with him in a team, safety would greatly increase. The appearance of this skill also made up for his own weak defense. Lin Moyo raised his palm slightly, then pressed down. As his palm pressed down, a light sound rang out in the training hall. At the same time, a cold wind arose from nowhere and surrounded him. His body was quickly covered in white armor made of bones. It looked somewhat eerie, but also cool. After putting on the bone armor, Lin Moyo moved around a bit. He could move freely, the armor didn't hinder his actions at all. And the armor was as light as nothing. If not looking with his eyes, he wouldn't even feel it. After trying it out, Lin Moyo smiled. Another practical and powerful godly skill. He activated another skill scroll. Chapter 85. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, Skeleton Mage, Elemental Resistance. The light orb lasted for a while, then gradually dissipated. No new skill was obtained. Lin Moya wasn't disappointed. He had just gotten a godly skill, which was already very satisfying. As skills increased, the failure rate of skill scrolls would rise rapidly. Later on, it might take over a dozen attempts to succeed once. He continued activating skill scrolls. Failure, 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 consecutive failures. Lin Moya remained calm and continued activating skill scrolls. Even if all the rest failed, just the bone armor skill was already worth it. After 7 consecutive failures, the 10th skill scroll, the light orb enveloped Lin Moya just like before. Seconds later, a different scene appeared before his eyes. Raging fire, ice raining down, howling winds, lightning and thunder. 4 scenes played out alternately before him. The 4 scenes represented 4 elements. Even the usually calm Lin Moya started to get excited. Such scenes meant another new skill, and it seemed to be an elemental-related skill. Obtain skill, Summon Skeleton Mage. Summon Skeleton Mage, level 1 summons 1 Iron Raid Skeleton Mage. There was no further explanation. Because the skill was only level 1, it could only summon an Iron Raid Skeleton Mage. A small black hole appeared beside Lin Moya, then a Skeleton Mage walked out. Summoning the Skeleton Mage consumed 50 spirit power. More spirit consumption than summoning Skeleton Warriors. He remembered Skeleton Warriors only needed 10 spirit power at level 1. The Iron Grade Skeleton Mage looked tattered all over. Compared to the Silver Grade Skeleton Warriors, it was a pitiful sight. Its bones were full of cracks, and it walked unsteadily as if about to fall apart. It had no weapon, but flames flickered on its skeletal hands. This was a Fire Element Skeleton Mage. Lin Moya checked the Skeleton Mage's attributes. Iron Grade Skeleton Mage. Strength, 300. Agility, 300. Spirit, 900. Constitution, 300. Skill, Explosive Flame. Explosive Flame deals fire elemental damage to the target. Attack power based on Spirit. Due to the full enhancement talent, all attributes were increased 30 times. The base attributes for Strength, Agility and Constitution were 10 points. Spirit was 30 points. Lin Moya was very satisfied with these attributes. The Skeleton Mage's Strength, Agility and Constitution weren't high, slightly lower than a level 1 career holder. Only its Spirit reached 30 points, and its skill power was determined by Spirit. Lin Moya understood the Skeleton Mage's purpose. They were artillery, damage dealers. Skeleton Warriors tanked in front, while they dealt damage from behind. He figured these skills' power wouldn't be weak. Now he just needed to keep practicing the skill, leveling it up to make the Skeleton Mages stronger. The light orb lit up again, lasting over 10 seconds before going out. Lin Moya used them one after another. Another series of failures. With his previous experience, Lin Moya felt this was normal. Worst case, he could buy a few dozen more later. Finally, on the last scroll activation, Lin Moya saw a different scene again. Whenever a skill appeared, there would be a different scene, like a movie preview. This preview was colorful, and Lin Moya couldn't understand it. Understanding wasn't important, just having it was enough. Obtain skill, Elemental Resistance. Elemental Resistance, level 1 passive skill, increases elemental attack resistance by 10% for self and summons. He didn't expect it to be a passive skill. 10% damage reduction, after full enhancement, would increase elemental attack resistance by 300%. In other words, any elemental attack damage to him would be reduced by 3 times. Safety greatly increased again. Though Skeleton Warriors had high constitution, boss elemental skills could still deal significant damage to them. Now with elemental resistance, the Skeleton Warriors' resistance to elemental attacks greatly increased, making them even safer. Every Necromancer skill was practical, with no useless skills. Checking the time, half an hour had passed since entering the skill training hall. Here, time was points. He decisively summoned 4 Skeleton Warriors, bringing the total to 125. Then he dismissed the Skeleton Mage. Lin Moya's summons could either be stored in summoning space to exist permanently, or dismissed at any time, essentially destroying the Skeleton Mage. He had no choice, needing to repeatedly practice the skill. Summon 1, dismiss 1. Spirit was quickly depleted. Lin Moya then hurried to meditate. In the skill training room, meditation restored spirit power very quickly. He could clearly feel his spirit power rapidly recovering. It even gave an addictive feeling. After an hour, Lin Moya's spirit power had mostly recovered. Without hesitation, he paid points for another 3 hours. Once his spirit power fully recovered, he started practicing skills. Skeleton mages appeared and disappeared non-stop. When spirit power was depleted, he meditated again. This cycle repeated without pause. Practicing skills was addictive. Lin Moya understood the meaning of that phrase now. Through repeated practice, Summon Skeleton Mage finally reached level 2. Iron Grade Skeleton Mage. Strength, 600. Agility, 600. Spirit, 1800. Constitution, 600. Still Iron Grade, still tattered looking. Not as good as Skeleton Warriors, but not useless either. Time was up again. Lin Moya had spent the whole afternoon in the skill training room, 4 hours straight. Repeated meditation and skill practice. Though satisfying, he felt mentally fatigued. It was like running dungeons all day. Lin Moya left the skill training room and contacted Bai Yaiwan via communicator. The call connected, and Bai Yaiwan's authoritative voice came through. What is it? Lord White God, I've reached level 20, Lin Moya said calmly. Baiwan, who was drinking tea, looked strange and slightly surprised. You're level 20. Lin Moya calmly said, yes. Baiwan was silent for a moment. Wait for me at the Academic Affairs office. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Moyo headed to the Academic Affairs office. In a secret space, Meng Yanwen couldn't help laughing, who reached level 20. Baiwan waved his hand. Who else could it be but Lin Moyo? Meng Yanwen wasn't surprised. Isn't that normal? It is normal, but also a bit abnormal. He was only level 17 yesterday evening, now he's 20 after just one day. His leveling speed is quite fast. Meng Yanwen also looked slightly shocked, indeed very fast. Looks like he's working hard. Baiwan suddenly laughed. I get it, this guy must be soloing nightmare dungeons. Otherwise it's impossible to be so fast. Thinking of Lin Moya's performance on Mermaid Island, Baiwan felt he definitely had the ability to solo nightmare dungeons. At this moment someone walked over. Something strange happened. Baiwan smiled at the newcomer. Old Ning, you're not managing the dungeon hall, how do you have time to come here? Ning Taran said solemnly. Something odd happened in the dungeon hall. A young fellow repeatedly set new dungeon records. Today people even argued about him, almost coming to blows. Someone said you gave the kid treasures, allowing him to set new records. Baiwan raised an eyebrow. Is there such a treasure? I don't know of any. Who set the records? As he spoke, Baiwan handed Ning Taran a cup of tea. No rush, drink some tea and tell me slowly. It's just a kid, can't cause any big trouble. Meng Yanwen saw Baiwan's composed look and knew he probably had an answer in mind. Ning Taran took a sip of tea. A student called Lin Moyo. He came at level 17 yesterday, first cleared Mutant Forest, then Spider's Nest. These are the records he set. Ning Taran displayed Lin Moya's records. Mutant Forest, 24 minutes 32 seconds. Spider's Nest, 22 minutes 51 seconds. Baiwan and Meng Yanwen looked at each other. These results were frightening, even they were shocked. Meng Yanwen said self-mockingly, Old Bai, could you have done this back then? Baiwan was frank, hell no. I could solo normal difficulty, but nightmare would be suicide. Moreover, this result, I really don't know how this kid did it. Never mind, I'm going. That kid should be at the Academic Affairs office by now. With that, Baiwan disappeared. Ning Taran asked curiously, why is he in such a hurry? Meng Yanwen smiled, he's going to find this Lin Moyo kid. Don't mind him, let's have tea. Ning Taran said, perfect, I have something to discuss with you too. Meng Yanwen was slightly stunned, what is it? Make a ring. At the Academic Affairs office, Lin Moyo met Baiwan. Lord White God, what's the mission? He got straight to the point, disliking beating around the bush. Baiwan looked at Lin Moyo. He really was level 20 now. This leveling speed was extraordinary, at least much faster than him back in the day. Thinking of his own miserable state back then, Baiwan couldn't help saying to himself, both siblings are monsters. Lin Mohan reaching level 30 in 3 months then joining Creation God Academy was already lightning fast. This younger brother was even more terrifying. At this rate, he'd probably reach 30 in less than 2 months. The mission is simple. Go fetch an item. Chapter 86. Chapter 86, 86. Chapter 86, The White God's Mission, Tyrant's Heart. Baiwan sat casually, smiling but still exuding authority. Years in a high position cultivate an extraordinary aura in anyone. Ordinary people would be intimidated by Baiwan's aura. But Lin Moyo felt nothing, acting as usual. Baiwan didn't put on airs either. You've been to the dungeon hall, right? You should know about the large dungeon called Tyrant Desert. Lin Moyo nodded, I know. Baiwan said, your mission is to go to the Tyrant Desert dungeon and bring back the Tyrant's Heart. That simple? Tyrant Desert was a level 25 large dungeon for up to 40 players, with a wide level range from 20 to 30. It must have many strong monsters, but for Lin Moyo, the more monsters the better. With Corpse Explosion, more monsters just meant more experience. Baiwan chuckled, you think it's simple? Lin Moyo almost instinctively answered yes. The Tyrant's Heart isn't easy to obtain. There's a reason Tyrant Desert is called a large dungeon requiring 40 players. Though only level 25, it's much harder than other level 25 dungeons. Baiwan stopped there. Lin Moyo understood the implications, but Baiwan couldn't know Lin Moyo was already planning to go to Tyrant Desert. Baiwan tapped the table lightly, I'll give you 3 days. Bring back the Tyrant's Heart in 3 days, and I'll get you a cooldown talisman. I understand, Lin Moyo replied softly. Before entering the dungeon hall, he strongly desired a cooldown talisman, but now that he could remove cooldowns with points in the dungeon hall, he didn't need it as much. Baiwan noticed Lin Moyo's look and smiled mysteriously. You think cooldown talismans are useless with the dungeon hall? I can tell you, cooldown talismans are very useful, incomparable to the dungeon hall. The dungeon hall has many dungeons, but not the best ones, and no top-tier dungeons. You'll definitely encounter the best dungeons in the future, with shockingly long cooldowns. Some top dungeons have month-long cooldowns. That's when cooldown talismans become useful. Lin Moyo asked, but this is just a junior cooldown talisman. Baiwan laughed, any high-grade cooldown talisman is upgraded from a low-grade one. Complete the mission and I'll not only give you a junior cooldown talisman, but also tell you how to upgrade it. Lin Moyo hadn't expected this. Alright, I'll bring back the Tyrant's Heart. Lin Moyo accepted the mission. Baiwan laughed, in 3 days the university will hold an opening ceremony. All new students admitted to Summer Capital University will attend. You should come too, don't miss it. I understand. When Bai Yaiwan returned, Meng Yanwen was still drinking tea, seemingly admiring the distant scenery. How was it? Satisfied. Meng Yanwen poured Bai Yaiwan fresh tea. Bai Yaiwan smiled, the more I see, the more satisfied I am. This kid has a calm personality, very much to my liking. I told him to get the tyrant's heart from Tyrant Desert, gave him 3 days. Oh, Meng Yanwen said, it's not easy to gather so many people. This guy won't team up, he'll definitely solo it. Soloing a large dungeon. Meng Yanwen's mouth twitched, you did that when you were young. Bai Yaiwan laughed, a real man doesn't brag about past deeds. Meng Yanwen shook his head, I remember you were level 30 when you went in, then came out in a miserable state. Bai Yaiwan's smile vanished as he quickly drank tea to hide his embarrassment. I said a real man doesn't brag about past deeds. At the dungeon hall entrance, it was still lively. Lin Moya's arrival immediately attracted attention. He was now famous. Though not high level, he had set new records 2 days in a row, with outrageous results. If he wasn't famous, who would be? Lin Moya's here. Is he going to set new records again? Wonder which dungeon he'll run. Lin Moya went to the mission center in the middle of the dungeon hall. He checked the missions. He found several related to Tyrant Desert. Rewards could be exchanged for points if obtained inside. Suddenly he saw a mission for the Tyrant's Heart. Someone was buying the Tyrant's Heart for 100,000 points. This price was very high, unusually so. For a level 25 dungeon, even a large one, could an item be worth 100,000 points? 100,000 points could almost buy platinum equipment. Combined with Bai Yaiwan also wanting the Tyrant's Heart, Lin Moya felt it was extraordinary. Junior Lin, are you going to run a dungeon? Looking up, he saw Shu Han smiling beside him. Lin Moya had some questions. Senior, do you know about the Tyrant's Heart? Of course, Shu Han replied instinctively. Then she explained, the Tyrant's Heart is a material dropped by the final boss of Tyrant Desert. Alchemists can use the Tyrant's Heart as the main material to craft a boss accessory, Tyrant's Necklace. So it was a special material like the Goblin Kings, used to make boss accessories. Boss accessories were special, with attributes normal accessories lacked. Like the Goblin King's ring increasing all skills by 1 level. For all careers. Lin Moya didn't know if it would be useful for him, but that didn't affect its value. Shu Han continued, though the Tyrant's Necklace is good, its main material the Tyrant's Heart is too hard to obtain. Tyrant Desert is a large dungeon with no difficulty options. The monsters are tougher than nightmare difficulty in same level dungeons. The boss is world class, very hard to beat. Even with a full level 40 team, it's time consuming, laborious, and dangerous. You might come back empty handed. The Tyrant's Heart only drops once a year. It's been 2 years since the last drop. Lin Moya thought, even if very difficult, with so many people some teams would try. The tyrant must have been killed many times, why hadn't anyone obtained the Tyrant's Heart? Curiously, Lin Moya asked, why? Shu Han giggled. Lin Moya spoke little, but she wanted to make him talk. This student 2 years younger than her seemed interesting, like her own brother. Shu Han held up 2 fingers, 2 reasons. First, the fewer people in Tyrant Desert, the higher chance of dropping the Tyrant's Heart. This is counted from dungeon entry, leaving midway doesn't count. Second is the Tyrant Boss. The faster you kill it, the higher chance of dropping the Tyrant's Heart. Hearing this, Lin Moya finally understood. Given this, the 100,000 point offer for the Tyrant's Heart in the mission center was too cheap. Not to mention Bai Yaiwan also wanted it. Even if Bai Yaiwan didn't, Lin Moya wouldn't sell it now that he knew its value. A boss accessory, wouldn't it be better to use himself? Thank you, Lin Moya sincerely thanked Shu Han. Most people wouldn't explain so much. Shu Han giggled, you're welcome. By the way, I heard an academy is organizing people to attack Tyrant Desert these days. Junior Lin, do you want to team up with them? Lin Moya shook his head, no team. I'll solo it. Shu Han covered her mouth in shock. She had thought Lin Moya wanted to find a team, not solo it. She had heard of soloing normal dungeons, but never large dungeons. It was simply impossible, never done in history. It was absolutely impossible. Junior, don't do anything rash, Shu Han said with concern. Lin Moya chuckled and walked to the Tyrant Desert dungeon. The large dungeon entrance vortex was much bigger than normal dungeons, very special. Looking up, the light screen showed the record. The record was set 4 years ago. Flying Dragon Academy, 4 hours 37 minutes 22 seconds. Flying Dragon Academy was like Hidden Dragon Academy, one of the university's academies. There were 6 such academies in the university. Ordinary university students, independent academy students, and top academy students. Like an unspoken rule, students were also stratified. Earlier with Lingjin, ordinary and academy students almost came to blows. Competition also existed within the university. Shu Han asked worriedly, Junior Lin, are you really going to solo it? Lin Moya nodded. Just as he was about to enter, an arrogant voice sounded from behind. Don't block the way. Chapter 87. Chapter 87, 87. Chapter 87, if successful, he will make history. Lin Moyo quickly pulled Shu Han aside. A knight in full armor walked by with a fierce expression. If Lin Moyo hadn't acted fast, he might have bumped into Shu Han. Many people followed behind him. The knight was burly, nearly 2 meters tall, giving off a strong sense of pressure. He glanced at Lin Moya disdainfully. Then he arrogantly raised his head. Our Bailey Academy is running Tyrant Desert Dungeon today. We'll definitely set a new record. Dozens of people behind him cheered in response. The Tyrant Desert record had stood for 4 years, set by Flying Dragon Academy. No one creating a new record in 4 years showed how difficult Tyrant Desert was. Shuhan whispered, there have been rumors that Bailey Academy was going to run Tyrant Desert these past few days. They say they're fully prepared. Several core members have kept their levels at 30. Some higher-level Academy students even prepared full sets of gold equipment for them. Lin Moyu understood their thinking. Setting a new record would not only earn lots of points and contribution points, but was also an honor. Academy students would strive for this honor. It could also be a stepping stone to entering top academies. The knight, representing Bailey Academy, loudly announced they would challenge Tyrant Desert and break Flying Dragon Academy's 4-year-old record. Then he looked down at Lin Moyu. Excuse me, could you please move aside? Lin Moyu didn't move, showing no intention of giving way. I was here first, he said calmly, not giving face. The knight frowned. Do you want to run the dungeon with us? Sorry, we have a mission this time. We can carry you next time. Lin Moyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy's ego was too big. When had he ever asked to be carried? Seeing Lin Moyu still not moving, the knight frowned, feeling awkward and embarrassed. He felt Lin Moyu was so annoying. But with hundreds of eyes watching in the dungeon hall, he couldn't do anything to Lin Moyu. If he won't move, so be it. He shouted angrily, everyone get ready to enter the dungeon. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Moyu said to Shuhan, I'm going in. Shuhan nodded, be careful. Lin Moyu disappeared, and the Tyrant Desert vortex lit up, indicating someone was inside. Lin Moyu had really entered. The knight's mouth twitched. Is this kid trying to cause trouble? Going in alone is suicide. Suddenly, the whole dungeon hall buzzed with excitement. Wow, he really went in. Daring to solo Tyrant Desert, he must be a true expert. I've never heard of anyone soloing a large dungeon. If he succeeds, he'll make history. It's very difficult. I don't think it's possible. I've been to Tyrant Desert once. It's too dangerous. One wrong move and you're dead. It might be impossible for others, but hard to say for him. The Bailey Academy knight's mouth twitched. Their Bailey Academy team was fully prepared to set a new record, yet no one paid attention to them, instead focusing on this solo kid. He saw Lin Moyu was only wearing silver equipment, while he had a full set of gold equipment. At this moment, all the Bailey Academy members felt awkward. The knight noticed their momentum faltering and knew they couldn't wait any longer. Enter the dungeon. He shouted. The Bailey Academy students rushed over and teleported into the dungeon. Before entering, the knight glanced at the light screen, 16 hours 45 minutes 18 seconds. I'll definitely break this record. As a large level 25 dungeon, Tyrant Desert had higher fees. Lin Moyu paid 500 points to enter. Removing the cooldown would cost 2,000 points. Repeatedly running this dungeon would cost 2,500 points each time, 10,000 points for 4 runs. Lin Moyu realized his remaining 120,000 points might not last long. Points were used up so quickly. Hope the reward for breaking the record is good. Hot wind swept up clouds of yellow sand. The blazing sun overhead, scorching sunlight, and rising temperature all indicated the harsh environment. Sand dunes in the distance blocked the view. Lin Moyu found himself in a basin surrounded by sand dunes. Large numbers of skeleton warriors appeared, 125 in total, quickly spreading out in all directions. A map formed in Lin Moyu's mind. He climbed a sand dune and saw an endless desert. There was no sense of direction. The blazing sun hung directly overhead, unable to provide guidance. This was a dungeon, not the real world. The sun overhead wouldn't move, so it couldn't indicate direction. East, south, west, north, indistinguishable. Based on the 16-hour record, this dungeon must be unprecedentedly large. Just as he was thinking, a skeleton warrior sent a warning. Enemy encountered. A withered branch suddenly sprang from the sand and entangled the skeleton warrior. But with 12,000 strength, the skeleton warrior easily cut through the branch with its blade. Then a huge tree burst out of the sand. The tree was 10 meters tall with countless branches, frantically whipping at the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior's blade swung nonstop, branches flying everywhere. In moments, only the trunk remained, barely alive. Lin Moyu arrived and used detection before the tree died. Desert Ghost Tree, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 25. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 1,000. Spirit, 2,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skill, Death Entanglement. These attributes were very close to the pre-upgrade skeleton warriors, even stronger than the boss-level giant python in the mermaid dungeon, as expected of a large dungeon. Just a normal monster is comparable to the level 24 boss in the mermaid dungeon. If the skeleton warriors hadn't upgraded, this would be troublesome. With the previous bronze-grade skeleton warriors 6,200 in all attributes, dealing with it wouldn't be a problem, just take some effort. Like fighting a boss, requiring more hits. Not as easy as now. After seeing its attributes, Lin Moyu had a general idea of the dungeon monsters. Killed Desert Ghost Tree. Obtained Ghost Tree Branch X5. Not only were the attributes boss level, but the experience too. Killing one gave 300,000 experience, quite a lot. At this point, skeleton warriors encountered enemies continuously, all Desert Ghost Trees. This sandy area seemed to be Desert Ghost Tree territory. There were many, hidden in the sand, attacking when someone passed by. Skill, Bone Armor. Lin Moyu pressed his palm down, equipping himself with bone armor. A set of bone armor appeared on his body, gleaming silver white in the sunlight. He let the skeleton warriors scout ahead. Iron grade skeleton warriors had a 500-meter control range. Bronze grade reached 1,000 meters. Now at silver grade, the range was 2,000 meters. Lin Moyu advanced along the path cleared by skeleton warriors. More and more areas were explored. The map in Lin Moya's mind became more complete. An hour had passed, and Lin Moya's explored area grew larger. Yellow sand everywhere, nothing else. Just sand and desert ghost trees, no other monsters encountered. After 2 hours of exploration, something different finally appeared in his mind. Water. Water was found. Lin Moyo hurried over. Standing on a sand dune, he saw an oasis. The oasis waterway extended into the distance, winding far away. Without hesitation, he recalled skeleton warriors from other directions. Large numbers of skeleton warriors instantly appeared before him. Then they charged towards the oasis. An oasis appearing in the desert surely meant danger. Skeleton warriors led the way. Just as they reached the oasis edge, whoosh, the oasis erupted in a huge splash. Then many scorpion-like creatures burst out of the oasis. Lin Moyo wasn't worried at all. He was still on the sand dune, not having gone down. Detection swept past like a gentle breeze. Oasis giant scorpion. Level 25. Strength 4,000. Agility 3,000. Spirit 2,000. Constitution 6,000. Skill poison sting. Each giant scorpion was 2 meters tall, over 5 meters long including the tail. The tail had a huge poison stinger, looking terrifying. Not just one stinger, but arranged like flower petals, emitting an eerie blue glow in the sunlight. Over 100 oasis giant scorpions charged at the skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors were fearless, raising their blades. Other teams would approach the oasis cautiously when nearing it, luring monsters bit by bit, surrounding and killing them. Unlike Lin Moya's simple and brutal approach, 10 skeleton warriors swung their blades simultaneously, using skills. Skill, Berserk Strike. Attacking with triple their strength attribute, unleashing berserk strikes. The red glowing blades obscured the sunlight. An oasis giant scorpion screamed miserably, instantly killed. Killed oasis giant scorpion. Obtained sharp tail stinger x3. 2 seconds later, the other oasis giant scorpions had gathered. Lin Moyo raised his palm. Skill, Corpse Explosion. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Chapter 88, Skill Training Paradise. A huge explosion rang out. Sand flew everywhere. The oasis giant scorpions were blasted into the air, wrapped in sand. Their corpses tumbled through the air. Skills were used one after another. Explosions sounded continuously. Craters appeared one after another. Sand rained down, burying the exploded oasis giant scorpions. Loads of experience was gained. Lin Moya stored the materials in his storage space. Experience skyrocketed again. Each monster gave as much experience as thousands of small spiders from Spider's Nest. Just this one wave of monsters increased his experience by 8%. Awesome! Lin Moyo exclaimed inwardly. He hadn't expected to level up so quickly even after level 20. If he could keep blasting monsters like this, leveling up would be as easy as eating and drinking. Monsters that others had to carefully and laboriously kill were as easy as cutting vegetables for Lin Moyo. Experience truly rained down like drops. Not just experience, but also loads of materials. In the blink of an eye, the monsters around the oasis were cleared out. Lin Moyo followed the skeleton warriors along the waterway. The winding waterway flowed into the distance. Lin Moya didn't know if this was the right direction, but for now, it was the only path available. Everywhere else was endless yellow sand, impossible to distinguish direction. Large numbers of oasis giant scorpions lurked along both sides of the waterway, their bodies buried in the sand with only their tails exposed. From afar, they looked like rows of spikes. As the skeleton warriors advanced, these spikes were eliminated one by one, leaving only corpses behind. While advancing, many skeleton warriors also spread out to the sides. They moved in the same direction as Lin Moyo, clearing out the ghost trees hidden in the desert. There weren't too many, but it was still experience. The Tyrant Desert map was truly huge. After advancing along the waterway for over an hour, other scenery finally appeared in view. A not very tall mountain peak appeared at the end of the waterway. Lin Moya now understood why other teams progressed so slowly. First was finding the way, second was dealing with these oasis giant scorpions along the route. Each one was as strong as boss-level monsters in other dungeons. For normal teams, even a full 40-person team would need a lot of time to clear through. The waterway flowed to its end and disappeared underground. Some sparse vegetation appeared ahead, all cacti. Large numbers of ants crawled beside the cacti. Not ordinary ants, each ant was over a meter long with protruding fangs. Each foot had barbs like sharp blades. Desert young ant, enhanced elite monster. Level 25. Strength 2,500. Agility 2,000. Spirit 1,000. Constitution 3,000. Skill none. Weaker than the desert giant scorpions, they were enhanced elite monsters, similar to nightmare difficulty monsters in same level dungeons. But the numbers. And these were just young ants. Ants were a very large group. They had strict hierarchies and clear divisions of labor. Young ants were just the weakest group. If even young ants were enhanced elite monsters, then the worker ants and soldier ants above them. Lin Moya became alert, sensing huge amounts of experience coming his way. Detection had already attracted their attention. Several young ants raised their heads to look at Lin Moyo. The next second, they charged over with a shrill cry. They were very fast, seeming to exceed the speed of 2,000 agility. But the skeleton warriors were faster. Several skeleton warriors blocked them, swinging their blades. With 2 cracks, they were instantly killed without any suspense. The attribute gap was too large. With 12,000 in all attributes, the skeleton warriors had completely overwhelming combat power. The skeleton warriors charged out, killing all the nearby young ants without exception. Killed level 25 desert young ant, experience plus 50,000, obtained ant flying x3. Killed level 25 desert young ant, experience plus 50,000, obtained ant flying x3. Experience steadily increased. Over 4 hours had passed since entering the dungeon. Experience had risen to 15%. Later there were no more monster groups, just scattered ones, so efficiency naturally decreased. What's this? Lin Moya walked over and saw peculiar-looking cacti. Small fruits hung on the cacti. Deep blue fruits that looked like grapes, glistening temptingly. When in doubt, use detection. Desert fruit. Quickly restores large amounts of spirit power. Must be consumed within 5 minutes of picking, cannot be stored. Just then, squeaking sounds were heard. Large numbers of young ants burrowed out of the ground, quickly surrounding him. Over 100 of them. The young ants let out angry cries at Lin Moya, seeming to warn him to stay away from the desert fruits. The skeleton warriors' blades answered them. Lin Moya looked ahead and saw a tall mountain blocking the way. Steep cliffs, difficult terrain to climb. At the foot of the mountain were several cave entrances. Ants seemed to be at the entrances. Ant nests. Lin Moya realized this was an ant colony. To pass through the mountain, they had to enter the ant nests. But there were 5 cave entrances ahead, unclear which was the correct passage. With a thought, 50 skeleton warriors split into 5 groups, each heading to a different cave. Lin Moya himself picked a desert fruit and popped it in his mouth. The desert fruit wasn't as sour as imagined, but had a hint of sweetness. It tasted quite good. The texture and shape were similar to grapes. His spirit power had been half depleted. After eating the desert fruit, his spirit power began rapidly recovering. Very quickly, in less than a minute, his spirit power was almost fully restored. Lin Moya couldn't help but look shocked. His total spirit power was 2,900. With the spirit equipment set, his spirit power was at least double that of mages at the same level. The effect of the desert fruit was too good. The recovery speed was 10 times faster than meditating in the skill training hall. Looking at the patches of special cacti with loads of desert fruits hanging on them, he made a quick decision. Skeleton mages were summoned one after another. His nearly full spirit power was rapidly consumed again. After depleting all his spirit power, Lin Moya dismissed all the summoned skeleton mages. The desert fruit's effect hadn't worn off yet, and his spirit power was still recovering rapidly. When some spirit power recovered, Lin Moya started summoning skeleton mages again. When the effect wore off completely, he ate another desert fruit and continued waiting for spirit power to recover. Skeleton mages appeared and disappeared constantly. This place had become the best spot for Lin Moya to train skills. Just for this alone, Lin Moya felt the trip was worth it. Without worrying about spirit power consumption, skill training progressed extremely fast. While he trained skills, the skeleton warriors had charged into the ant nests. 2,000 meters was the straight line distance, not affected by complex terrain. There were even more ants inside the ant nests. Killed desert ant, obtained ant flying x3. Killed desert ant, obtained ant flying x6. Soon after entering the caves, the skeleton warriors encountered desert worker ants. Judging by the experience, desert worker ants were clearly super enhanced elite monsters. And they were level 26, giving even more experience. Lin Moya stopped managing the skeleton warriors, letting them fight and explore freely. He focused entirely on skill training. After over 100 consecutive summons of skeleton mages, the skill finally reached level 3. But this was just the beginning. Lin Moya was having too much fun to stop. How could he miss such a great place? This was truly a skill training paradise. Time passed bit by bit as Lin Moya trained skills non-stop, summoning recklessly. Desert fruits were consumed one after another, keeping his spirit power in a state of rapid recovery. 10 minutes later, the skill leveled up again. The speed was incomparably faster than in the skill training hall. In the ant nests, the skeleton warriors kept exploring and advancing, gradually completing the map. Experience also kept increasing, now reaching 17%. 3 hours later, Lin Moya slowly stopped. The desert fruits were mostly eaten, and he had leveled the summoned skeleton mage skill to 20. It couldn't be leveled further. Lin Moya checked the skeleton mage's attributes, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Silver grade skeleton mage. Strength, 6,000. Agility, 6,000. Spirit, 24,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skill, Ice Storm. Ice Storm forms an ice storm in an area, dealing ice elemental damage to targets. Attack power based on spirit. An ice element skeleton mage stood before him. Cold light flickered on its 2 palms. Ice chunks appeared and dissipated constantly. The sound of cracking ice could be heard from time to time. After 30x amplification, its spirit reached 24,000. Lin Moya could imagine how terrifying the skeleton mage's attack power would be. And its skill, Ice Storm, was an area attack skill. Lin Moya pointed in a direction, ordering it to use the skill. The skeleton mage thrust out both palms, shooting out a beam of cold light. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Chapter 89, Silver Grade Skeleton Mage, Ant Nest. Under Lin Moya's gaze, the cold light exploded. In an instant, ice and rain poured down together. Large chunks of ice shot down like raindrops. The originally scorching desert was instantly frozen over. The ice storm lasted a full 10 seconds before ending. It covered a 10-meter radius area. An area attack skill with great power. 24,000 spirit power was not just for show. As a skill that could only be mastered at level 20, it was normal for skeleton mages to be a bit stronger than skeleton warriors. The 2 types of skeletons each had their uses. However, skeleton mages also had a drawback: they consumed too much spirit power. Summoning one skeleton warrior only required 500 spirit power. But summoning one skeleton mage took 1500 spirit power, 3 times that of a skeleton warrior. If not for wearing the spirit equipment set, Lin Moya's base 1300 spirit power couldn't even summon one level 20 skeleton mage. But it made sense: who could train a newly acquired skill to level 20 at level 20? That basically didn't exist. Looking at the few remaining desert fruits, most were consumed in the latter half of leveling the summoned skeleton mage skill. Especially after level 15, consumption was extremely fast. Almost every few summons would use up one desert fruit. If only I could take these out of the dungeon. Unfortunately, desert fruits couldn't be preserved or taken out of the dungeon. They had to be consumed within 5 minutes of picking, or they would lose effect. Otherwise, Lin Moya really wanted to come back several times and take out large amounts of desert fruits. Can't waste these remaining ones. Might as well fill up the skeleton mage slots. He now had 125 skeleton warriors, 1 skeleton mage, and 74 empty slots in his summoning space. While there were still some desert fruits left, Lin Moya planned to fill all those slots. He ate a desert fruit, then summoned 5 skeleton warriors, bringing the total skeleton warriors to 130. Then he focused on summoning skeleton mages. The attributes of summoned skeleton mages were random, not controlled by Lin Moya. Cold winds blew as various elements stirred. Fire, wind, lightning. Skeleton mages of different elements were summoned one after another, appearing beside Lin Moya. There were mages of all elements. No matter the element, all skeleton mages had the same attributes. The only difference was their skills. Fire skeleton mage, skill, explosive flame. Explosive flame deals fire elemental damage to the target. Attack power based on spirit. Ice skeleton mage, skill, ice storm. Ice storm forms an ice storm in an area, dealing ice elemental damage to targets. Attack power based on spirit. Wind skeleton mage, skill, tornado storm. Tornado storm forms a tornado storm in an area, dealing wind elemental damage to targets. Attack power based on spirit. Lightning skeleton mage, skill, 5 thunderbolts. 5 thunderbolts deals lightning damage to the target. Attack power based on spirit. The fire and lightning mages had single target skills. The ice and wind mages had area of effect skills. With silver-white bodies slightly shorter than skeleton warriors, the soul fires in their skulls burned more vigorously. Elements flowed in their palms, displaying powerful strength. Lin Moya felt his skeleton mages could instantly kill mages of the same level. By the time the desert fruits were completely consumed, he had finally filled the long empty summoning space. 130 skeleton warriors, 70 skeleton mages. A total of 200 skeletons formed a skeleton army. Lin Moya felt he could steamroll through same-level dungeons. Nightmare difficulty was no problem at all. Even hell difficulty wouldn't be an issue. Like the current Tyrant Desert, a large dungeon requiring 40 people, he could solo steamroll it. The skeleton army was far stronger than 40 career professionals. Next time I come, I'll train other skills. There were other skills to train besides this one, like bone armor and slow curse. As long as he had enough spirit power, those 2 skills weren't difficult. The hardest was corpse explosion, since there weren't that many corpses. Monster corpses in dungeons disappeared quickly after death, and he couldn't use it excessively, needing to save some spirit power for emergencies. Training skills took about 4 hours. Lin Moya had been in the dungeon for over 8 hours. By now the ant nest terrain had been preliminarily explored. The skeleton warriors had scouted the caves within a 2,000-meter range. Lin Moya found that no matter which entrance he used, they were all interconnected inside. This was very similar to Spider's nest. The ant nest was much larger than Spider's nest. The 2,000-meter explored area was just a small part. As Lin Moya entered the caves and got closer, the skeleton warriors started moving again. They quickly traversed the caves, scouting the terrain for Lin Moya. The ant nest was a complex maze of winding tunnels, like a huge labyrinth with no end in sight. Lin Moya could only choose one direction to advance. Killed level 26 Desert Soldier Ant, experience plus 36,000. Obtained Antfying X5. Suddenly he received an unusual notification. Soldier ants had appeared somewhere in the caves. Based on ant colony division of labor, worker ants were laborers, while soldier ants were warriors. Soldier ants guarded the queen and wouldn't stray far. Finding soldier ants meant the queen wasn't far. Lin Moya immediately headed towards the soldier ants. The other skeletons all turned in that direction as well. As the ant nest was gradually explored, more and more soldier ants appeared. Lin Moya entered an extremely spacious cave. Large numbers of soldier ants were awakening inside, only startled by Lin Moya's entrance. Over 100 soldier ants woke up simultaneously, shaking their bodies and emitting hisses as they charged at Lin Moya. Soldier ant barracks, Lin Moya thought of the term. When ants build nests, soldier ants gather in their own barracks. This must be one of them, and there were surely multiple barracks. The skeleton warriors charged to meet them, followed by the skeleton mages. This was the skeleton mages' first battle. Skill, Explosive Flame. Skill, Ice Storm. Skill, Tornado Storm. Skill, 5 Thunderbolts. 70 skeleton mages attacked simultaneously. Elements erupted as spells flew everywhere. The cave echoed with rumbling as colorful lights flashed. Lin Moya was dazzled by the sight. By the time the skeleton warriors reached the soldier ants, many were already dead or injured. 24,000 spirit power gave the skeleton mages extremely strong killing power, far surpassing career professionals of the same level. Even level 30 career professionals couldn't match the damage output of these skeleton mages. In just over 10 seconds, the 100-plus soldier ants were completely slaughtered. Though not as fast as Corpse Explosion, it was effortless. Lin Moya didn't even have to move, just stand there and watch the fireworks display. Indeed, it was quite beautiful, something Corpse Explosion couldn't compare to. With the soldier ant barracks appearing, Lin Moya felt he must be on the right track. The team continued advancing, discovering several more soldier ant barracks. Each barracks was larger than the last. Experience was rising at an astonishing rate. It had now reached 32%. The team steamrolled ahead without obstacles, finally entering the depths of the ant nest. A buzzing sound was heard. As the skeleton warriors turned a corner, they suddenly encountered a group of flying ants. Desert Flying Ant, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 27. Strength, 6,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 3,000. Constitution, 7,000. The skeleton warriors reacted extremely quickly, immediately engaging the flying ants. Their overwhelming attribute advantage was evident. With 12,000 strength, they could deal massive, almost fatal damage to the flying ants. Meanwhile, the flying ants could barely damage the skeleton warriors. Their constitution was too high, the flying ants couldn't break through their defense. In moments, this group of flying ants was killed. Killed Desert Flying Ant. Obtained Flying Ant Wing X2. Lin Moya's eyes lit up. Flying ant wings were one of the mission items for Tyrant Desert. Each flying ant wing was worth 5,000 gold coins. With flying ants appearing, Lin Moya was now completely certain he was on the right path. Flying ants could be considered the queen's royal guards and wouldn't stray far from her. And in an ant colony, there weren't that many flying ants. At least not as ridiculously numerous as soldier ants and worker ants. The team encountered more flying ants as they advanced. But unlike soldier ants with barracks, flying ants mostly moved in groups of 3. The skeleton warriors pushed forward, killing group after group of flying ants. Before he knew it, Lin Moya had been in the ant nest for nearly 2 hours when he finally reached the end. A huge ant appeared before his eyes. This ant was 10 meters tall, somewhat bloated and clumsy looking. It had 3 pairs of huge wings on its back, occasionally flapping and making an unpleasant noise. In front of it were 4 more ants. These 4 ants were also large, over 6 meters tall with wings for flight. Their legs were like giant scythes, looking terrifying. Is this the final dungeon boss? Lin Moya felt it didn't quite fit. With some doubt, he used detection. The skeleton warriors also charged out. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. If only there were always this many monsters. Desert Ant Queen, boss level monster. Level, 28. Strength, 9,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 8,000. Constitution, 8,000. Skills, Summon Ant Swarm, Sonic Attack, Storm Strike, Curl Up. Under detection, the Desert Ant Queen's information was fully revealed. It wasn't the dungeon boss. The boss of Tyrant Desert Dungeon should be the Tyrant. And it should be a world-class boss level. This Ant Queen before him was just a boss level monster. Its attributes weren't that high either. Detection also fell on the other 4 giant ants. Ant Queen's Royal Guard, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 27. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 3,000. Constitution, 7,000. Skill, Shell Hardening. 4 Ant Queen Royal Guards. Average strength, agility, and spirit. Only constitution was extremely high. Combined with their skill, they were clearly meant to be tanks. With them present, the Ant Queen's safety would be greatly increased. The Ant Queen was the most important in the entire ant colony, couldn't be lost. Other teams would have headaches seeing these 4 guards. They'd have to find ways to kill them one by one. But their presence made Lin Moya see death. As he used detection, the skeleton warriors had already charged forward. The Ant Queen's guards also charged up. The Ant Queen's wings vibrated as it suddenly let out a piercing cry. Skill, Sonic Attack. Terrifying sound waves reverberated through the ant cave. The bone armor on Lin Moya's body flashed silver-white light, resisting the attack. All the skeleton warriors and mages were hit simultaneously. It was an indiscriminate area attack with an extremely large range. Fortunately, the power wasn't too great. Lin Moya's bone armor successfully blocked it. As for the skeleton warriors, they easily withstood it. 12,000 constitution allowed them to resist most attacks. Focus fire on 1. At Lin Moya's command, the skeleton warriors swung their skills simultaneously. Red light flashed on their blades. Skill, Berserk Strike. The skeleton mages behind also used skills immediately. Following Lin Moya's order, they targeted the same royal guard. Fire, ice, tornadoes, lightning, blooming like fireworks. After a dazzling display of light, that guard was instantly killed. Killed Ant Queen's Royal Guard. Obtained Flying Ant Wing X10. Lin Moya immediately raised his hand. Skill, Corpse Explosion. Boom. After a huge explosion, the 3 remaining royal guards were blasted away. Ha! They didn't die. Lin Moya was slightly stunned. The 3 royal guards survived a corpse explosion. That was 450% of the corpse's max HP and damage. Same level monsters shouldn't be able to withstand it. Looking closely, he saw the 3 royal guards' bodies flashing with a metallic luster, as if covered by a layer of armor. Skill, Shell Hardening. Lin Moya understood. These 3 guards had used their skill to block the corpse explosion damage. This skill's effect should be similar to a knight's ultimate defense, greatly increasing defense. Not bad, wonder how long it can last. The skeleton warriors had already charged up, fast as lightning, surrounding them as they landed. The skeleton mages' skills also fired, attacking from all directions. With skill light on their bodies, the 3 royal guards were extremely hard all over. Their scythe-like legs struck the skeleton warriors. At this moment, the skeleton warriors could barely hurt them. They also couldn't deal much damage to the skeleton warriors. The attribute gap was too large. With only 5,000 strength against the skeleton warriors' 12,000 constitution, it wasn't enough. They might not even win one-on-one, let alone against 130 skeleton warriors plus 70 skeleton mages behind. Completely outnumbered. Massive attacks fell on them, quickly dimming the luster on their bodies. Suddenly the Ant Queen flapped its wings again. The huge wings whipped up fierce winds. Gale force winds swept over like a storm. Skill, storm strike. Howling winds swept through. Many skeleton warriors were blown away, torn apart in midair by the fierce winds. The skeleton warriors all took damage. Though not much, it was enough to show the Ant Queen's skill power. Lin Moya knew he had the elemental resistance passive skill. After enhancement it reduced elemental damage by 3 times. Even so, the skeleton warriors were injured. Without this skill, they'd probably be hurt even worse. Other career professionals might even be instantly killed. Lin Moya's expression changed as he quickly retreated 2 steps, standing behind the skeleton mages. Skill, bone armor. He reapplied a set of armor on himself. The fierce winds blew to the skeleton mages. With lower constitution than the skeleton warriors, they were also blown about. Fortunately they were farther away, so the skill had less power. The bone armor flashed constantly, blocking the attacks. Lin Moya knew the team's biggest weakness was still himself. Even with bone armor, his defense was still the weakest. If he took heavy damage, it would transfer to the skeletons, severely injuring them too. This damage was calculated based on his defense, ignoring the skeleton's constitution and defense. So he had to avoid injury as much as possible. The storm lasted a full 20 seconds before stopping. The skeleton warriors fell to the ground but quickly got up and charged again. They felt no pain, knew no fear, only following Lin Moya's orders to fight. The perfect warriors. The skeleton mages were the same, their various skills firing again. Once more fire, lightning, ice and wind erupted. The royal guard's skill duration had ended, their defenses completely collapsing under the attacks. With a miserable scream, another royal guard died. The skill light on the other 2 had also disappeared. Lin Moya acted without hesitation. Skill, corpse explosion. Boom, boom, boom. 3 corpse explosions in a row. The first killed the other 2 royal guards while injuring the Ant Queen. The second and third both hit the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen screamed in agony, its wings blasted off, body a bloody mess. These 3 corpse explosions had nearly killed it. Suddenly, the Ant Queen's body began shrinking, then curling up. Skill, curl up. At the same time, a translucent membrane appeared on its body. The membrane had extremely strong defense. The skeleton warrior's blades couldn't cut through. Even the skeleton mage's attacks couldn't break through for now. Another ultimate defense-like skill. Let's see how long you can last. All such skills had time limits, and the stronger the attacks received, the shorter they lasted. The skeleton warriors attacked non-stop, the skeleton mages as well. All kinds of attacks fell on the Ant Queen continuously. After curling up, the Ant Queen's screams never stopped. The screams echoed through the entire ant nest. Soon, dense crawling sounds were heard. Lin Moya turned to look. Large numbers of ants were rushing over from various caves. They looked frenzied, moving extremely fast. It was the Ant Queen's skill, Summon Ant Swarm. The Ant Queen had used its skill to call all the ants in the nest. Seeing this, Lin Moya wasn't worried at all. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his face. What a nice surprise. Lin Moya rarely smiled. When he did, it meant something good. A dozen skeleton warriors attacking the Ant Queen suddenly disappeared, reappearing in front of Lin Moya the next second. They quickly met the charging ant swarm. The skeleton mages also turned their attacks towards the ant swarm. A round of focused fire instantly killed a flying ant. Then came non-stop explosions. Corpse explosion after corpse explosion. Each explosion brought massive experience. No matter how many ants there were, they couldn't get through. Experience truly skyrocketed, rising in a straight line. Hearing the Ant Queen's call, it seemed all the ants in the nest had rushed over. Lin Moya didn't know exactly how many, just that there were very, very many. His experience showed it. When entering the ant nest, his experience was 38%. Now it had reached 65% and was still rising. If he always had this many monsters to explode, his leveling speed would definitely surpass everyone's. Finally, the Ant Queen's skill ended. No more ant swarms came. Lin Moya inwardly sighed in regret. His experience had now reached 78%, 40% more than when entering the ant nest. As the skill stopped, the Ant Queen unfolded its body. The injuries from earlier had all healed, even its wings had regrown. Didn't expect it to have a healing effect too. With a wave of his hand, he ordered another all-out attack on the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen flapped its wings, slicing at the skeleton warriors like blades. It swept skeleton warriors away, but unfortunately the damage wasn't great. The skeleton warriors bounced back. In an instant, the Ant Queen was severely injured again. The Ant Queen's skills seemed to be on cooldown and weren't used again. Its injuries grew worse and worse as it screamed and wailed constantly. 130 skeleton warriors, 70 skeleton mages, completely saturated attacks. After holding on for just over 10 seconds, the Ant Queen collapsed with a boom. Killed Desert Ant Queen, experience plus 800,000. Obtained silver grade weapon, Ant Queen Spear. Obtain silver grade accessory, Ant Queen's ring. Obtain desert Ant Queen egg. Obtain low grade monster crystal core. Ant Queen's spear, silver grade weapon, strength plus 50, usable after level 20. Ant Queen's ring, silver grade accessory, spirit plus 50, usable after level 20. Desert Ant Queen egg, egg of the Desert Ant Queen, can be hatched by a beast tamer to obtain an Ant Queen. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. If above doesn't work, then below. Desert Ant Queen egg. Lin Moya looked at the transparent egg-shaped object in his palm. This thing could be given to a beast tamer to hatch a desert ant queen. With an ant queen, thousands and millions of ants could be cultivated. As long as the beast tamer controlled the queen, they controlled the entire swarm. Though the desert ant queen wasn't high level, beast tamers could raise its level. Lin Moya felt this item should be quite valuable. He could ask about it after returning. As for the 2 silver weapons, they were dispensable to Lin Moya. They could just be exchanged for some money. A minute after the ant queen was killed, its corpse disappeared, revealing a passage. The skeleton warriors ran into the passage first. Since entering the ant nest, they had been advancing underground, but this passage led upwards. There were no monsters in the passage. It went straight up until sunlight was visible again. The coolness of the underground disappeared, replaced by scorching heat. It was still endless yellow sand as far as the eye could see. It was even hotter here, like being roasted. Behind the exit was a steep cliff face. A mountain divided the dungeon in 2. To reach this place, one had to pass through the ant nest. 11 hours had passed since entering the dungeon. This dungeon was too large, too much time wasted on finding the way. The skeleton warriors quickly advanced, needing to make up for lost time. The longer it took, the lower the chance of obtaining the tyrant's heart. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down, landing on Lin Moya. The bone armor flashed with dazzling white light, blocking the attack. The attack was strong, rapidly dissipating the bone armor. Lin Moya was startled and quickly retreated. The light beam hit the desert sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. More light beams shot over. The skeleton warriors quickly formed a shield wall, protecting Lin Moya. Looking in the direction of the light beams, he saw the attacker. It was a monster Lin Moya had never seen before. The monster floated about 10 meters above the ground. It was shaped like a giant ball, about 2 meters in diameter. An eye grew on the ball. The eye took up 80% of the monster's body. It was still about 100 meters away. Attacking from such a long range, and ignoring all the skeletons to target Lin Moya directly. This monster was interesting. With their master under attack, the skeleton warriors immediately charged over. After 2 ineffective attacks, the monster turned to flee. The skeleton mages had already launched their attacks. Giving it no chance to escape, the skeleton mages' attacks blanketed the area. Lin Moya's detection accompanied the attacks. Eye monster, super enhanced elite monster. Level, 28. Strength, 500. Agility, 2000. Spirit, 6500. Constitution, 3000. Skill, destruction beam. So it's a mage-type monster. Seeing such high spirit, Lin Moya knew this monster was mage class. Mage-type monsters weren't uncommon, but this was the first time seeing one so pure. Its strength was even lower than normal monsters of the same level. It seemed to have put all its points into spirit. The destruction beam was indeed powerful. Just one hit nearly shattered the bone armor. The key was its long attack range, able to attack from over 100 meters away, and it could fly. And when it found its attacks ineffective, it tried to flee. Thinking about it, it would indeed be troublesome to deal with. Unfortunately, Lin Moya had too many skeleton mages with terrifyingly strong attacks. Under a round of concentrated fire, the eye monster was instantly killed. Killed eye monster. Obtained Junior Eye Crystal. Junior Eye Crystal, magic item, can be used by alchemists to create items or by formation masters to set up formations. Lin Moya glanced at the eye crystal before putting it away. It seemed quite useful, but the level was too low. Anything labeled junior was basically for use below level 40. Once over level 40, it entered the intermediate category. Over level 70 was advanced category. Generally, except for some special items, things labeled junior weren't very valuable. With this experience, Lin Moya started paying attention to the sky. The skeleton warriors also watched the sky as they advanced. Soon, a huge building appeared in view. It looked like a castle. Outside the castle were rows of small houses arranged in formation. A military camp, with countless beastmen visible moving about inside. The camp even had a parade ground, with troops drilling in formation. Lin Moya began to understand the meaning of tyrant. It meant king. The monsters in the camp had lion-like heads covered in fur, wearing armor, each over 3 meters tall, moving in orderly fashion, looking imposing. Unlike scattered monsters that could be picked off one by one, here, one careless move could mean facing over 10 monsters at once. And these weren't ordinary monsters, each was a super enhanced elite monster. Stronger than monsters in nightmare difficulty dungeons of the same level. Even a 40-person team would have difficulty. It required good coordination, top equipment, comprehensive skills. Nothing could be lacking. Unless like Lin Moya, one could overwhelm them with absolute power. The skeleton warriors had already begun their charge. The skeleton mages followed closely behind. Eye monsters floated above the camp, immediately spotting the skeleton warriors. They immediately sounded the alarm. The camp gates opened and an army of over 100 rushed out. This was Lin Moya's style of fighting. He was also thinking about how other career holders would handle this. They would probably use ranged careers to lure the eye monsters over and eliminate them first, then slowly clear through, gradually eating away at the monsters in the camp. Otherwise, directly facing the Beastman army like he was doing would mean certain death. Lin Moyo followed the skeleton mages, using detection. Desert Lion Warrior, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 28. Strength, 6,500. Agility, 5,000. Spirit, 2,000. Constitution, 5,000. Skill, none. Compared to the flying ants, the lion warriors had higher strength and much higher agility. High strength and agility greatly increased their combat power. Constitution was relatively weaker than the ant tribe, only 5,000. They didn't have natural armor like the ants. But seeing the armor they wore, Lin Moyo felt the 5,000 constitution might be understated. Before the skeleton warriors clashed with the lion warriors, the skeleton mages' skill attacks had already descended. Skill, Explosive Flame. Skill, Ice Storm. Skill, Tornado Storm. Skill, 5 Thunderbolts. Fire, Ice, Wind, Lightning, 4 elements. 4 completely different skills bloomed among the lion warriors, both single target and area attacks. The skeleton mage's spirit was too high, their skill attack power terrifyingly strong, even surpassing the skeleton warriors. Under one round of concentrated fire, several lion warriors immediately fell. Lin Moyo followed behind, raising his palm. Skill, Corpse Explosion. With a huge boom, the nearby area was cleared. Killed level 28 Desert Lion Warrior, experience plus 390,000. Obtained Lion Hide X5. Not a single lion warrior within 60 meters survived. Experience skyrocketed like a rocket. More lion warriors kept coming out of the camp, but none could stop Lin Moyo's advance. No matter how many came, they were just fodder. Suddenly a corpse was thrown into the air, then detonated. The constantly floating eye monster was killed on the spot, crashing down. Lin Moyo was getting more and more skilled with the corpse explosion technique. He felt that after using it a few more times, the skill might level up again. The skeleton warriors charged into the camp, not taking the lion warriors inside seriously at all. Total domination, complete overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, the monsters in the camp were cleared out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows rained down from the sky. Large numbers of archers appeared on the castle. Desert Lion Archer, Super Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 29. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 6,500. Spirit, 1,500. Constitution, 4,500. Skill, Perfect Accuracy. Arrows fell like dense raindrops. The skeleton warriors swung their blades to block. The castle was 50 meters high. The skeleton warriors leapt up high, trying to climb the walls. But the arrows had strong impact force. After several attempts, they were all knocked back midway. The skeleton mages stood at the base of the castle, starting to exchange fire with the archers. Various spells rained down, killing archers one after another. But more archers immediately filled the gaps. The dead archers fell on the castle walls, blocking Lin Moyo's line of sight. He couldn't lock onto them to use corpse explosion. To break through the castle, the best way was to breach the main gate head-on. Some skeleton warriors had already charged to the gate, hacking at it with their blades. The gate was very sturdy, unable to be broken quickly. The rain of arrows from the castle never stopped. If above doesn't work, then let's blast the gate. Focus all attacks on the gate. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Chapter 92, Solo Killing a World-Class Boss. The skeleton warriors concentrated at the main gate, continuously attacking it. Like a human pyramid, skeleton warriors stood on each other's shoulders and heads, attacking the gate as much as possible. The skeleton mages split into two groups. The lightning and fire mages attacked the gate along with the skeleton warriors. The wind and ice mages, with their area attack skills, focused on attacking the lion archers on the walls. If other teams saw Lin Moyo attacking the gate this way, they would surely laugh at him. There were specialized tools for attacking gates that would make it much easier. Of course, Lin Moyo's gate-breaking method wasn't impossible. It was just inefficient and difficult. And there was still a constant rain of arrows falling. Normal career holders would have suffered heavy casualties long ago. Only the skeleton warriors, with their extremely high constitution, could withstand the arrow rain while attacking the gate. Gradually, Lin Moyo also felt something was off. This isn't right. If it's this difficult for me, other career holders couldn't break through at all. Forget 40 people, even 100 wouldn't be enough. There must be other ways to attack the castle. I'll have to ask when I get back. The castle gate was much sturdier than dungeon bosses. It took the skeleton warriors 10 minutes of continuous attacks before it finally shattered. Behind the gate was a group of lion warriors who had been waiting for a long time. The skeleton warriors charged into the castle like wolves. The skeleton mages' attacks landed first. The lion warriors fell amidst screams. Lin Moyo raised his palm. Boom! In the explosion, the lion warriors were completely eliminated. Then the skeleton warriors rushed up to the walls to slaughter the lion archers. These powerful super-enhanced elite monsters had no resistance against the much shorter skeleton warriors. Especially after the skeleton mages also reached the walls, it became a completely one-sided massacre. By the time Lin Moyo stepped into the castle, all the lion warriors and archers had been cleared out. Along the castle's main road, the skeleton warriors rapidly advanced. 13 hours had passed. In the center of the castle, a huge lion beastman sat on a throne. He wore a crown and exuded a powerful aura. Sitting there, he was like an invincible king. Even seeing the dense mass of skeleton warriors, he remained unconcerned. When he looked at Lin Moyo felt an immense pressure sweeping over him. The pressure was so great it almost made Lin Moyo unable to breathe. He felt an intense sense of oppression. Is this a world-class boss? Indeed, completely different from bosses I've seen before. This was Lin Moyo's first time seeing a boss of this level. Though shocked, he still had to fight. With a wave of his hand, the skeleton warriors charged forward. Lin Moyo's detection followed. Lion Tyrant, world-class boss. Level, 31. Strength, 13,000. Agility, 8,000. Spirit, 4,000. Constitution, 12,000. Skills, Hell Roar, Angry Leap, Spinning Storm. Though he had expected it, seeing the attributes still shocked Lin Moyo. 1,000 points higher strength than the skeleton warriors meant the tyrant's attack power was extremely high. Agility wasn't low either. Spirit was a bit lacking, but that was normal since it wasn't a mage-type monster. Constitution reached 12,000, on par with the skeleton warriors. Plus as a boss, its HP would be far higher than Constitution indicated. This was true for previous bosses, and even more so now. It would not be easy to kill. Even if difficult, it had to be killed, and as quickly as possible. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. The skeleton warriors had reached the tyrant's side. The tyrant finally reacted. He suddenly stood up, stomping down hard with his foot. With a huge boom, the ground cracked. Several nearby skeletons were sent flying. 13,000 strength was no joke. The blasted skeletons were all injured to varying degrees. The tyrant was at least 15 meters tall. The skeleton warriors at his feet looked like tiny dots, completely insignificant. The two sides weren't even on the same scale. More skeleton warriors charged up, leaping high to jump onto the tyrant. Grabbing the tyrant's fur with one hand, they hacked frantically with their blades. The skeleton mages continuously cast spells, colorful skills raining down on the tyrant. Magic spells exploded on the tyrant's body. Flames caused violent explosions. Lightning bolts struck down repeatedly. Ice covered half the tyrant's body. Tornadoes cut into him like knives. The tyrant roared in anger repeatedly. A huge axe appeared in his hand. The axe swept across, sending dozens of skeleton warriors flying at once. They crashed through buildings. So strong. Lin Moyo watched. He didn't know how other teams would deal with this tyrant boss. It was too powerful. Those knights wouldn't last more than a few hits under the tyrant. A faint light appeared in his palm. Red light enveloped the tyrant's head. A red shackle appeared above the tyrant's head, immediately slowing him down. The 150% slow effect greatly reduced the tyrant's speed. The pressure on the skeleton warriors instantly lessened. The tyrant also sensed the change in himself. He suddenly raised his head and let out an angry roar. Skill, Hell Roar. The roar turned into a shockwave, instantly spreading in all directions. Large numbers of buildings collapsed with a rumble. Lin Moyo was also hit by the shockwave. The bone armor only lasted 2 seconds before completely shattering. Lin Moyo reacted extremely quickly, swiftly hiding behind the skeleton mages, then reapplying bone armor on himself. The skeleton warriors were blasted away by the roar. Even those on the tyrant's body weren't spared. At this moment, the tyrant suddenly leapt high into the air, pouncing towards Lin Moyo. Skill, Angry Leap. Seeing this, Lin Moyo's expression changed slightly. If hit by this, he probably wouldn't die or even be injured. The damage would transfer to the skeleton warriors and mages. They would likely take massive damage. A nearby skeleton mage acted quickly, directly pushing Lin Moyo dozens of meters away. The tyrant smashed into the ground with a boom, creating a huge crater and sending skeleton mages flying. All the skeleton mages were injured, but not too severely. Though their constitution wasn't as high as the skeleton warriors, 6,000 was still enough to avoid being instantly killed. Having dodged this attack, Lin Moyo's palm burst into flames. A spark of fire fell onto the tyrant's head. Skill, Soul Fire. The tyrant immediately let out an earth-shaking scream. The entire castle trembled from his screams. Even a world-class boss couldn't withstand this attack that struck directly at the soul. Lin Moyo took the chance to retreat again, putting distance between himself and the tyrant. The skeleton warriors all returned, entangling with the tyrant again. Without skills, a few skeleton warriors, combined with Lin Moyo's slow curse, could grind the tyrant to death. But its skills were too strong, especially since all its skills had knockback effects, causing trouble for the skeleton warriors and mages. Lin Moyo had the skeleton mages spread out, attacking the tyrant from all directions. This way, no matter how the tyrant used skills, it couldn't completely escape the skeleton mage's attacks. The tyrant swung his giant axe, chopping and sweeping. Due to slow curse, the tyrant's speed was reduced by over half, greatly lowering the threat to the skeleton warriors. The skeleton mage's skills landed one after another like a chain of bombs on the tyrant. The tyrant seemed to sense his predicament wasn't good. He suddenly roared loudly, raising his axe and starting to spin. Fierce winds arose, once again blasting the skeleton warriors away. So annoying, all skills have knockback effects. Lin Moyo was a bit frustrated. But then again, if it was so easy to kill, the tyrant wouldn't deserve to be called a world-class boss. Regardless of how other teams would kill it, Lin Moyo's method was just this direct overwhelming force. Not much technique, purely overpowering with strength. After being blasted away, the skeleton warriors didn't attack again immediately. The tyrant's skill hadn't ended yet. Numerous tornadoes appeared around the tyrant, howling and destroying buildings. These tornadoes became the tyrant's shield, blocking many spells. As the tyrant kept spinning, more and more tornadoes formed, growing increasingly violent. Boom! All the tornadoes expanded outwards, instantly blasting in all directions. Wherever they passed, the ground was like it had been plowed. Buildings were completely destroyed. A few skeleton warriors couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the tornadoes. Their bones were torn at, making unpleasant grinding sounds as if about to be ripped apart. Soul fires flickered in the tornadoes. Lin Moya sensed these skeletons were severely injured in an instant. He immediately recalled them to his summoning space. He hadn't expected the tyrant's skills to be so strong, even severely injuring the skeleton warriors. Thinking of the Goblin King's skills, it seemed bosses that dropped materials for boss accessories all had very powerful skills. Lin Moya's palm constantly burned with fire, attacking the tyrant with soul fire again and again. But the tyrant in the midst of his skill seemed to feel nothing, until his skill ended. The accumulated damage exploded all at once. Earth-shaking screams echoed throughout the entire dungeon. The skeleton warriors, like cockroaches that wouldn't die, swarmed back again. Some jumped onto the tyrant's shoulders, some to his head, some to his chest. Blades fell frantically. The skeleton mage's spell attacks followed closely. Skills. At Lin Moya's command, all the skeleton warriors' blades simultaneously burst with red light. Skill, Berserk Strike. This strike was extremely heavy. Where the blades fell, the tyrant's blood splattered and flesh was mangled. His screams suddenly weakened. Soul fire continued non-stop, falling on the tyrant one after another. The skeleton mage's spells grew increasingly fierce. The tyrant struggled to fight back, but to little effect. He activated his skills again. With the previous experience, Lin Moya already knew how to avoid them. He didn't give the tyrant any more chances. After 20 minutes of battle, the tyrant finally fell in his own castle. Killed Lion Tyrant, experience plus 2 million. Obtained gold grade weapon, Tyrant's Battle Axe. Obtained gold grade weapon, Tyrant's Dagger. Obtained gold grade equipment, Tyrant's Staff. Obtained Tyrant's Heart. Tyrant's Battle Axe, gold grade weapon, strength plus 500. Battle Axe skill power plus 25%, usable after level 30. Tyrant's Dagger, gold grade weapon, agility plus 500, assassin skill power plus 25%, usable after level 30. Tyrant's Staff, gold grade weapon, spirit plus 500, mage skill power plus 25%, usable after level 30. Tyrant's Heart, special item, essential material for crafting the Tyrant's Necklace. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Chapter 93, this is stepping on someone's face. Phew. Lin Moya let out a long breath, finally finishing it. This was the toughest boss he had ever fought. A world-class boss was indeed not easy to deal with. At this moment, Lin Moya somewhat overlooked the level difference between himself and the boss. He was only level 20. No, Lin Moya was now glowing white. After killing the tyrant and gaining experience, he had reached level 21. He instinctively checked his attributes and was a bit surprised. Other changes weren't big. Strength, agility and constitution each increased by 30 points, reaching 330. Spirit increased by 200 points, reaching 1500 base. The enhancements were all higher than before. Soul Fire and Summon Skeleton Warrior both increased by 1 level, becoming level 21. What surprised him was that Summon Skeleton Mage had also reached level 21. It had leveled up along with his character level. Could it be that after maxing out a skill, it automatically levels up with character level? This thought suddenly popped into his mind, and he was shocked by it, even feeling a chill down his spine. If that's the case, I need to max out my skills as soon as possible. Otherwise, the higher my level, the harder it will be to train them. Looks like I'll need to come back to Tyrant Desert and use the desert fruits to train skills. While Lin Moya was thinking, the dungeon hall had already exploded with excitement. The bells rang one after another. 6 rings in total. 3 rings meant a new record for a normal dungeon. 6 rings represented a new record for a large dungeon. There was no one outside the dungeon hall. Hundreds of people were squeezed inside, hundreds of pairs of eyes staring intently at the light screen for the Tyrant Desert dungeon. Not just them, people kept teleporting over from outside and rushing into the dungeon hall. They had all been called over by those inside. He's coming out soon, coming out soon. I didn't expect Bailey Academy's team could really set a new record. It's a miracle, they've only been in there for 14 hours, right? Heh, it might not necessarily be Bailey Academy that set the new record. That's right, Lin Moya went in too. The new record might be set by him. Lin Moya, never heard of him. Where did this kid come from? What team did he bring in? An arrogant voice rang out as a group of people walked into the dungeon hall. They wore matching uniforms with the same insignia. It's Bailey Shun from Bailey Academy. Bailey Shun, the grandson of Bailey Academy's dean. Bailey Shun looked around haughtily, leading the Bailey Academy group and with large strides. He said coldly, "This Lin Moya you're talking about, which academy is he from? Never heard of him. What team did he bring into the dungeon?" His voice was full of arrogance. Someone said solemnly, "Lin Moya went in alone. He soloed it." Solo? Ha ha ha. Bailey Shun suddenly burst into laughter. Soloing a large dungeon? Are you fucking kidding me? Bailey Shun's eyes flashed dangerously, looking ready to fight at any moment. That person was clearly startled, but still gathered his courage and said, "I'm just telling the truth. Lin Moya really did enter the dungeon alone, everyone saw it." That's right, Lin Moya did go in alone, and he hasn't come out since. Yeah, is Bailey Academy not allowing others to enter dungeons or something? Bailey Shun frowned. Lin Moya, who exactly is he? Someone beside him whispered, "I think I've heard of him. He set 2 new records in the dungeon hall these past 2 days, but they were low-level dungeons, Mutant Forest and Spider's Nest." And some people say he seems to have some connection to Lord White God. Bailey Sheng looked at those 2 dungeons and saw the new records Lin Moyo had set. He was also shocked by the record times, which were quite exaggerated. He realized something, so he's actually only level 20. About that, at most level 22. Otherwise he couldn't enter Spider's Nest. Bailey Sheng's mouth twisted in disdain, a little brat of at most level 22, entering a large dungeon alone. He really doesn't know his limits. Just someone seeking attention. Don't think you're invincible just because you got lucky and set 2 new records. Who would dare say they can solo the monsters in a large dungeon? Maybe he just went in to take a nap. His words gained agreement from most people, especially the Bailey Academy people, who all showed disdainful smiles. Suddenly a voice rang out, I think Lin Moyo can solo it. Bailey Sheng looked towards the voice and saw Shu Han. It was a girl, and quite pretty too. He didn't want to lose his temper at a girl, so he just snorted, what do you know? Shu Han said, I believe in Lin Moyo. Bailey Sheng said coldly, your belief means shit. Shu Han also snorted and ignored him. At this moment, a golden light burst out of the Tyrant dungeon, illuminating the entire dungeon hall. The golden light fell on the light screen, displaying a line of text. Tyrant's heart has dropped, followed by the drop time. To obtain the Tyrant's heart again would require waiting another year. After a year, this line would disappear, indicating it could be dropped again. Wow! Everyone erupted again. The Tyrant's heart really dropped. Such good luck. It's not luck, it's because they killed it fast enough. They must have killed the Tyrant within 1 hour, otherwise the Tyrant's heart wouldn't drop. Bailey Sheng laughed loudly, well done. Excellent. I told you, with our Bailey Academy taking action, we'd not only set a new record but also get the Tyrant's heart. From now on, our Bailey Academy will also have a boss accessory. The Bailey Academy crowd all showed joy. Not only breaking the record but also obtaining the Tyrant's heart was a great honor. All the Bailey Academy students' faces were glowing. As for Lin Moyo, Bailey Sheng had already forgotten about him. The light screen refreshed again. The previous first place team moved down to become second place. The new record officially appeared. Lin Moyo, 13 hours 47 minutes 22 seconds. When Lin Moyo's name appeared, everyone was stunned. The smile froze on Bailey Sheng's face. His previous pride shattered in an instant. Like falling from heaven to hell. He had the illusion that everyone around was laughing at him. Shame, embarrassment, humiliation, all kinds of emotions appeared in his heart, extremely bitter. Lin Moyo, who the hell is he? Bailey Sheng clenched his fists, blaming everything on Lin Moyo. Suddenly a flash of light appeared in front of the dungeon, and a person emerged into view. Lin Moyo came out of the dungeon and saw people crowded all around, feeling very uncomfortable. Especially a pair of eyes looking at him, full of anger. Anger mixed with frustration. You're Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo felt strange, he didn't know this person. Did I offend him somehow? But that wasn't important. After coming out of the dungeon, he needed to turn in the quest first. Of course, to turn in White God's quest. Activating the teleportation stone, Lin Moyo left the dungeon hall. Being surrounded by so many people, of course he'd leave. He wasn't a monkey in a zoo. Bailey Sheng saw that Lin Moyo completely ignored him. Didn't take him seriously at all. Anger surged as his face turned red. He shouted angrily, let's go. After saying that he used a teleportation stone to leave. Those who came with him also used teleportation stones to depart. They had no face to stay here anymore. It felt like people were looking at them strangely. They didn't want to come back for a while. Embarrassing, uncomfortable, wanting to cry. They're finally gone. Bailey Academy really lost face big time this time. This will spread throughout the university by tomorrow. Bailey Academy will definitely become famous. That's right, who told them to be so high profile and act so arrogant? They deserve this bad luck. This is Lin the expert stepping on their face hard. Wow, did you notice? The expert cleared the dungeon at only level 21, meaning he was just level 20 when he entered. Soloing a large dungeon at level 20, is this something a human can do? Is the Necromancer career really that strong? Even if the career is strong, it can't be this strong. He must have awakened a talent, and not an ordinary talent. Shu Han listened to these words, feeling very happy. It was as if Lin Moya's success made her happier than her own success. I told you he'd be fine. Shu Han giggled and skipped out of the dungeon hall. After returning, Lin Moyo immediately contacted Bai Yaiwan. What is it? Can't find a team. Bai Yaiwan's lazy voice came through the communicator. He seemed to be resting. Lin Moyo said softly, I got the tyrant's heart. Oh, you got it. What? The next moment, Bai Yaiwan suddenly let out a strange cry. Say that again. Lin Moyo could only repeat, I got the tyrant's heart. So fast, it hadn't been long since he gave the quest. Bai Yaiwan asked, where are you? Lin Moyo said, I'm in my dorm. Come to the dormitory area entrance. Okay. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Chapter 94, a place to earn contribution points, the elemental battlefield. Just as Lin Moyo finished his call with Bai Yaiwan, his communicator vibrated. Created new record for Tyrant Desert Dungeon, received 5,000 points, 30 contribution points. Can only be obtained once. Seeing the message, Lin Moyo smiled slightly. Large dungeons indeed gave much higher rewards. Too bad it could only be obtained once. At the dormitory entrance, Lin Moyo met Bai Yaiwan. Before he could speak, Bai Yaiwan grabbed Lin Moyo and they instantly disappeared. Bai Yaiwan used a teleportation stone to transport them both. The next second, Lin Moya found himself outside a small courtyard. The yard was on a mountain, very secluded, surrounded by bamboo forests. The breeze felt very comfortable. It was night now, with moonlight and stars filling the sky. Bamboo grew in the courtyard, with small magic lamps hanging on them, providing dim lighting. It showed the refined taste of the owner. Lin Moya was a bit dazed. He really liked this kind of house. Bai Yaiwan was very pleased with Lin Moya's reaction. This is my house, not bad, right? Very nice, Lin Moya nodded in agreement. In this era of rampant monsters and fierce beasts, almost no one lived in the wilderness anymore. Everyone lived in cities, protected by walls and armies. The wilderness was too dangerous. Probably only people like Bai Yaiwan would live in the wild. Come in, Bai Yaiwan chuckled, leading Lin Moya inside with large strides. They passed through the front yard without entering the rooms, going straight to the backyard. In the backyard was a tea table with fragrant tea. A middle-aged man was sitting in the backyard. He looked refined and elegant, wearing a long robe like a learned scholar. Lin Moya felt respect upon seeing him, so he took the initiative to greet him respectfully. Lin Moya pays respects to Mr. Meng. Meng Anwen, like the White God, was known to all in the Divine Summer Empire. One of the strongest career holders, a god-level formation grandmaster, Meng Anwen, respectfully addressed as Mr. Meng. He had made outstanding contributions to the Divine Summer Empire. Like the White God, his deeds were written in textbooks. Lin Moya had seen Meng Anwen's photo in books and read about his deeds. He held respect for Meng Anwen in his heart. Meng Anwen smiled and nodded. Come sit, have some tea. Bai Yaiwan smiled. No need to be so formal, old Meng is easy to talk to. Take out the tyrant's heart. Lin Moya took out the tyrant's heart. It was shaped like a heart, soft to the touch, looking like a living thing. Meng Anwen glanced at it. Indeed, the tyrant's heart. Bai Yaiwan looked at Lin Moya. You really soloed it? Lin Moya nodded. I soloed it. Bai Yaiwan looked strange. How did you clear it? This. Lin Moya didn't know how to answer, hesitating for a moment. I just cleared it like that. Bai Yaiwan also realized he had asked a silly question. How was your score? Meng Anwen asked. Lin Moya answered honestly, just over 14 hours. Bai Yaiwan looked shocked. Such a fast speed meant Lin Moya's solo combat power even exceeded a 40-person team, and Lin Moya was only level 20 when he entered the dungeon. To have such combat power at level 20, his future strength would be even more terrifying. If he could reach the third transition, Bai Yaiwan got excited thinking about it. Meng Anwen was much calmer, showing no reaction. Not a bad score. Old Bai, you need to keep your promises. Of course, Bai Yaiwan took out a talisman. It was a junior cooldown talisman, exactly the same as Lin Moya had seen before. Bai Yaiwan said, this cooldown talisman is yours now. If you want to upgrade it to intermediate or advanced in the future, you'll have to do it yourself. I can tell you the upgrade method. Lin Moya knew there was no free lunch, so he immediately said, what instructions does Lord White God have? Seeing Lin Moya so cooperative, Bai Yaiwan was very satisfied. No rush. Let me ask you, do you want to enter Creation God Academy? That was obvious, a rhetorical question. Lin Moya said softly, yes. Bai Yaiwan chuckled. I know you level up fast, so level isn't an issue. What you lack are contribution points. Lin Moya nodded again, yes. Lin Moya's answer was within Bai Yaiwan's expectations. Bai Yaiwan's eyes flashed with a cunning light. So do you think you can earn 1,000 contribution points? Lin Moya shook his head, not confident. He now had 90 contribution points, but was still far from the 1,000 required by Creation God Academy, not even a tenth. He had planned to set new records for all the dungeons he could enter in the dungeon hall, but he wasn't sure how many contribution points that would earn. If each dungeon gave 5 to 10 points, even setting new records for all dungeons under level 30 wouldn't be enough. Bai Yaiwan guided him. Have you heard of the elemental battlefield? Elemental battlefield? Lin Moya shook his head again, indicating he hadn't heard of it. Bai Yaiwan took a sip of tea, looking composed. There are many good things in the elemental battlefield that can be exchanged for contribution points. The university has outposts in the elemental battlefield with missions. Completing missions also earns contribution points. In short, to quickly earn contribution points, you need to go to the elemental battlefield. Lin Moya's eyes lit up slightly. He was clearly interested in the elemental battlefield. Noticing Lin Moya's expression, Bai Yaiwan knew he had piqued his interest. He changed topics, but not just anyone can go to the elemental battlefield. Like the dungeon hall, you need to qualify. Lin Moya looked at Bai Yaiwan. What do I need to do to go? Bai Yaiwan chuckled. I can give you this qualification. The conditions? Lin Moya asked directly. Having dealt with Bai Yaiwan a few times, he knew his personality. Everything was an equal exchange. There were no free lunches. Mana wouldn't fall from heaven. Bai Yaiwan chuckled. Smart. The elemental battlefield has many good things, lots of dungeons, and sometimes natural secret realms appear. The dungeons in the elemental battlefield have a feature. The level restrictions are very loose, allowing entry within 5 levels up or down, like the Tyrant Desert dungeon you just went to. When you go to the elemental battlefield, bring back some materials from the dungeons. I've already made a list of the materials needed. Bai Yaiwan didn't seem to consider the possibility of Lin Moya refusing. He smiled like an old fox. The communicator vibrated, and Lin Moya received the list. They were all materials. Dragon Hearts, 10. Dragon Blood Essence, 10 drops. Dragon Horns, 10. Dragon Crystal Cores, 5. All the materials were related to dragons. Needless to say, this dungeon was also related to dragons. Lin Moya looked at Bai Yaiwan speechlessly. Dragons were such powerful creatures. He was only level 21, yet Baiyuan wanted him to slay dragons? How was this different from sending him to his death? Baiyuan said, "Don't worry, they're not real dragons, just a type of beastmen called dragons. Essentially no different from the lion tribe in Tyrant Desert." So that's how it was. Lin Moyu understood. He didn't doubt Baiyuan's words. Given Baiyuan's status, he wouldn't deceive him. Lin Moyu asked, "Will the cooldown talisman work there too?" Baiyuan looked matter-of-fact, "Of course it will. What if the cooldown talisman runs out of energy?" His junior cooldown talisman was currently fully charged, usable 10 times. Once the energy was used up, it needed to be recharged. Baiyuan said, "That's simple, there are many ways. You can go to the alchemy hall at the university, find an alchemy master there, and pay points." Listening to the methods he described, the simplest was returning to the university's alchemy hall to find an alchemist and pay the corresponding points. You could also find alchemists outside, but that would cost gold coins, and depended on their willingness. Recharging also required many materials, which cost money. Or you could find materials yourself. Some special materials could directly recharge the cooldown talisman, but those materials were rare and hard to find. In short, returning to the university to recharge was most convenient. It just cost points. Any other questions? Lin Moya thought for a moment. "Lord White God, do you know about desert fruits?" Baiyuan looked surprised. "You obtained desert fruits in Tyrant Desert this time." "I did." Baiyuan laughed heartily. "What good luck, those things are hard to come by. They're great for training skills. Did you use them?" Lin Moya said softly, "I did, but there weren't enough." Even Baiyuan said they were good, so desert fruits were clearly excellent. Baiyuan patted Lin Moya. "Don't think about it, those things are rare. You might not find them even after 10 more runs. The skill training hall isn't as good as desert fruits, but it's still decent. After the opening ceremony, I'll send you to the elemental battlefield." Lin Moyo asked again, "If I max out a skill, will it level up along with me when I level up?" Baiyuan was stunned. "How is that possible? Skills all need to be trained." Lin Moya seemed to understand something. He didn't ask further, but instead asked some other questions. Baiyuan answered honestly. His knowledge was vast and comprehensive. Lin Moya's questions were all just common sense to him. After Lin Moya left, Baiyuan played with the tyrant's heart. Tisk tisk, the tyrant's necklace, what a nice piece of equipment. The tyrant's heart was shaped like a heart, but was essentially a crystal core that could be used to craft the boss accessory, Tyrant's Necklace. Meng Yanwen said, "Is it appropriate to send him to the elemental battlefield so early?" Baiyuan chuckled, "You saw it too, this kid can solo large dungeons. It shows his strength is already comparable to some newly second transition career holders. It's good for him to gain experience in the elemental battlefield early." Meng Yanwen said solemnly, "Looks like you really want to cultivate him." Baiyuan tilted his head, "Is that not allowed?" "The old man is cultivating his sister, so I'll cultivate him. I'll compete with the old man to see whose protege becomes stronger." Meng Yanwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The white god, who seemed so dignified to outsiders, sometimes acted like a child. "Then why didn't you tell him there are enemies in the elemental battlefield, that it's not safe?" "What's there to say? He'll find out when he gets there." Chapter 95. Chapter 95. Chapter 95, he went in again? After returning to his dorm, Lin Moya summoned 5 skeleton warriors, then fell asleep. He had been fighting in the dungeon for over 10 hours, baked by the scorching sun in the great desert. Both his body and mind were exhausted. He didn't even want to meditate. He had exchanged the tyrant's heart for a junior cooldown talisman from Baiyuan. He also learned about the existence of the elemental battlefield and understood how to earn contribution points. Lin Moya now knew what to do next. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moya was fast asleep, breathing steadily. There was a slight smile on his lips as he had sweet dreams. The dungeon hall was still lively. There were many people coming and going. It wasn't any less busy than during the day. Some people liked to form teams and run dungeons at night. With flashes of light, people appeared one after another in the dungeon hall. A full team of 40 people exited the dungeon and appeared in the hall. "We're back." With an excited shout, the knight in the lead had an excited look on his face after the intense battle. Not just him, everyone in the team was the same. "Oh, Bailey Academy's people are back. Looks like they succeeded." So what if they succeeded? They were embarrassed enough today. Look how excited they are. Don't tell me they think they set a new record. Naiching Kaoyang, the team leader for Bailey Academy this time, had a proud look on his face. His gaze swept over the crowd. "This time we improved the clear time for Tyrant Desert to 15 hours 58 minutes, setting a new record." Bailey Academy, mighty. The people who went in with him all cheered. Suddenly, someone pointed at the light screen. "Captain, something seems off." "Off? What could be off?" The timer started as soon as they entered the dungeon. It couldn't be wrong. Chen Kaoyang turned to look at the light screen. First he saw the message that the tyrant's heart had already dropped. Something really was off. "We didn't get the tyrant's heart, who killed it?" Just as the question arose, he saw the rankings. Their ranking was indeed listed, but unfortunately not in first place, but second. In first place, Lin Moyo, 13 hours 47 minutes 22 seconds. Chen Kaoyang's whole body trembled. One person, level 21, 14 hours. He thought of the person who had entered the dungeon before them. A chill ran up his spine to his brain. This is impossible. Chen Kaoyang let out a strange cry. He couldn't believe it. Their team had made full preparations, with the best class composition, best equipment, unified command. They had gone through countless hardships to finally kill the boss, bringing the time under 16 hours. Though they didn't get the tyrant's heart, they had still broken the original record. This was already a very impressive feat. But their efforts had been surpassed by one person. How was this possible? This is impossible. How is this possible? Jing Yang was like a madman, unable to accept this fact. But facts were facts. The people in the dungeon hall all looked at them with smiles. Everyone from Bailey Academy felt like they had been stepped on and ground into the dirt by this Lin Moyo. Their faces burned with shame, truly embarrassing. Some had already lowered their heads in shame. Captain, let's go. Let's head back first. We can talk when we get back. Jing Yang finally calmed down, taking one last reluctant look at the light screen on the dungeon. Let's go. The Bailey Academy people immediately used teleportation stones to leave, disappearing in an instant. The dungeon hall immediately erupted in laughter. I can't believe Bailey Academy got slapped in the face twice in one day. Lin Moya didn't say anything, he just did it. Too funny. Did you see Bailey Shun's expression today? It was super hilarious. They really got their faces slapped hard today, so miserable. Their faces may not be swollen, but their hearts sure are. A group of people loved watching the drama unfold. Anyway, this news would spread throughout the university by tomorrow. By then, Bailey Academy would truly become infamous. Everyone in the university knew how arrogant Bailey Shun was, relying on his grandfather being the academy dean, not taking ordinary students seriously at all. This time, he came so high profile, but ended up leaving with his tail between his legs. Many people enjoyed watching him make a fool of himself. Lin Moya slept until he woke up naturally. He had a comfortable sleep. When he woke up, it was already 10 a.m. the next day. His stomach growled. After getting up, Lin Moya felt completely recovered. Except for his spirit power not being fully restored, everything else was back to peak condition. He stretched, washed up and ate. Looking at the large amount of food in his storage space, he naturally thought of Ningyi. That mischievous little elf girl, who knows where she went. After eating, Lin Moyo activated a teleportation stone to go to the dungeon hall. Though Bai Yaiwan had said desert fruits were hard to come by, he still wanted to try his luck. If he could find desert fruits, he was confident he could max out slow curse and bone armor skills in a short time. Bai Yaiwan's answer was that except for talent skills, all other skills needed to be trained yourself, and couldn't level up automatically with character level. But his summon skeleton mage skill, after being maxed out, really did level up along with his character level. Lin Moyo couldn't be sure if the summon skeleton mage skill was special, or if his career was special, so he could only verify again. Are you Lin Moyo? A voice interrupted Lin Moya's thoughts. Lin Moya looked up and saw someone at the entrance of the dungeon hall looking at him. Lin Moya didn't recognize this person, just grunted and said, "What is it?" The person said, "Senior Bailey Shin wants to see you, come with me." There was an inexplicable arrogance in his tone, especially after seeing Lin Moya's attire and determining he wasn't from an academy, but likely an ordinary student. His expression became even more arrogant. Lin Moya glanced at him, thinking this person's brain wasn't quite right. He walked past him into the dungeon hall, saying lightly, "Tell him to come himself." The person's eyes widened as he watched Lin Moya ignore him. "How dare you, do you know who Bailey Shing is?" The person shouted angrily. "Don't know." Lin Moyo had already walked to the Tyrant Desert dungeon. Wanting to enter the dungeon, he found the cooldown time was 240 hours, a full 10 days. Lin Moya naturally couldn't wait, let alone 10 days, he wouldn't even wait 10 hours. He directly spent 2,000 points to remove the cooldown, then another 500 points to enter the dungeon. He still had 125,000 points now, so he was quite wealthy. The person's face turned red then white, gritting his teeth in anger. Lin Moya really didn't give him any face at all. People saw Lin Moyo enter the dungeon and showed surprised expressions. Wow, Lin Moyo went into Tyrant Desert again. Is he going to set another new record? Very likely, it was the same with Mutant Forest and Spider's Nest, setting records twice in a row. The first time is understandable, but the second time he simply didn't give others a chance. I can understand, the first time he wasn't familiar with the dungeon. The second time he was experienced, so naturally his score improved. Many people discussed, their eyes full of curiosity. They wanted to see if Lin Moyo would set another new record. Large dungeons were different from normal ones, taking over 10 hours. They didn't need to rush. They just had to wait for the bells to ring. For some reason, they were fully confident Lin Moyo would set a new record. After Lin Moyo entered the dungeon, that person also teleported away. Returning to Bailey Academy, he met with Bailey Sheng. Lin Moyo refused to come. He said if you want to see him, go yourself. Bailey Sheng sat in the academy, frowning. This guy has quite an attitude. Yes, very impolite. Bailey Sheng snorted coldly. Don't think you're so great just because you can solo Tyrant Desert. It's just a low-level dungeon after all. He doesn't understand how careers change after the second transition. Careers that are strong before the second transition may become very weak afterwards. I called him here to give him face, give him a chance. Since that's the case, forget about him. If we run into him outside in the future, we'll teach him a lesson. Bailey Sheng's arrogance was known throughout the university. The news of Bailey Academy's embarrassment yesterday had already spread across the entire university by this morning. Bailey Sheng didn't even dare show his face. He also harbored intense hatred for Lin Moyo. To regain face, the best way would be to bring Lin Moyo under his wing. But Lin Moyo didn't give him the chance. In the university, he couldn't really make a move against Lin Moyo. Even if his grandfather was the dean, he couldn't protect him then. But if it was in the wild, that would be a different story. Tyrant Desert was still the same. Yellow sand blowing, scorching sun overhead. Hope the map isn't randomized. 135 skeleton warriors and 70 skeleton mages appeared simultaneously, advancing in one direction. The desert ghost trees along the way were almost all instantly killed. The skeleton warriors used their skills without restraint. The skeleton mages' skills were even faster, attacking from range. Monsters were killed one after another. In just over an hour, an oasis appeared in view. A smile appeared on his lips. The map hasn't changed. Chapter 96. Chapter 96, 96. Chapter 96, Desert Fruits, hard to come by. The skeleton warriors charged towards the oasis together. As expected, they were met by a large group of desert giant scorpions. The skeleton warriors didn't attack, but dragged the scorpions along as they ran forward along the oasis waterway. The scorpions relentlessly pursued the skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors controlled their running speed to stay about even with the scorpions. The group grew larger and larger as desert scorpions along the way joined the pursuit. Lin Moyo followed behind the group, maintaining a distance of about 1,000 meters. After running like this for half an hour, they finally saw young ants. Lin Moyo quickly sped up to catch up, while the skeleton warriors collectively stopped and engaged the desert scorpions in battle. Desert scorpions fell one after another to the skeleton warriors' blades. The huge attribute difference meant it was a one-sided slaughter. By the time Lin Moyo arrived, a third of the scorpions had already been killed. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions suddenly rang out. Yellow sand filled the air again. Skill, corpse explosion. Lin Moyo used the skill continuously without pause, not sparing his spirit power at all. Even after all the scorpions were dead, he kept using the skill. He was training the skill. Corpse explosion could only be trained in actual combat. At the end of the last dungeon run, Lin Moyo had already felt his corpse explosion skill was about to level up. This time he used it 30 to 40 times in a row. His spirit power was directly consumed by a third. Finally, as he wished, the skill leveled up. Corpse explosion, level 3 detonates a corpse, dealing 20% of the corpse's max HP as damage to enemies within 3 meters. The range increased, and the damage increased. After talent amplification, the damage range reached 100 meters, and the damage reached 600% of the corpse's max HP. The attack power increased greatly again. Arriving at the ant nest entrance, Lin Moyo again saw patches of cacti. Unfortunately, this time there were no fruits on the cacti. Bai Yaiwan had said these things were hard to come by. Lin Moyo felt a bit disappointed, but brushed it off the next second. Then I'll just treat it as leveling, can't waste the points. The skeleton army charged into the ant nest. With the previous experience, this time they didn't need to search everywhere for the map and exit. The team advanced almost in a straight line directly towards where the ant queen was. Gradually, a group of ants followed behind the team. Young ants, worker ants, soldier ants, flying ants. All kinds of ants, numbering several hundred. Lin Moyo put bone armor on himself, trailing far behind. When the team arrived at the ant queen's nest, the ants all stopped outside, not daring to enter. It seemed many dungeons were like this, with small monsters not daring to enter the boss's territory. Lin Moyo found this normal. The skeleton warriors blocked the entrance and fought the ants, until Lin Moyo arrived and used corpse explosion to end the battle. Lin Moyo smiled inwardly at the constantly appearing notifications. Time for another round of experience gain. Since entering the dungeon, his experience had skyrocketed twice, once with the desert scorpions and once now. These two waves of corpses gave him a 15% experience increase. This was just the appetizer, the main course hadn't started yet. Lin Moyo drank a junior spirit potion, recovering 100 spirit power. The 100 spirit power wasn't much, it was enough for him to use corpse explosion 10 times, or cast bone armor on himself a few times. After clearing the small monsters, the team charged into the ant queen's room. They quickly rushed towards the queen's 4 guards. Focus fire. Under a round of concentrated attacks, 1 guard was instantly killed. At this point the other 3 guards entered a defensive state. They activated skills, covering their shells with a layer of luster, pushing their defense to an extremely high level. The skeleton warriors attacked non-stop. Massive wind, fire, lightning and ice attacks fell on the Ant Queen's guards simultaneously, rapidly consuming their defensive skills. The Ant Queen flapped her wings and screamed, launching a sonic attack. Having tasted the Ant Queen's sonic attack once before, though wide-ranging, its power wasn't great. The bone armor on Lin Moyo flashed constantly, completely blocking it. It was the same for the skeleton warriors. It couldn't be said to have no effect, but it had no impact. The skeleton warriors' attacks continued. In just 10 seconds, the luster on the 3 Ant Queen guards had become very dim. The Ant Queen flapped her wings again. Skill, Storm Strike. A storm swept through, blowing the skeleton warriors away. After landing, the skeleton warriors got up and ran back to continue attacking without pause. The skeleton mages stood in front of Lin Moyo, becoming his meat shield. Seeing the light on the Ant Queen's guards about to disappear, Lin Moyo gave a mental command. The skeleton warriors all activated their skills. Skill, Berserk Strike. Almost instantly, the 3 Ant Queen guards' defenses collapsed, and they were beaten to half health. The skeleton mages finished them off, a large number of skills falling with brilliant light. At the same time, Lin Moyo raised his palm. Skill, Corpse Explosion. Boom, 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 boom. 4 huge explosions in a row swept through the cave. The Ant Queen screamed as she was blasted to critical condition, instantly entering a curled-up state. In the curled state, the Ant Queen's injuries rapidly recovered. At the same time, screams echoed throughout the entire ant nest. Lin Moya smiled. This was what he had been waiting for. Unlike last time, this time he hadn't cleared out the monsters in the ant nest. The number of ants inside would be astonishing. Now he was lying in wait, waiting for the ants to deliver themselves. A batch of skeleton warriors had already run back, standing in front of him. Seconds later, dense crawling sounds came from the cave, accompanied by the ants' shrill cries, making one's scalp tingle. The ant nest was interconnected in all directions, with large numbers of ants rushing here from all sides. Soon, a dense mass of black ants appeared in view, crawling ones below, flying ants above. Lin Moya didn't know how many there were. After waiting 2 more seconds, with the ant swarm less than 20 meters away, attack! At his command, the skeleton warriors sprang into action, the skeleton mages even faster. Dozens of skills were launched simultaneously. The cave was filled with colorful lights. Screams rang out from the ant swarm as ants began to die. Lin Moya instantly locked onto the monsters. Skill, corpse explosion. Explosions echoed through the ant nest. The entire cave trembled. One after another, very rhythmically. Lin Moya wasn't mindlessly spamming, but waiting for the ants to gather before detonating a wave. Gradually, large numbers of ant corpses began to accumulate in the cave, piling into small mountains. Ants coming in later knocked over these piles, stepping on their comrades' corpses as they charged towards Lin Moya. Under the Ant Queen's summons, the ants fearlessly rushed to their deaths. Massive amounts of experience poured in. In the blink of an eye, his experience had reached 50%. The speed was astonishing. After level 21, leveling speed had slowed down again, though not like the big jumps every 5 levels. It was still at least 10% slower. Lin Moya estimated that after clearing Tyrant Desert this time, reaching over 85% experience would be good. It would be even slower after that. A bit slow. Lin Moya couldn't help sighing. If others heard this, they would probably spit blood. For others to go from level 20 to 30, it took a year if fast, 2 to 3 years if slow. At Lin Moya's speed, it would take at most 1 or 2 months to reach level 30. Yet he still thought it was slow. Comparing oneself to others was truly infuriating. Lin Moya kept detonating monsters one after another. 10 minutes later, no more monsters came. All the monsters in the entire ant nest had been killed. The Ant Queen's screams also stopped. Her curled state ended. The Ant Queen's injuries recovered. But waiting for her was the saturated attacks of the skeleton warriors and mages. 135 skeleton warriors raised their blades simultaneously, activating skills. They attacked from all angles, whether under the Ant Queen, on her body, back, or head. The just-healed Ant Queen was instantly on the verge of death. The skeleton mage's spells followed, finishing her off. The Ant Queen was almost instantly killed, dying much more miserably than last time. She didn't even get to use a single skill. Killed Desert Ant Queen, experience plus 800,000. Obtained Silver Grade Weapon, and Queen's Longsword. Obtained Silver Grade Accessory, and Queen's Ring. Obtained Low Grade Monster Crystal Core. And Queen's Longsword, Silver Grade Weapon, Strength plus 50, usable after level 20. And Queen's Ring, Silver Grade Accessory, Spirit plus 50, usable after level 20. The rewards this time weren't as much as last time. No Desert Ant Queen egg was obtained. Stepping over the Ant Queen's corpse, Lin Moya walked out of the ant nest and entered the Lion Tribe's territory. Looking at the towering castle and sturdy gates, Lin Moya knew that to quickly open the castle gates, siege equipment was needed. Siege equipment wasn't sold in the exchange, but required collecting materials and finding a blacksmith to craft. Lin Moya didn't have time for that. He would still use the simple and brutal method of having skeleton warriors directly break down the gates. At most it would waste a few more minutes. He had only been in the dungeon for 5 hours now, over twice as fast as last time. He could afford to waste this bit of time. World-class boss, I'm coming again. Lin Moya waved his hand, and the skeleton army charged forward. Chapter 97. Chapter 97, 97. Chapter 97, 1 carrying 39 to clear a dungeon. Have you ever seen that? The lion warriors died in batches, the castle gates were broken down, and the skeleton warriors stormed the castle, slaying all the lion monsters. The team advanced to the desert tyrant's throne. The tyrant looked at the insignificant little figure, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Lin Moya had never seen this kind of look in other dungeons before. It seemed to have a bit of intelligence. A new record is about to be born. The thought popped into Lin Moya's mind. The original goal was to find desert fruits, but with no desert fruits, it became a speed run of the dungeon. Lin Moya gave the order to eliminate the tyrant, while also casting Slow Curse on him. Then he retreated far away, standing on a distant rooftop to watch the battle. At level 21, the skeleton warrior's 4 attributes had reached 13,500. The skeleton mage's spirit attribute had also increased to 27,000, a significant improvement over the previous level. Their combat power was stronger, with attributes suppressing the tyrant. Except for skills, the tyrant was at a disadvantage in all other aspects compared to the skeletons. Moreover, it was 205 against 1. No matter how the tyrant resisted, the final outcome was already determined. After just over 10 minutes, the tyrant fell before Lin Moya again, filled with unwillingness. Killed lion tyrant, experience plus 2 million. Obtained gold grade weapon, tyrant's staff. Obtained gold grade weapon, tyrant's longbow. Obtained gold grade armor, tyrant's robe. Obtained gold grade armor, tyrant's light armor. Obtained world boss crystal core. Tyrant's Staff, Gold Grade Weapon, Spirit plus 500, usable after level 30. Tyrant's Longbow, Gold Grade Weapon, Agility plus 500, usable after level 30. Tyrant's Robe, Gold Grade Armor, Spirit plus 500, usable after level 30. Tyrant's Light Armor, Gold Grade Armor, Agility plus 500, usable after level 30. World Boss Crystal Core from a World Boss, may be used to craft various items. Lin Moya checked his experience, 84%. About what he had expected. The leveling speed had slowed by about 10%. He hadn't cleared the monsters in the desert, so he only reached 84%. Otherwise he could have gained a bit more experience. He left the dungeon through the exit. As soon as he exited, he was surrounded by people again. The bells had just rung 6 times, and a crowd had rushed into the dungeon hall. When they saw the new record on the Tyrant dungeon, they all gasped in shock. Lin Moyo, level 21, 6 hours 11 minutes 33 seconds. This speed was too terrifying. It was truly a record that couldn't be broken for 100 years. Big Brother Lin, can you carry me through a dungeon run? Big Brother Lin, please carry me. Big Brother Lin, carry me through Tyrant Desert once, just once. I want to complete the university mission. Big Brother Lin. People surrounded Lin Moyo, begging him to carry them. These people were mostly ordinary students from the university. It was very difficult to form teams for the Tyrant dungeon, and they usually couldn't find teams. If they organized themselves, their levels, equipment and skills were uneven, and there was no unified command. 9 times out of 10 they couldn't clear it. But now, they saw hope. Faced with so many requests, Lin Moya looked puzzled. What mission? Lin Moya's words caused confusion among the crowd. The university missions. After enrollment, the university assigns a series of missions. Only after completing these missions can you qualify to join an independent academy. One of the missions is to clear the Tyrant Desert dungeon. If you can't complete this mission, you can also use contribution points to offset it. 50 contribution points can offset the Tyrant dungeon, but contribution points are too hard to obtain. We've been stuck on this mission for a long time. Those academy people won't carry us. We've tried organizing ourselves to run it, but the failure rate is extremely high. We can only occasionally pass it. We don't want experience, equipment, materials, nothing. We just want to complete the mission. Everyone explained the reasons clearly. Lin Moyo listened without speaking. Suddenly someone asked, "Classmate Lin Moyo, how come you don't know about the dungeon missions?" "Yeah, these are university missions. Every student has them." Lin Moya said, "I'm a new student, just arrived at the university 2 days ago. The opening ceremony is the day after tomorrow." Everyone was stunned. He was a newly enrolled student who hadn't even had the opening ceremony yet. No wonder he hadn't received the university missions. The university missions were all issued uniformly. No wonder Lin Moya didn't understand much when he first arrived. He still needed others to explain things. But then again, a newly arrived freshman had repeatedly broken dungeon records. He had soloed a large dungeon that no one had ever soloed before. This was already making university history. At this rate, Lin Moya might even be able to solo all the dungeons in the dungeon hall. Even hell difficulty probably couldn't stop him. Perhaps only that one super large dungeon would pose some difficulty. After their shock, everyone started begging again. "Big Brother Lin, do you need points? We can pay points." "That's right, we can pay points. We don't want anything else, we'll even give you extra points, just to complete the mission." "Yes, we can pay points. I'll pay 1,000 points. I'll also pay 1,000 points. 1,000 points wasn't little, but it wasn't a lot either. These people all had some savings. Lin Moya calculated that he needed 2,500 points to solo the dungeon once. Even though he had over 120,000 points, they would eventually run out. Moreover, he still needed points to buy equipment and skill scrolls, so the more the better. But if he carried them to complete the mission, he could earn 39,000 points at once. It wouldn't affect him much either. Lin Moya calculated and found it was indeed a good method. "I can carry you through the mission, 1,000 points per person, but I have one requirement." Seeing Lin Moya agree, everyone showed joy. "Please speak, classmate Lin." "No problem, we just want to pass the mission, we don't want anything else." "That's right, we'll do whatever you say." Lin Moya said, "If desert fruits are found outside the ant nest, you can't compete with me for them." Everyone present was an old student and had heard of desert fruits. They were simply the ultimate tool for training skills, much better than the skill training hall. It was normal for Lin Moya to make this request. "Don't worry, I won't compete. I don't want any desert fruits, I just want to complete the mission." "That's right, I just want to complete the mission." Lin Moya said, "In that case, who wants to go first?" Me first, me first." "Let me go first, I've been stuck on this mission for a year." "I've been stuck for 2 years. Let me go first." The scene descended into chaos. The whole dungeon hall was in an uproar. Everyone wanted to go first. Lin Moya frowned, the scene was too chaotic. Suddenly someone called out, "Everyone quiet down." Shu Han walked out from the crowd. "Everyone be quiet, line up, one by one. We'll queue based on how long you've been stuck on the mission. The longer you've been stuck, the further forward you are." Shu Han's words were very persuasive. Lin Moya also thought this was good. "Let's queue based on mission time." Under Shu Han's command, everyone quickly lined up. One by one they traded points to Lin Moya, then joined his team. Lin Moya said to Shu Han, "Thank you, sorry for the trouble." Shu Han giggled, "It's nothing." She knew Lin Moya didn't like to talk, so she took over this task proactively. Lin Moyo asked, have you completed the mission? Shu Han smiled gently, I have. You go ahead, don't worry about me. Lin Moyo nodded, if you have missions to do in the future, you can find me. Shu Han smiled happily, alright, you can't refuse then. I won't. With the team formed, Lin Moyo received 39,000 points. His points exceeded 160,000. This way of earning points was unprecedented. There were indeed teams that carried people through dungeons, but usually only 1 or 2. Those well-equipped teams compressed dungeons meant for 6 people down to 4. Then they could charge to carry 2 people, earning points. This was quite common in the dungeon hall, but for Lin Moyo to carry 39 people, it was unheard of. Everyone entered the dungeon with Lin Moyo. They saw the endless yellow sand. Follow behind me, don't overtake me. Lin Moyo instructed. Everyone said, don't worry, we'll listen to you. Whatever you say, we'll do. If you say east, we absolutely won't go west. If you say squat, we absolutely won't lie down. Their words made Lin Moyo both amused and exasperated. With a thought, the skeleton army poured out in full force. Chapter 98. Chapter 98, 98. Chapter 98, just behave and don't court death. The skeleton army appeared, bringing gusts of cold wind that lowered the temperature by several degrees. Holy crap. These are Big Brother Lin's summons. Undead summons, no wonder he's called a necromancer. But isn't this number too many? Is this Big Brother Lin's career? This must be a legendary career, right? I think it's beyond legendary. I've never heard of this kind of career before. There must be about 200 of them, with both warriors and mages. Amazing. So scary. Everyone exclaimed in awe. Some of the more timid ones were so frightened they stumbled back several steps and fell to the ground. The skeleton army set out, with Lin Moyo walking ahead. Everyone hurriedly followed, still marveling. They had truly broadened their horizons, never imagining such a career existed. This was the definition of one man becoming an army. Soon the skeleton warriors encountered a desert ghost tree, a super-enhanced elite monster. In their eyes, it was an extremely powerful existence. Not much weaker than a boss in a nightmare dungeon. Even a 40-person team would take half a minute to kill it. Last time I came with a team, it was this desert ghost tree. It took us a full 2 minutes to kill it. Same here. This monster is too tough. Its constitution is super high and its strength is high too. Even our knights couldn't tank it. I wonder how many of Lin Moya's skeletons will have to die to kill it. In their eyes, the skeletons weren't strong. They estimated several would have to die to defeat it. The skeleton warriors charged at the desert ghost tree. The tree's withered branches attacked rapidly, but the skeletons swung their blades, cutting off all the branches. Then their blades fell on the desert ghost tree like lightning. The skeleton mage's spells followed closely. Dozens of spells rained down. The desert ghost tree fell with a miserable cry. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. But the experience notification didn't lie. They had indeed gained experience. It's over. The battle didn't even last 3 seconds, and it's already over. Is this for real? This was a super-enhanced elite monster, and it was killed just like that. My goodness, how high must Big Brother Lin's skeletons' attributes be? Lin Moya looked at the less than 10,000 experience and shook his head with a wry smile. There's always a trade-off. He could get 300,000 experience alone. Now bringing 39 people, he only got a few thousand. But it was fine. He exchanged it for 39,000 points, which was worth it when he thought about it. With points, was experience still a problem? At worst he could run it a few more times himself and get everything. Moreover, points could be used to buy skill scrolls. Junior skill scrolls cost 800 points each. Intermediate skill scrolls cost 80,000 points each. Without skill scrolls, what about his skills? His career wasn't like others, no skill books, no inheritance, everything relied on himself. Lin Moyo had figured it out. Points were extremely important for him. Since that was the case, he would try to earn as much as possible. He led everyone forward quickly. Everyone witnessed how Lin Moya's skeletons easily slaughtered the desert ghost trees, basically instant kills. Monsters of this level were nothing before Lin Moyo, until they reached the oasis. The skeleton warriors ran forward dragging large numbers of desert giant scorpions. Lin Moyo followed behind. The career holders behind also followed. What is Big Brother Lin trying to do? Goodness, how many monsters is he going to pull? There are already over 100, and still increasing. Is he planning to use the skeleton mage's skills for mass killing? Probably. I noticed earlier that the wind and ice skeleton mages have area attack skills. Everyone was excited and thrilled, following Lin Moyo all the way. They ran like this for a full 20 minutes. The desert giant scorpions behind the skeleton warriors had reached over 200. People started to worry. If the skeletons were defeated, would they have to flee for their lives? At that point, there would be no choice but to exit the dungeon. Seeing Lin Moya's calm expression, they could only choose to believe in him. High mountains and cliffs appeared before them. They had finally reached the ant nest. The skeleton warriors finally turned to engage the desert giant scorpions in battle. Seeing the constant experience notifications, everyone realized the skeleton warriors' combat power far exceeded their imagination. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before all the desert scorpions were killed. But this way, there seemed to be no need to pull them all together to fight. Until they reached the battlefield, Lin Moyo raised his palm. Skill, corpse explosion. With a huge boom, yellow sand shot into the sky, swirling in the air. The sand rained down like rain. Then more huge explosions followed, blasting up more sand. The light rain turned into a downpour. The sudden explosions startled everyone. Some people were so frightened they fell to the ground. Is this thunder? How can there be explosions? What's happening up front? You guys, look at the experience. Someone screamed. Experience notifications popped up frantically. Desert giant scorpions died in batches. They never imagined it could be like this. The explosions rang out 10 times in a row before stopping. When the sand finally cleared, they saw clearly. All the desert giant scorpions were dead. Too fast. How did he do it? When we just arrived, there were at least 150 desert giant scorpions left. How did they all die in the blink of an eye? What skill was that explosion just now? How can it be so powerful? Too scary. No wonder Lin Moyo can clear so fast. This skill is too terrifying. Lin Moyo ignored their words and continued leading the team forward. They saw cacti, still without desert fruits. Bai Yaiwan was right, the chance of desert fruits appearing was indeed low. The skeletons quickly cleared the young ants at the cave entrance. Lin Moyo said to everyone, "Don't come in. Wait here until I clear all the monsters and call you." As he spoke, the skeleton warriors had already charged in. Everyone responded, Okay, we'll wait here. Take your time, big brother Lin. No rush. It had only been a little over 3 hours since entering the dungeon. This speed was already beyond their imagination. Other teams would take over 10 or 20 hours. The efficiency was simply worlds apart. Moreover, Lin Moyo was carrying 39 people. Who would believe it if they said it? Lin Moyo entered the ant nest alone, leaving 39 people outside staring at each other. After waiting for over 10 minutes, someone suddenly said, "Should we pull a monster to fight? Don't court death. None of the monsters here are easy to deal with. I saw Lin Moyo killing them easily. These monsters don't seem as tough as we thought. He's him and you're you. Completely different. We're all career holders. Even if there's a gap, it shouldn't be that big, right?" After some debate, they finally decided to pull a young ant to fight. Several knights stepped forward, with support adding buffs. They cautiously entered the ant nest, not taking the same entrance as Lin Moyo. Soon, the knights ran back, followed by 2 young ants. We accidentally pulled 2. Healers prepare to heal, mages, warriors and archers, get ready to attack. The knights shouted as they ran. After running back into the healer's range, they turned to attack the young ants. They didn't forget to use the knight's signature skill, Taunt, focusing the young ants' attention completely on themselves. Everyone's skills rained down on the young ants. The young ants also began attacking the knights. With a bang, a knight was directly knocked back by the huge force. The terrifying power made his bones tremble. Such a strong attack. Healers, heal. The healers immediately healed the knight. The young ant's second attack followed, knocking the knight back again. Damn, how is it so powerful? DPS, where's the DPS? Stop yelling, we're attacking. Just tank the monster properly, we're outputting damage. The knight was speechless. He did see many attacks landing on the young ant, but the ant didn't even react. These attacks seemed to just be tickling it. Looking at the other side, the other knight wasn't faring any better. He finally realized that just because Lin Moyo could fight so easily didn't mean they could too. Their team had uneven levels, equipment and skills. There was no proper coordination to speak of. Of course it was difficult to fight. After several minutes of grinding, everyone finally managed to kill the 2 young ants with great effort. The knights collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. So hard to kill. The monsters here are too abnormal. Harder than any dungeon I've run before. Of course. Otherwise why would it be a dungeon requiring 40 people? Large dungeons aren't a joke. Let's just behave and not move. Wait for Big Brother Lin to call us. I won't move again even if you kill me. Good thing it was only 2 just now. If there was 1 more, I suspect we would have been wiped out. Lin Moyo saw the experience notifications and guessed what they were doing. They really can't sit still. He didn't bother with them. These people courting death was none of his business. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. Are you tired? I have medicine. After the lesson from the 2 young ants, the 39 people finally behaved and didn't dare act rashly again. If it had been 2 worker ants instead of young ants earlier, they probably would have been wiped out. Now they realized it was better to just sit quietly and wait to clear the dungeon. After all, they had paid the points, so they might as well wait comfortably. He's been in there for over 10 minutes, how come he hasn't killed any monsters? Isn't it obvious? He must be pulling monsters, we've seen it before. That's right, pulling monsters for mass killing is much more efficient. Just as they finished speaking, notifications started popping up frantically. The frequency was even higher than before. Experience suddenly shot up. I told you, he's gathering monsters. It's indeed much faster than killing them one by one. Looks like he should be at the boss area now. I've heard there's an ant queen in there, very powerful. Yeah, I've heard about it too. The ant queen is even stronger than bosses in same level nightmare dungeons. The key is, if the damage output isn't enough, the ant queen will self-heal and can never be killed. With his damage output, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Moyo didn't know what they were talking about, nor did he know the ant queen could continuously self-heal. Before him, the ant queen only had 1 chance to use the curl-up skill. She couldn't last until the skill cooldown ended, and was killed long before that. If Lin Moyo's attacks were a bit stronger, the ant queen might not even have a chance to use curl-up once. On his 3rd visit, Lin Moyo was already very familiar with everything. His demeanor was like an old friend coming to visit. Everything proceeded according to plan. The people outside the ant nest were discussing how long it would take Lin Moyo to deal with the ant queen. Some said half an hour. Some said 20 minutes. Others said 40 minutes. Everyone had their own opinion. 20 minutes later, another string of notifications appeared, and this time it lasted even longer. They looked at the messages in shock. Goodness, so many monsters. No wonder leveling is so fast. How many monsters are there? Each of us is only getting 1/40th of the experience, and it's still increasing this much. If all this experience was concentrated on him alone, I dare not imagine. I think if he keeps running dungeons like this, it wouldn't take a month to go from level 20 to 30. No, I think it wouldn't even take half a month. Experience kept increasing, and the notifications hadn't stopped since the beginning. It lasted for over half an hour straight. The small monsters in the ant nest were finally cleared out. Just a minute later, they received the notification that the ant queen had been killed. In about an hour, the ant nest was swept clean. The key time was spent on the ant queen using her curl-up skill, summoning ants, and healing herself. Without this skill, Lin Moyo could have ended the battle in 5 minutes at most. A few minutes later, a skeleton ran out to lead the way. It led everyone through the ant nest to the lion tribe's desert territory. Separated by one mountain and one cave, yet it was two completely different atmospheres. Here it was full of oppression, and the air was even more scorching. Soon, a majestic castle came into view. This is the lion tribe's castle. The lion tribe king, world-class boss, the lion tyrant is in the center of the castle. So many lion tribe monsters, it's already an army. The skeleton warriors had already charged up, fiercely battling with the lion warriors in the camp. Boom! In the explosion, the lion warriors suffered heavy casualties. Lin Moya's advancing speed was extremely fast, terrifyingly so. However, this time, his skill was finally seen clearly by others. I saw it, his skill is detonating corpses. I saw it too. He detonated a corpse, then all the nearby monsters were killed by the explosion. What an amazing skill. Lin Moya didn't mind others knowing his skills. His skills had already been displayed in the conquest space before. When new students from all over arrive at the university the day after tomorrow, his skills would quickly become known. There was no way to keep it secret, and he never intended to hide anything. If people know, they know. It doesn't matter. The lion warriors outside the city were quickly killed off. The skeletons again braved the rain of arrows to launch a fierce attack on the castle gates. This scene made everyone's eyebrows twitch. There's even this kind of siege method. He's actually directly attacking the gate. Why doesn't he use siege equipment? I think he's just too lazy to use it. Those skeletons are too strong, not only strong in attack but also in defense. Should say his career is too strong. Lin Moyo had been shocking them nonstop along the way. From instantly killing monsters at the beginning, to mass killing later, to now skeletons breaking down the castle gate. Everything was relaxed and natural, direct and straightforward. In short, 2 words, steamrolling. A few minutes later, the gates were destroyed, and the lions inside were killed in the blink of an eye. Don't come over, just watch from the city walls. You'll die if you come. This time everyone was very obedient, standing honestly on the city walls not daring to get close. From afar they could see the lion tyrant sitting on the throne in the center of the city. Goodness, so this is the lion tyrant. Finally seeing it. I've only heard about it before, now I finally see a live one. Worthy of being a world-class boss, it looks very powerful. I heard even a 40-person team would take at least a few hours to kill it. I wonder how long it will take Lin Moya to kill it. Probably, not too long. They weren't very sure, feeling Lin Moyo had been too relaxed. The entire dungeon hadn't given him any pressure. Lin Moyo also stopped far away. The skeleton warriors and mages went forward to fight freely. He just watched quietly, looking a bit bored. This scene left everyone speechless. Who fights a boss like this? This was really not giving face to a world-class boss. The skeletons had already engaged with the tyrant. The tyrant's giant axe kept sweeping, sending skeleton warriors flying. The skeleton warriors kept coming back to continue attacking. The skeleton mages stood far away like artillery, raining down spells like raindrops. Looking at it, the tyrant doesn't seem that tough. I feel like I could go hit it a couple times too. If you want to court death, go ahead. With your little body, you'd die in one hit. I'm afraid you wouldn't even have a chance to exit the dungeon. Forget it, forget it. I was just saying. Everyone knew how powerful the tyrant was. With their equipment, going up would just mean death. Better to watch from afar. In just 15 minutes, the tyrant fell before Lin Moyo again. At the moment the tyrant died, the communicators of the 39 people in the dungeon all received a message. Mission completed. They all cheered happily. Thank you, Big Brother Lin. Thank you, Big Brother. The mission is finally completed. Thank you, Big Brother is too amazing, really too amazing. Finally passed it. I was stuck for 2 years, a full 2 years. This mission, woo. One by one, people who had been stuck on the mission for over a year, 2 years. The joy at this moment was incomprehensible to outsiders. Too happy, unimaginably happy. Some even cried tears of joy. Lin Moyo looked at their unusual reactions. He could understand some of it. Those who could enter Summer Capital University were all geniuses. Standing out from the big exams all over, they were envied by others. But after entering Summer Capital University, they found they were just ordinary students. Here there were Academy System students who had received better educational resources from a young age, each stronger and more impressive than them. The halo of genius disappeared, and the strong sense of loss made many people unable to adapt. Some real geniuses emerged from among them, leaving the ranks of ordinary students to enter independent academies, and finally even joining top academies, becoming true outstanding talents. While those ordinary students were still struggling with each mission, thinking about how to graduate, life changed at this moment, taking different paths. Resources were limited, and the university wanted to find the true outstanding talents, to focus more resources on them. Producing one top expert was better than hundreds or thousands of ordinary career holders. With the mission completed, they all left the dungeon. As for the equipment dropped by the tyrant at the end, it was none of their business. They only needed to complete the mission. This time, no new record was set. It took nearly 7 hours to clear the dungeon. A group of people appeared in the dungeon hall. The news of their successful mission completion spread like wildfire. In the dungeon hall, a long queue stretched from the Tyrant Desert dungeon entrance all the way outside the hall. Lin Moya was also shocked when he came out. How could there be so many people? At least over 100. Shu Han smiled warmly. You're out. Lin Moya grunted in response. Why are there so many people? They're all people who want to clear the dungeon, and then they called their friends over. They've all been stuck on this mission for a long time. Shu Han smiled. With so many people, if he carried them all, he could earn over 100,000 points. But he didn't have that much time. After 2 consecutive dungeon runs today, over 10 hours, he was already feeling tired. Shu Han saw Lin Moya's thoughts and took out a potion. Are you tired? You can use this. Fatigue potion can restore physical strength, eliminate fatigue. Effect lasts 24 hours. Not recommended for long-term use. Shu Han smiled and said, after taking the fatigue potion, you won't feel tired. But it's not recommended to use it all the time. It's fine to take it occasionally. He hadn't expected there to be such a thing. He hadn't seen it in the exchange. This is a private potion of alchemists, not easy to buy outside. 500 points a bottle, one a few. Shu Han smiled brightly, her beautiful big eyes narrowing into lines, looking like a top salesperson. Chapter 100. Chapter 100, 100. Chapter 100. If you dare touch him, I'll tear down the dungeon hall. After 2 consecutive dungeon runs totaling over 13 hours, Lin Moya was indeed tired. Under Shu Han's sales pitch, Lin Moya bought 6 bottles of fatigue potion. After drinking 1 bottle, he felt like he was bathing in a hot spring. All fatigue was swept away, leaving him feeling even better than after a long sleep. Shu Han blinked her eyes. How is it? Pretty good effect, right? It's indeed very good. Lin Moya confirmed the potion's effectiveness, which made Shu Han very happy. 500 points, you didn't lose out. Now you can continue carrying people through the dungeon. So many people are waiting. The queue seemed to have gotten even longer, with more people joining at the end. Carrying 1 run could earn 39,000 points, which was indeed very fast. Lin Moya had originally planned to enter the dungeon anyway. Experience was secondary, the main goal was still desert fruits. He really wanted to obtain desert fruits again to max out several of his skills. A moment later, Lin Moya took another 39 people into the dungeon. Even with 39 people gone, the queue didn't shorten but seemed to be getting longer. Those who had cleared the dungeon started calling their friends to quickly come do the mission. It was an opportunity not to be missed. At the same time, some information about Lin Moya also spread. In Bailey Academy, Bailey Shun received this news. He tapped on the stone table repeatedly, as if imitating someone. So he uses a corpse-based area damage skill. And has a skeleton army with super high attributes. Which means, as long as we restrict his summoning and there are no corpses, Lin Moya is useless. Every career has weaknesses, and this is his weakness. Bailey Shun analyzed Lin Moya's skill information, hatred in his eyes. Lin Moya not only made him lose face, but also caused Bailey Academy's reputation to plummet. Without Lin Moya, the new record should have belonged to Bailey Academy, and they might have even obtained the tyrant's heart. He also craved the boss accessory. In his view, Lin Moya had stolen too many things from him. However, due to his status and position, he couldn't make a move against Lin Moya. At the same time, he was also somewhat jealous of Lin Moya's career and skills. Lin Moya's skills were too strong. After pondering for a while, Bailey Shing spoke. Go call Lingjin from Hidden Dragon Academy. Tell him I have something to discuss. In the dungeon hall, Lin Moya cleared another dungeon run in 7 hours. After drinking the fatigue potion, he truly didn't feel tired at all and remained energetic. Not only was there no physical fatigue, but mentally he felt fine too. The potion was really amazing, and the alchemist who could make such a potion must be very skilled. Since that was the case, he decided to continue. He calculated that there were over 30 hours until the opening ceremony. If he moved fast enough, he could carry 5 more waves. That would be nearly 200,000 points. Maybe he could encounter desert fruits once in those 5 runs. Looking at the dungeon hall, Shu Han had already left. She probably went back to rest. He thought to himself. Lin Moya continued collecting points and forming teams, then entering the dungeon, round after round. On the day before the opening ceremony, new students of Summer Capital University from all over the country arrived. The university arranged many senior students to guide them, helping the new students move into dormitories and also arranging tours of Summer Capital University. Xiaoxue was touring Summer Capital University with several other new students, guided by a senior student from last year. They admired the beautiful scenery of Summer Capital University. As the top university of the Divine Summer Empire, Summer Capital University was massive and majestic. It exuded extraordinariness everywhere, incomparable to other universities. After the tour, Xiaoxue returned to her dormitory. Unlike Lin Moya, who was wealthy, she lived in a double room. As a mage, it was best not to be disturbed while meditating. A 4-person room would be too noisy. A single room was too expensive, so after weighing the options she chose a double room. After all, she had less than 10,000 points and couldn't spend recklessly. A double room cost 1,000 points per month, which made her heart ache a bit. She got 7,600 points from the big exam, another 2,000 points for ranking second in the province. She had 9,600 points in total. Before leaving, her father Xia Dongyan repeatedly instructed her to be frugal with points. Use gold coins wherever possible instead of points. This made Xia Shui understand how hard it was to earn points. There are so many good things in the university exchange, but they all require points. Can't afford them. I really envy that guy, he has over 30,000 points. Wonder how many points the national top scholar gets rewarded, must be quite a lot. Principal Lu said Lin Moyo arrived at Summer Capital University a few days ago. Wonder how he's been doing these past few days. With his abilities, he should be doing quite well. National top scholar, truly impressive. Thinking of Lin Moya's performance in the conquest space, Xia Shui felt both incredulous and happy for him. By now she had given up on competing with Lin Moyo. The gap was too big. She could admit defeat in her heart, but would never admit it out loud. Never mind, he'll definitely show up at tomorrow's opening ceremony anyway. The dormitory door opened as her roommate arrived. Xia Shui's eyes lit up. It's you. Zuomei stared blankly at Xia Shui, then joy appeared in her eyes. What a coincidence. It felt great to become roommates with someone from the same province. Lin Moyo ran dungeon after dungeon, with the lion tyrant falling before him again and again. He had almost run Tyrant Desert to the ground. If each person could only occupy one spot on the leaderboard, the top 3 would all be him, and unbreakable ones at that. Lin Moyo had been in the dungeon hall for 2 days, carrying others through 5 dungeon runs. He was now preparing for the 6th, last one. He calculated the time this run would finish around 7 a.m. The opening ceremony was at 9 a.m. Looking at the cute people, there were exactly 35 left. Carrying this last group would be a perfect end. After collecting the points and forming the team, everyone quickly teleported into the dungeon. For Lin Moyo, this was the 8th time entering Tyrant Desert. Except for encountering desert fruits by chance the first time, he hadn't found any in the subsequent 6 runs. Hope there will be some this time. In Baiyaiwan's small courtyard, Ning Taran was glaring at Baiyaiwan with his beard bristling. That kid you favor is causing too much trouble. What happened? Baiyaiwan looked strange. Lin Moyo had such a calm personality, how could he cause trouble? Meng Yanwen was also there. He poured tea for Ning Taran. Old Ning, don't be anxious. Have some tea and speak slowly. Ning Taran said irritably, this kid is charging people to carry them through Tyrant Desert Dungeon in the dungeon hall. Baiyaiwan asked curiously, charging to carry people through dungeons, isn't that very normal? It's always been happening. But he's carrying 39 people through the dungeon. Ning Taran snorted, those people who have been stuck on the mission for years have all completed it now. Baiyaiwan slapped his thigh and laughed heartily, the kid's got skills. He even thought of this. How much is he charging? Better not be letting those guys off too cheap. Ning Taran's eyes bulged, you're killing me. You know very well the university's intention in setting up these missions. The university's intention was to use missions, especially large dungeon missions, to screen out excellent talents. Those stuck on dungeon missions all had some issues. Either their strength wasn't good enough, or their character wasn't good. There were always various flaws. Baiyaiwan drank his tea, of course I know, but so what? The rules were set by the university, and the university didn't forbid people from carrying others. He's operating within the rules. Old Ning, find me one university rule that Lin Moyo has violated. Ning Taran's beard and eyebrows stood on end. He really couldn't find any rule that Lin Moyo had violated. Baiyaiwan continued, I've long been dissatisfied with these missions. How many good seedlings have been stuck over the years just because they weren't good at socializing and couldn't find teams? Don't tell me you don't know about these things. I think the kid has done a great deed. The university's system indeed needs to be changed. Ning Taran was furious, steam coming out of his head. Meng Yanwen sipped his tea leisurely and said, the university's system is too outdated. Rules set hundreds of years ago indeed need to be reformed. Ning Taran couldn't calm down even after 3 big cups of tea. He stood up angrily, you two are in cahoots. Baiyaiwan chuckled, at your age, and still such a temper. Anyway, I'm telling you, if you dare touch Lin Moyo, I'll tear down the dungeon hall. Ning Taran's mouth twitched twice. He knew this guy Baiyaiwan would really do it. If he didn't know Lin Moyo was someone Baiyaiwan wanted to cultivate, he would have appeared to stop Lin Moyo long ago. Ning Taran left in a huff. Meng Yanwen chuckled, old Ning's temper really can't be changed. Baiyaiwan didn't care, a leopard can't change its spots. This old man, only one person in the world can handle him. Meng Yanwen naturally knew who Baiyaiwan was referring to, and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.